in, and I think saw through it and rightly acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy.
So let me push back on one thing. You mentioned that there were no co-conspirators or what have you, but the evidence at trial did show that there were many people who were involved in making the arrangements, I guess you could say, or the logistics or what have you for the so-called freak-offs or what have you. There were a lot of people in his orbit, former assistants, etc. So why cannot the Combs enterprise qualify as a racketeering conspiracy?
So to satisfy the racketeering statute or the conspiracy statute, the co-conspirators would have to knowingly be involved in the charged racketeering activity. So in other words, at the end of the day, there's no evidence that this was sex trafficking. And so the personal assistants, the other people who work for Mr. Combs thought this is Mr. Combs and his girlfriend. If they are together or if they have a swingers lifestyle, what business is it of mine? This is what he does. It seems legal. There's no indication it's not. There's sort of a strong sort of puritanical like thread. I think that there's sort of a strong sort of puritanical like thread. I think that ran knew there was a possibility that there was going to be another man in that room. Well, so what? Like, what business is it of mine? And it's not a matter of business at all. The personal assistants were very good about this, saying this was his personal life, you know, and I know it was his personal life because when he had these hotel nights, I would go home and rest. I wasn't on call because it wasn't part of his business. And I think that's the way they viewed it. I think that's the way the jury viewed it.
So you got
If you're tuning in, this is Mark Agnifilo, who did a podcast. This is Diddy's lead attorney. We're not getting back into Diddy lore. We get it. It's done. But this is the first time he's kind of talked in depth about the case and his understanding. And, you know, he's going to give us a little bit of insight because we're kind of wondering what his team was thinking, what he was thinking. You know, they kind of took some ballsy chance here. It kind of worked out for them. Obviously not all the way because he was convicted of the 2-man acts. But those are pretty much, you know, usually under 5 years, right? And is way better than life in prison. So it looks like his lawyers did a pretty good job. And here's the thing, too. When it comes to his legal team, Mark Agnifilo was the first lawyer on the case, and he was the person who did the closing. And he was a lead attorney with Brian Steele and the other 8 attorneys underneath him, or other 7 attorneys underneath Brian Steele. And, oh, not Brian Steele, but Mark Agnifilo. So it's the first time he's speaking, so we kind of get to hear like his strategy and how they were thinking about it. And also, you know, obviously we've heard from Lauren Conlon, we've heard from Sean G, we've heard from so many people that's been in the court, but we haven't heard from the lawyers, right? They didn't give a statement, they didn't do a press conference, they've only spoke to try to get Diddy out of jail, but they're still celebrating this as a victory.
A sizable team of amazing defense lawyers, including one of my former guests, Alexandra Shapiro. But it's notable that a lot of these lawyers came from different firms. They're not all with...
If the audio's cut in and out, people, especially my audio, please just refresh the stream. I'm looking at on my end, it should be fine. So if the audio is fucking up, just refresh the stream, please.
You and Zach and Tenny. How did that team come together? Did you put it together? Did Sean Combs put it together? How did you all coalesce?
It was a combination of me and Sean. I brought in Alexander's firm, and I brought in Cher Tremonti and Anna Esteval. And I really had a vision for the defense that it was going to be women-led and young women-led.
Okay.
I thought that was important. And we were lucky enough to have great young women lawyers. My partner, Tenny, early 30s, has been through the wars, was with me for Ranieri, was with me with Roger, was with me for all these huge trials. In my view, she had a breakout trial. She gave a stirring, wonderful opening. Anna Esteval crossed Cassie. Now, I had written the whole cross of Cassie. I wrote the whole thing. I had it ready to go. And one day I'm in my office until about 2 a.m. and I decide to walk home, which is about an hour and a half walk. And I'm looking for the streets of New York to like help me with the trial, right? And I realize I can't do the cross of Cassie. It's the wrong thing. Because let's say I box her in, I outflank her, I use my 35 years of cross-examination experience to trip her up or make her look less credible. I lose ground even from that. And I started to realize I need a young woman. I've never necessarily been one to believe that a certain type of person should cross-examine a certain type of person. I think juries see through that stuff. So the only way it was going to work in this case is the defense had to be authentically and thoroughly woman-led. Like, it can't be a token, it can't be a gesture. It has to be authentic, and it has to be a real commitment. And it's a commitment that I realized we had to make and that we should make.
Oh, wow. Shit, I'm gaining more respect for him as I'm listening to this. I thought basically Diddy was like, yo, bro, I want her to do this, her to do this, her to do this. He's basically saying, even though he's the main lawyer for Diddy, it became to a point where, you know, in sexual cases, they're going to think, especially a bulldog, a bulldozer type of lawyer, bro, you're just a guy. Like, yeah, you're thinking how a guy thinks. You don't understand victims. You don't understand women. And you're hearing Mark Agnifilo say, I realize that even though I'm the lead, I'm going to have to surround this case with women, young women attorneys who could do a lot of heavy lifting. We can't just have a token woman go talk to Cassie and then all the men talk to everybody else. You need the women. And by the way, Nicole Westmoreland, hey, listen, I would love for you to come sit with me, or, you know, let's do something on Zoom or something like that. I would love to talk to you. I think you're a star. You are an absolute star. Hope your rates go up. I love you. I love what you did. As a black woman in that case, the only black woman who was the attorney there, you were, you know, you were the hidden gem. And I think you did an amazing job. Tenny Garagos, she did an amazing job. Anastevio, right? Who did a fucking amazing job as well, because I think she, did she do Cassie? Anyway, I'm really excited to hear like the behind the scenes of how this worked. Agnifilo basically said, I'll make these decisions to say, nah, let her go do it. Remember, Diddy trusts you. Diddy trusts you. So you allowing other people to do certain things, if these people fuck it up or fumble it, and you hear him say, I wrote the entire Cassie cross. So he wrote it. So like he probably wrote all the questions that she has a notepad or something like that, but she's allowed to riff and do what she needs to do. And shit, that's kind of dope. Wow.
And I was lucky because we had these outstanding young women lawyers. So Tenny did the opening and did just an epic opening. It set the stage for the whole rest of the trial. Anna did a great, patient,
Cassie, I think,
thoughtful, non-aggressive, but effective cross of Cassie.
Ooh, yes.
Tenny did the same thing with the woman we call Jane. And
Daphne.
So the women had the big...
Nicole Westmoreland annihilated Dawn Richard.
Biggest crosses in the case and the opening. And it was a genuine thing. If the jury would have seen it as something other than that, it wouldn't have worked. But it was real. It came from kind of the heart of the defense. This is what it is. And so that was certainly a decision that I made. And there was some controversy around it. This was Tenny's first opening statement in any case.
Really?
So her first opening in her career is the Sean Combs trial. And she kills it. She knocks it out of...
Her first opening statement is in the biggest case where Diddy know his life is on the line. Wow.
The park. To this day, the press is talking about the opening. And I don't know that I've ever seen a trial where 2 weeks after the verdicts, they're still talking about the opening. And it's because the opening really set the stage. It put everything in motion in this very measured, kind of just a measured way that, in a sense, only I think a young woman who really knows the facts, and no one knew the facts like Tenny, could do. And she was perfect that way. And Anna was the perfect person to cross Cassie. So the defense started to take shape in these different ways. And ultimately, I had to get buy-in from Sean, and he did. And one of the things Sean said to Tenny right before her opening, and I'll never forget it, he says, this is my life, but this is your moment. And my life.
This is my life. This is your moment. Wow. if the stakes couldn't be motherfucking higher, you're telling someone my life is hanging in the balance, but this is the moment that you become a fucking star. God damn.
Will be best served if you rise to your moment. And Tenny went out there and rose to her moment.
You did mention that you wanted women, young women lawyers, to play this very central role in the case. Were you perhaps responding to some extent to the prosecution's staffing of this case? Because I believe that all of the half dozen or so AUSAs on this case were women.
Hey, by the way, King DJ Tricks, thank you for the hosting for the 20 viewers on Kick. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. Was I? Maybe on some level I was, but I don't think it was that much of a counterpunch. I think it was our authentic strategy. And there's certain things that I've learned in 35 years, and I feel like I'm pretty light on my feet. I can cross, I know trial feel, but sometimes there's a type of sincerity and genuineness that comes from
Chat, we're not only covering this. Like, I have a whole bunch of topics. We were gambling on Kick before, so someone suggested this, and shit, I'm kind of like hooked a little bit. So let me listen to like a little bit more of this, and then we got a bunch of other topics just to give you a preview. Bunch of stuff I didn't get to yesterday, so I do want to get to today. Remind me, I want to get to the Carucci and Deion Sanders thing. I didn't know what was going on there. I want to get to reacting to my man What's the Dirt Iceman episode breakdown. 6ix9ine, Mellow Bucks, Kodak, YB, Ra Ali versus Cardi B. I have some stuff about a Big X the Plug, Tyler the Creator, some more stuff about Cassie lawsuit. I was going to do it after this, but it involves another video, and I know when I start stream, you guys don't want me to just play a bunch of videos, so I might just, whatever. We're going to get to OTF Vonni, which I should have done yesterday, and then we were going to get to Drake making a statement. I believe he's in Amsterdam, so we'll get to all those things. All right, so we do have pretty much a good amount of topics that we could rock out for a couple hours with. If you guys, and remember, this stream is only as good as what you guys bring to it. So whether it's a donation or whatever, however you could get me and a topic that you think is important that I haven't mentioned, and you're like, you need to talk about this shit, please just do it. All right. So I'm just getting this insight from Mark Agnifilo. Usually I see these things before and watch it off stream. I'm kind of like this. I feel like I'm doing homework on stream right now, but you guys can do it with me.
Someone who hasn't.
Oh, Meek tweets. Thank you. I got to put that towards the end of the stream, bro. Meek tweets.
Done it as many times as I have. And that's really how it came across. Like the cross-examination of Cassie, I thought was fascinating because Anna was just genuine and authentic the whole way. She wasn't trying to catch her. I don't think we pointed out an inconsistent statement or said that she was lying about anything. Not one time. It was all, but then you sent this text message, right? And you sent this text.
That's, I was listening to Vlad's interview today on The Breakfast Club. I consume content all day. So, and there was a part where they were arguing with Vlad. They're like, yo, did Cassie have immunity? Now, it was never mentioned in court that she had immunity, but I think that was particular. The way that they cross-examined Cassie, they never wanted to seem like they were attacking her. Not for her sexual proclivity. They didn't want to call her a whore. They didn't want to call her a slut. They didn't want to call her a liar. And even though now I feel some people are starting to think this, they didn't want to call her a manipulator of the situation. They understood she's pregnant. She's being seen as a victim and she's a woman. Do not antagonize. Don't try to corner her and don't try to make her seem like the bad guy. So, for example, we've seen with a lot of other people, hey, when it came to, some of the assistants or whoever else, it was asked, hey, were you given immunity? Like, why are you here? Oh, I was subpoenaed. Were you given immunity? Yes, I was. This was to make the jury aware that these people had they had some impetus to say what the state, or not the state, but the U.S. government wanted them to say. When it came to Cassie, they didn't point that out at all because that was a very thin line that it could be seen like they're trying to make the quote-unquote victim, Cassie, look like she's the bad guy. So they stayed away from that a lot. And I'm not going to lie. I think that was a really good strategy because in trying to derail or decode or, completely, sum up or violate her, like get the one up on her in her testimony, you couldn't attack Cassie. She's pregnant. She's crying. She claims she's the victim. The government claims she's the victim. She's a woman. Diddy is seen as this rich oligarch who you got to treat her carefully. So they never, ever called her a liar. They brought up some things and be like, maybe you misremembered, but they never cornered her. Now, Dawn Richard, they cornered. They never cornered Cassie.
This message, that's how you felt at the time, right? Yeah, that's how I felt. And we were so good at really mastering the written communications. We realized that
King Buck, thank you for the gifted membership, my boy.
That if we could do that, and if we could master the written communications at least as well as the government lawyers did, that's our best chance for success, because they had this relationship in real time. And our view was that Cassie and Jane, to a certain extent, were looking back at a relationship in hindsight with maybe some measure of regret or not. But this is a relationship that happened in real time.
Thank you for the gifted.
And if you can make that relationship real for the jury, that's what you have to do.
You mentioned you weren't really trying to have a gotcha kind of cross-examination with Cassie. But another one of the very talented lawyers on your team, Nicole Westmoreland, did elicit what Judge Subramanian called a, quote, real Perry Mason moment, close quote, in one of the crosses she did.
Nicole is awesome. Nicole is a great lawyer, a great person, and a great cross-examiner. And we put Nicole with witnesses who we think were not going to be as honest as some of the other witnesses. And Nicole just went and took care of business. Nicole is just a very skilled cross-examiner. And so we needed that as well. I never was of the view that Cassie was going to get up there and lie. I think that she was going to have a different view of her relationship now than when she was living it.
Wow, interesting. So they never thought Cassie was going to come up there and lie. They just thought that Cassie was just going to recount the relationship with Sean very differently now than maybe how Sean recounts it. Interesting.
And whether that's lying, I guess, is up for debate, but she wasn't going to get there and lie. And so we didn't need to do that to her. And we didn't look to do that to her. Some of the witnesses, I think, were getting up there to lie. And that's where Nicole came in. And Nicole handled it, and handled it very effectively.
So to zoom up a little bit higher, did you have an overarching defense theme? And I know, of course, we saw some of these themes in both Tenny's opening and your closing, but if you could have a pithy summary of how you were thinking about the case, how would you describe it?
This was all his personal life, and these were all his girlfriends. The heart of the case was his personal life. The government didn't find that he did anything wrong in his businesses. They didn't find there's anything wrong with the loans that he got or with the hundreds of millions of dollars that passed through his businesses. And had they found something wrong with that, that would have been in the indictment. And so they charged into his bedroom and into his private hotel rooms uninvited, because these are not women who went to the police. These are women who either did nothing or went to civil lawyers because after the fact they wanted a certain sum of money. And so that was the real theme, that this was his personal life. It was nobody's business. And the government was making this into something that it was not. And so everything in the case was around that. Now, we also had to admit, we admitted it right up front, that there was domestic violence. And there was domestic violence with Cassie a number of times through the years. I realized early on, we have to fully take account of that. The word I use, we have to own that. We have to take all the dispute out of that. The government's not going to have to prove that these things happened. We'll admit it in the opening. And we won't give a hard time to the witnesses who truthfully testify about these things. So that was another part of it, because I thought what the government was going to try to do was to say, if you have this violence in the past, it's a short walk from that to the force or coercion required for sex trafficking. So we had to separate the two, and we had to own one because one was committed, and we had to fight the sex trafficking because we firmly believe, and the jury firmly believed, that was not committed. So that's the reason we did that.
Okay, it looks like it's a break.
Like, we had to go further than that.
Give me like 3 or 4 more minutes and then we'll move on. All right, chat?
We had to sort of radically accept it and almost take it away from the government. You don't need to do anything with this. We've got this. Don't waste the jury's time. Here's another time that he hit Cassie. Here's another. Unless you're going to link it to forced sex. And that's how it played out at the trial, in my view. I think the jury's like, okay, we understand all this. Are you going to link this to sex or not? Because if you're not going to link it to sex, it might not be all that relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the reason is because we took all that on.
And people should note that he was acquitted not only of the racketeering, he was also acquitted of the sex trafficking. But let me ask you this about him as a client. Many times successful people, wealthy people, people in roles of leadership, when they come to a trial, they kind of think, well, I'm a smart person. I have good judgment. Let me sort of run this case. But it seems that he was content to let his lawyers be lawyers rather than try to be a backseat lawyer himself.
Yes, that's very true. He would say many, many times, I'm just going to get out of my own way. And that was the phrase, I'm going to get out of my own way. And he put a lot of trust in me, and I really appreciated it. And he would say that. He said, I'm going to trust you. I'm going to trust you on this. And I would say, you should, because I know how to do this. So you have to trust me.
Were there any major
Oh, SummerSlam is in Rutherford today? Oh, I should have went. Holy. Oh, I didn't know it was in Rutherford. Actually, low-key, I was supposed to be in Toronto, so whatever.
things in the defense that you changed because of input from your client?
Him testifying is always a big one.
I feel that during our time back in the U.S. Attorney's Office, the conventional wisdom for defense lawyers was never put your client on the stand. But I feel in the past few years that's been changing. And despite whatever jury instructions people get about the Fifth Amendment, I feel that juries today sort of expect to hear from defendants. So how much thought did you and or your client give to putting Sean Combs on the stand?
We gave it a lot of thought. And we gave it a lot of thought deep into the trial. And it really wasn't until the government put on a former CFO, and the CFO was a great witness for us and gave us a lot of great background about Sean, about the companies, and about racial diversity back when nobody was doing that. And so you look at all the issues that you would want your client to testify to, and you ask yourself, well, do we already have those? And by the end of the government's case, we had already had a lot of them. Now, we knew on some level that, it's Sean Combs. The jury is going to want to hear from Sean Combs. But I think the jury also understood that they can't hold it against him, A. And B, my sense of the jury by the end of the government's case is they got this look to them like, we understand the issues. We got it. I'm not telling you what we're going to do with it, but we got it. We understand this case. So let's get on with it. It's almost 4th of July. The judge said we're going to be out of here by the 4th of July. Let's get on with it. So I don't get the sense that they were sitting on the edge of their seat waiting for Combs to testify. It would have been a fascinating thing had he, but we got everything we needed out of the government's case, so there was really no reason to.
And so I'm guessing then that you felt pretty confident in your decision to put on a defense case that lasted under an hour, even though the prosecution had been up there for, 6 weeks or something like that?
Yeah, we did. It's because we got great stuff out of the personal assistants. We felt that we had neutralized the witnesses that hurt us. And we realized there wasn't really that much more for us to add. The government called 4 personal assistants. I thought they were all very valuable to us. I thought that the 2 escorts that the government called were very valuable to us in terms of the sex trafficking. And so we just didn't need to call any more escorts or any more employees on our own.
Going ahead to your closing statement, it was at times funny and folksy and sarcastic, and it was controversial. Some people hailed it as masterful. Others found it offensive, especially your reference to the Combs-Cassie relationship as a great love story, which featured violence, as we know. Do you have any regrets about that closing or anything you would take back or something you said in the moment where you think, well, if I were to do it all over again, I wouldn't have done it that way?
I think my reference to Jaws and needing a larger roll of crime scene tape was probably not necessary. Other than that, no, really no. So let me tell you a little bit about the closing. So the night before the closing, I had nothing written, 0.
He was sarcastic in the closing, basically saying, yeah, y'all got him. This was his closing. Y'all got him. Y'all got Diddy. Y'all have finally taken all the baby oil off the streets, all the Astroglides. Y'all will stop prostitution, and basically was making fun of the U.S. attorneys basically saying that Diddy is a racketeer and a sex trafficker. And it was just like, all y'all have proved is that this guy's a freak. So cool. All right. If y'all think that this racketeer guy that deserves a life imprisonment, he deserves life imprisonment just because y'all have taken the baby oil off the street. And apparently the jury and a lot of people were chuckling. And apparently he got like a standing ovation, or not standing ovation, but he got applause after it was done.
I had written an outline, I had written some stuff, and I read it over, and it wasn't good enough. It was not what you would need for the closing in the Sean Combs trial of the century. It just didn't rise to that level. So this is 7 p.m. I'm summing up in 14 hours, and I literally do not have a note. And my wife says to me, let's go for a walk. Let's take a little walk. And I'm walking, and I'm talking to myself, and I realize I know what I want to say. And so I wrote down 3 pages of bullet points on a legal pad, in pen, and those were my notes. And what I felt the jury lacked was a story. Like, what is the story of this case? We don't need a PowerPoint. We don't need to see the emails for the 15th time. We don't need to see the video again, unless you're going to point something out that we haven't noticed. But we want to know the story of this case. Tell us a story. And the way you tell a story is you look at the people you're telling the story to. And so I set it up so that I wouldn't have to be stuck at a podium. And I got close to the jurors and I told them the story of this case. And I used a little bit of a tester to see where they wanted to go. And it was toward the beginning. And I say, the Homeland Security used all this equipment and they knocked down all the fences and they used a special response team and they destroyed all of his property. But it's worth it because they got the Astroglide. And they all started laughing. The whole jury started laughing. And I realized they want this. They don't want me to be up there and state and you shouldn't believe this witness. They wanted the story. And one of the things that people don't realize about trials, and it's the most important part of the trial, is you have this shared experience with the jury. You've all gone through the trial together. So it's not just you talking about the evidence. It's all of you. We had 17 jurors because we had 5 alternates at the time. So the 17 jurors and you have gone through this last 2 months of just craziness. And it's a shared experience that's never been discussed. So if you can do that, all of a sudden, you're like them. You're not other. You're not the lawyer and they're the jury. You have this shared experience that you're all now commenting on. And so there are things that happen during the trial that are funny. There are things that happen during the trial that are emotional. And the way you kind of bond with the jury is you talk about those things in that way. Like, you don't talk at them. I'm going to tell you a story of something we all just saw. It's almost like we went on this 2-month backpacking trip, and now I'm going to tell you a story about all
right, let me skip a little bit more, and then we're going to move on.
Is be with them. My thing is, I am feeling where you are, and I am going to tell the story that we all just saw together. This is our story. And almost keep the government that people are not part of our story. Here's our story. Here's the funny things in our story. Here's the poignant things in our story. And once you do that, you win. It's really that simple. If they go with you, if they don't go with you because they're saying, well, wait a minute, your client definitely robbed that bank, then you lose anyway. But if you feel that from them, you're going to win. And so I knew that the jury got it. I didn't know what the verdict would be, but I knew the jury got it. And I knew that I was kind of building as I went and that the summation was going the way I wanted.
So then tell me, how were you feeling as the jury left to deliberate, and how were you feeling during the deliberations? Because they sent out a couple of notes, and I understand that one of the notes might have thrown you and your colleagues on the defense team for a loop, perhaps.
So I think what you're talking about, they came back the second day and said they had verdicts on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, but not on count 1. And no one knew what to make of that. Is it bad? Is it good? And I read the press on it. I made the mistake of reading the press on it. We looked ashen, we looked shaken, all these things, none of which are all that off. But we didn't know what to think. So the day ends. I go home at 3:00 in the morning. I wake up, which is standard. I wake up between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. every day I'm on trial.
Wow.
Which is not nearly enough sleep for me. And I have this thought, and I sent Tenny Garagos a text, and I said, the verdict is going to be good for us. We have to figure out where's the airplane, where's his passport. We're going to make a bail application because they probably convicted him of the prostitution.
Ooh, wow.
And they probably acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which is why they can't reach a decision on the racketeering. Because if they had convicted him of the sex trafficking, they would have convicted him of the RICO, because now he's a sex trafficker. They're not going to do him some favor on the RICO. And had they acquitted him of the prostitution, they would have acquitted him of the RICO. But they can't reach a decision on the RICO, which means they split. It hit me with such clarity, like it had to be that. And then, of course, it was. And I also had the feeling that if they couldn't reach a decision on the RICO that second day, and they reached decisions on the others, there might be just a couple of holdouts against us, and they'll see fit to acquit him of the RICO. And then I think a half an hour into the third day of deliberation, they did exactly that. So I needed the dust to settle, and then I think I figured out what was going on.
So, as you mentioned, the jury came back and they did convict on 2 interstate transport prostitution-related counts, but they acquitted on the racketeering. They acquitted on the sex trafficking. I think the general consensus about the verdict was, in the words of our former colleague Mitch Epner, that this was a major victory for the defense, a major loss for the prosecution. Combs was acquitted on the most serious counts, the counts that could have exposed him to a life sentence. But let me ask you this. In your post-verdict statement, you praised the jury as wonderful, and you said they got the situation right, or right enough. And the right enough part, I'm guessing, alluded to the fact that they did convict your client on these 2 prostitution-related counts. But speaking very candidly, I think you did have an uphill climb on those in terms of just the text of the statute and the facts, and there were these escorts who were transported, etc. You're not going to appeal those convictions, are you?
I think we are. And I'll tell you why. Because Combs has to intend this interstate travels for purpose of prostitution. And why would he think it's prostitution when Cowboys for Angels is alive and well? We can have a cowboy at our house in an hour. It's an ongoing business, doing very well, operating in dozens and dozens of locations, more locations every day. How is he supposed to know that's illegal when it's a thriving business? How is he supposed to know it's illegal to make your own pornography when you could go on YouTube, wherever, YouPorn, whatever. So I have to pretend that I don't know these sites. What I've
Baddiehub.com
heard. And there's entire categories of homemade porn.
True.
If someone traveled from one state to another to do that, why isn't that a violation of the Mann Act? If they were paid something, or their travel was paid, or there was some compensation, why would he think that making homemade porn is illegal, or that using cowboys from Cowboys for Angels is illegal? And he was
no, chat. I think this is like really good info.
Convicted of that. And I think the jury must have reached a conclusion. It was just too much of it. There were too many cowboys and too many porn stars for us to acquit you of this. But if you look at the trial evidence on the record, the government called 2 of these men. They both said very clearly, I am not a prostitute. They both very clearly said, I do not have sex for money. So if we're looking at the trial evidence, I don't know where the trial evidence shows prostitution. I think that there's this innate notion, well, it must be, right? But that's not what the trial evidence showed. So we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what the sentence is. We'll have to see a lot of things. But he is considering appealing.
Your client is acquitted on these major charges, but on the same day, you moved for his release on bail post-verdict, and Judge Subramanian did deny it. What did that feel like for either you or your client? Was there a kind of whiplash or a bittersweet thing going on? Because on the one hand, you achieved what was widely regarded as a big win, but on the other hand, at the end of the day, at the end of the trial, your client is going back to MDC?
So what Sean said, and it's as good a way to put it as any, is like, we just won the championship and they stole our trophy. And that's kind of what it felt like. We won the championship, and now I'm ready to hoist up the Stanley Cup, and someone drives away with the Stanley Cup, and I never get to touch it. But on a more substantive note, it's a tricky situation because, as the court rightly observed, the entirety of the Mann Act is a violent crime. But why would being a John be a violent crime? If it's a violent crime, you have to show exceptional circumstances. And I think we are going to go back to the court with a bail application probably in the next several days and try to argue that what's the exceptional circumstance is that a John is being prosecuted under the Mann Act. And the purpose of the Mann Act was to prosecute people who make money from the business of really to be held out as how society feels about anything. And I think the same is true here. I think.
All right. Okay. All right. All right, people. All right. Yeah. So, what I will say is that we do have, by the way, welcome to the stream. I feel like we're getting diddied out. Oh my God. Did y'all watch this interview? I know that the last one some of y'all called boring, but this shit was hilarious. Check this out. The two guys who they claim that they had, hold on. They claim, no, not this. They claim that Diddy had them do a freak-off. They had a all-star freak-off competition on who could fuck her. Listen to this shit. This is two sex workers. One of them is Daniel Phillips that was talked about in the trial.
Happy to have y'all both on the platform, man. For the people that's not familiar with y'all, introduce yourself to the people.
All right, man. I'm Clayton Howard. I am the gentleman who had the courage to sue Cassie for being part of the conspiracy that Diddy recently beat.
And I'm Daniel Phillip. I'm the guy that everybody's been looking for, trying to find out who I am. But I was also
his name was mentioned a lot in the trial.
That was subpoenaed to testify against Diddy in the Diddy and Cassie trial. I was one of the guys that was intimate with Cassie.
Out of curiosity, how did both of y'all meet?
We met inside.
This nigga, he couldn't wait to be like on a platform like this. If they had put him on a stand, he would have took about 3 months on the stand. He got so much to say.
Of a Diddy freak-off, which is a chapter in my book, where the two of us had a, you know what, we'll just say it for what it is. We had an orgy with Cassie. No homosexual activity involved. Got to say that for the record. Diddy called each one of us independently to come meet Cassie. Neither of us were told about the history of each other, but basically we were brought together for a competition to see who could last the longest to allegedly be her main provider or main guy, whatever she wanted to call it.
Yo, that's funny though, because he describes it that way, Art. But to me, I was there before him, and they asked me if it would be okay for them to bring somebody else. I didn't even know whether it was going to be like another guy or whatever, but he shows up. They never mentioned anything to me about a competition, man. Apparently they mentioned to him that we was having some big competition or whatever to see who lasts the longest. But, I'm either way, I'm happy that I didn't take that consolation prize. Let's just say that.
So take me through that exact day. Like, what exactly happened?
Let me start first.
It's just weird, bro. Like, I mean, you can start if you want, man. It's strange. I'll say that and let you do your thing, bro.
All right. So I get a phone call from Cassie this day. Like, hey, what's up? And she's beautiful. She's intelligent. I have been sleeping with her for years at this point. And truthfully, considering the way the situation worked, every time I used to see her number come on the phone, it was like, cha-ching, payday. So I see her call this day. I'm like, okay, band off. We're going to G off today. Cassie's calling me. So when I get on the phone, normally when I get on the phone with her, she's like friendly, she's affable, she's inviting. This time, however, she's the same thing, but she throws in, hey, would you mind if another guy was here? Now, at that point, I thought I was the only guy. So naturally, and I think I told you this the last interview, I was kind of hurt. Like, who is another person? So she starts explaining to me, and she literally lays it down like this, that she has two guys, and her and, Diddy want to get these guys together to see who's the best, because he doesn't want her to have two guys. He wants her to have one guy. So she literally puts this situation before me, kind of making it seem like, you're either you're gonna fuck or you're gonna get fired. Realizing that situation, trying to protect my income stream, because I did consider her an income stream at the time, I had to strap up and go in for war, you know? And that's how when I got there, I came across this brother. So I'll let him take over, then we can mingle.
Yeah, man. Yo, this is just weird, bro. Like, first off, it's weird as to already have another man in the room while you know having sex with a woman, but like it's a strange dynamic to have Cassie be as visually like stunning and sexy as she is. And then you know, a part of you is like, I really want to go in and do this, but then the other part of you is like, this motherfucker in the corner over here dictating how to do this and how to do that is like really like pulling me in the opposite direction. So you take that and then you add another guy to the mix, and it just gets real strange, man, especially once he becomes like active and you fall off and you just sitting there watching like, yo, I like it's just weird, bro. I don't know how else to explain that, man. It is weird. Bro, you ever had one of those cars that have a limiter on it? Like you can't go past a certain speed. I mean, you bought this because it goes crazy fast, but you gotta do 100 miles on that bitch before it actually opens up and allows you to go all the way. That's what it feels like. Feels like you got a limiter on it and you can't do your thing, bro.
You know what the worst experience, the realization, it wasn't even the worst experience. I want to say the eye-opening experience. That's a better thing to say, is when I walked into the room and he was in front of her with his penis in her face. I was heartbroken, yo. Because that's when the realization that she had other men doing the same thing.
Yo, Cassie really had these niggas wrapped around her finger.
I was doing to her and she was doing to other men. That's when it hit me right there when I saw him, and she was loving it. Like, she's there, she's all engaged. This guy's, you know, penis is in her face. Diddy's sitting over in the corner. I'm sitting on this couch. I'm sitting on, I think it was a chair there because we was in the bedroom. I'm sitting on the bedroom just drinking because honestly, I messed up. Oh, and I got to get drunk just to continue, because literally I'm thinking I'm making love to this beautiful woman for 2 years. And now I see that not only am I doing it, but he's doing it too. And he looks like he's having sex with her pretty much the same way I am. So it was definitely, it was an experience I had to adjust to in order to get through it.
Yeah, it's interesting that you said that too, bro, because the one thing that gets you out of this is Cassie is so relatable, like in person, like she's just a down ass, chill ass chick. Like you know, like I was just talking to Clay before the interview, man. She used to lay on my lap on the couch, just shooting the talking for like hours.
Yo, these niggas sound like they caught feelings of Cassie, right?
While Diddy was doing whatever the hell he was doing in another room and whatnot. And, you know, like, so when you go from feeling like you're building this kind of a friendship, relationship, connection, and she's telling you you're the only one I'm doing this with. Yeah, you feel a little betrayed, a little butthurt, bro. when another dude, no pun intended, pause, bro, but yeah. Like,
I'm gonna pause.
When another dude, no pun intended, bro, but like,
I was gonna say that too.
You know what I mean? You feel a little bit violated, bro. Like you know, it sucks. It's not a good feeling, my man. It's not a good feeling at all. Yeah.
So can I ask him?
Yo, there's no way Cassie's husband, bless. Cassie's husband is not watching none of this. Can't. Like you wouldn't. Like it ruins the fabric of your love for any woman. It makes you look at them as, you know. Put like this, us as men, there's a genuine nature with men to have this idea that we go to conquer, and we, like, you know, even on a sexual nature, like you could go smut out a bunch of girls, but then the woman that you want to have as your own woman and the woman you want to have building a family with and in your house, and you're claiming her, you're providing for her, you feel she represents you, your better half, so to speak. You never want her to be like them other girls. You never want that, right? You meet a girl in a club, you fuck her in the bathroom. Yeah, that's all cool and everything. I'm not saying you can't wife that girl, but if that's the type of girl that, you know what I mean, like, you know, she's fucking with other dudes, you fuck her from time to time, that's all good. You're probably going to still treat that woman good. But your girl, you don't want your girl to be doing none of that type of shit. You know what I mean? So again, it's a different mentality.
something real quick? Can you say this, that you was just as disappointed when you saw me as when I saw you?
Hell yeah, I hated you, bro. I was like, this motherfucker, like, who is this motherfucker coming on my session? Like, yeah, I didn't like that at all, bro. I ain't like it at all, man. Like, and yeah, but after a couple of breaks and we started talking a little something like, yo, this is crazy, right? And weird and whatnot. And, you know, like we started shooting this, realized we was cool and whatnot. And, you know, that aggression toward each other, I guess, kind of started like dissipating a little bit. But
So our friendship was built inside of a P. Diddy freak off.
yeah,
No homo.
that shit sound crazy, bro.
It's the truth.
How long was the sessions?
2 days.
2 days, about a day and a half, 2 days. Yo, bro,
Yeah, bro.
they used to go in, bro. You know, it's kind of funny because the session only ended. Like my brother over here was tired, bro. Like we had been up like 2 days. Neither of us was really indulging in any drugs with them at the time. So we were like regular and they were high off of ecstasy and Molly. So, you know, they could be up 2-3 days. So me and him maybe like a day and a half in. I remember I approached them and I said, yo, bro, listen, it don't got to be no winner here. We could both say we tired and we could split the
Yeah,
check.
they're having a fuck off. Well, I know that we know the idea of a freak off, but like they're both fucking Cassie, and supposedly there's going to be a winner that's going to be determined by Diddy and Cassie to be the guy who's going to get, like, you're going to move from the 12-day contract to you're going to go get the 2-year contract to fuck Cassie.
Hey, what's up, bro? He says, I don't know about you, brother, but I'm good.
Nah, but check it, dude. Like, yeah, for sure. I definitely had that, like, yo, this motherfucker right here, like, stop talking to me right now. Like, bro, I had that, right? But also, I was there already for like fucking 8 hours before you came.
Yeah.
Like, I was there for like half a day already, bro. So
I didn't even know that.
yeah, dude, like that, and they never said to me about a competition or none of that, bro. So it's hilarious to me when I hear you like saying that, because I'm like, they said that to you, but the thing is, obviously, they wanted that aggression. They wanted to see us like battling each other and like that, and I won with that.
Pause. That's like a sword fight, huh?
Man, like, this was weird anyway, bro. There's some weirdo bro, and I just was like, you know what, man, like, yeah.
Just got to put your professional hat on, bro. That's all I did. I looked the other way. It went in.
Yeah, that was the first time that I have to say that I was like, you know what? At the end of this, most likely I'm getting a bag. So let me just stick with this. But this is some bullshit. And I definitely started second guessing whether or not I was going to entertain that shit again. But then I had a conversation with her again after that encounter, and she was telling me, yeah, no, we're not gonna be with the other guy anymore. I'm only gonna deal with you, and like, you know, like it's the same dude, this was literally methodical, bro. It was structured to a T.
This chick should be in jail. Art. She's a pathological, manipulative liar. And considering I'm the person who came out with the lawsuit against her, I don't really care what the public thinks. She lied through her teeth. She manipulated him. She manipulated me. She manipulated the Punisher. She manipulated every guy she dealt with to make us think that we were the only one. How is she not on trial with Diddy? I'm confused.
But you bugging, bro. Like not bugging, but I mean, like, let me see. She didn't try to manipulate us to think, or only manipulate. She flat out said it to me. I'm gonna speak for myself because I constantly was asking her, "Yo, I'm your only person that you doing this with?" And she's like, absolutely, we don't really do this like that. This is not really our thing. You're the only guy that we're doing this with. And then I would give her my STD results all the time because they was constantly trying to get me to have sex without a condom. And so I brought it up and I was like, yo, if we're going to do this, I'm going to need your STD results. Bro, for months, she kept giving me the runaround like, oh, I had it. I just was so busy. I lost the password, all this shit. I'm giving her my shit. She not giving me hers. But you don't have to worry about it. You're the only one that I'm with outside of my husband. But at this point, man, I already knew who he was off the rip, bro. The first encounter that I had with him, he made the mistake of speaking to me. And bro, like, yeah, this was my idol growing up, bro. Like, as a businessman, I wanted to be just like this dude. I wanted to have fashion companies and have properties all over the world, and like start working with people that needed resources, that had less than me. Yeah, it was crazy, man. I used to literally idolize this dude. I used to walk in Times Square past that billboard he had. You remember that billboard?
The Sean John
Yeah,
He said a
the
huge
Sean
one,
John
pause.
joint with the mohawk every single day. Art. I used to be like, yo, you gonna know me by first and last name. So I used to talk to his billboard. You gonna know me by first and last name someday. We gonna do business together. Watch, bro. And what I learned from that is the universe could be funny as hell, man. You better be very specific with the shit that you talking about, because God damn it, this is not what I meant when I said that me and this man was gonna be doing business together someday, but it's sure what I got.
So Cassie told both of y'all personally that y'all won the competition.
She told me, she flatly told me, like, listen, I got 2 guys. I like you. My husband doesn't want me to have 2 guys. So listen, you got to come for your spot. She flatly told me basically, and I'm summarizing it, you got to for your position. I thought about it briefly. And
You gotta
I'm
fuck
for the
for your
money,
spot.
bro. I jumped up to go handle my business. When I got into the situation, it was the shock I wasn't expecting, to see her so open and so affectionate with someone the same way she was with me. And from the second I first saw him, I knew he had saw her before this. They were too comfortable together.
Let me ask y'all this, right? Gotta ask, what would y'all do in between time? Because y'all said that it lasted, 2 days. So can y'all leave a hotel? Do they bring y'all food? Like, can y'all take breaks? I mean, how does that work?
Well, if we was in a hotel, we would probably all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But he and I met in Cassie's apartment on 10th Avenue in one of the Trump buildings. She used to have Diddy had rented her an apartment on West End in the Trump buildings over there. So me and him met in Cassie's apartment. There was no
Wow, whack. I'm on stream. Whack.
Yo,
I'm on stream. I'm on stream. What up?
bro,
What's good?
we gonna do this business?
Yo, I'm on stream. Just hit me over this. You ain't hit me all day. You gonna hit me when I'm on stream?
Nigga, I did it, you motherfucker. You don't answer.
You ain't text me. You should text me, nigga.
All right, well, I'm gonna text you the details. They ready. I'm gonna text it to you right now.
All right. All right.
room service. There was no water. The only breaks was them going into Cassie's bedroom while he and I sat in the living room and waited for them, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't long breaks. They might make us wait out there like 10, 15 minutes or something. And this is when me and him got cool. We started talking like, yo, bro, what's up? Blah, 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 blah. But basically, they leave us in the living room. They go in the bedroom, do whatever the hell they doing. Maybe he playing with some semen he saved over from somewhere else. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't get none out of either one of us that day. So maybe he had some in reserve from another person who'd been there before us. Who knows? Then they would come back out and we would start again. Because like I told you, the freak offs was literally the same routine every time you did them.
Nah, this is crazy. Having like a group TED talk about Cassie's sex life. It's no way Cassie's like husband's watching this shit, but whatever. Yo, chat, could y'all hear that? Oh, yeah, I can't hear it. There's an insect, like, you know them insect that makes noise all night? You know them loud ass joints? There's one of them there, and it's definitely bothering my dogs. Cause my one dog is above me, and another one's over there, and I can tell they're like barking, which I can't hear it because I'm looking at it. When I'm quiet, I can't hear it. This is how good of a mics I have. They drown it out. Let me see. Probably faintly you can hear it, but it's loud as fuck in my ear. All right, anyway. Okay, enough Diddy shit. Let me hit y'all with a couple topics. And, yeah. So, remember the whole thing that I told y'all with, Mellow Bucks and... Is it Mellow Bucks? No, Mellow Rackz. I'm sorry. Mellow Bucks, I believe, is the person who in Chicago was having the release party, and that subsequently got shot up. I gotta have to put earplugs in because I'm just... hearing mad noise. It's all good though. So Mellow Rackz, the chick that used to be engaged, I didn't even know she used to be engaged. Mellow Rackz engaged to Kodak Black. She was engaged to Kodak Black at the time, right? Kodak had announced. Damn, you know what's crazy? I think I posted this. Look.
What's wrong with you? Huh?
Oh, Kodak had He proposed. Oh, wow. Yo, chat, she gotta have that fire. Gave her a sniper gang chain, right? Made a couple songs about her, this and third. Now, I told you, I said, listen, I'm not trying to call this woman any type of whatever, but listen, this is an industry, where a lot of times you'll see a woman with this guy, you'll see her with that guy. A lot of times these women just want to get on in the game, right? Like, they play whether their vagina, their relationship, or whatever to their advantage, and whoever who's hot or whoever could get them to the next step, they're going to go rock with. Now, I'm not saying she didn't have love for Kodak, but it just is what it is, right? That's why when I saw Kodak and Youngboy kind of getting into it over her, I'm like, bro, could y'all at least get into it over somebody that y'all are going to be truly in love with than somebody who is just supposedly just for y'all? Because if you're with a girl who, I'm going to be honest with you, like, no disrespect to her. And by the way, she sent me a note through like one of Youngboy's people after I did the thing. She was like, yo, nah, don't sleep on me. I'm making some good music out here. And by the way, Mellow Rackz, like, listen, with all due respect to you, and I'm going to give you all the credit, girl, I know what you're doing. You going to get yours. You getting yours. Let them niggas fight over you. Who gives a fuck? You're going to get yours. You got some songs that I've never listened to your music before. Even when you invited me to somebody's concert. I didn't know you made music like that. I've listened to your music now. Your music don't sound that bad. So I get it. You're trying to get on. If niggas want to fight over your pussy, want to fight over you, whatever. So, I think personally it's stupid that Youngboy and Kodak could have any type of beef over Mellow Rackz, okay? Again, this is not like a girl you knew from way back in the day, and then she got in the industry, and then now she's fucking with like her. Like, this is a girl, she's been trying to get on, bro, okay? Now, what happened is she dropped this song, and she was dissing Kodak Black, right? Because remember, she just did a couple songs with YB. So Mellow Rackz, if you look at her new song, she dropped a song, and it's called Poke the Bear. It actually almost got 1 million views in 4 days, and it doesn't sound that bad. I'm not going to play the whole thing because it probably is copywritten. I don't know if it is. Anyway, here we go.
How you buying hoes?
Okay, so she's dissing Kodak.
Big enough for certain. How you buying hoes designer shit and leave your family hurting? Gonna blame it on the Perkins. Pussy nigga smoking dirt. It's two different minutes with me and
She kind of have a little voice. I can't even lie.
say we rock
By the way, she's number 22 on the charts with trending music.
with 30. This a bitch strap on me with a switch on it. Run up if you want it. Tahoe full of Drakes and Mac 11. Niggas with me ain't on healthy shit but steady cracking melons. Number one in the whole world. I see why niggas acting jealous. I would hate me too. If I lost all my favorite head, I swear that shit'll face me too.
Okay.
What's funny is crackhead every time I see your latest news.
Why she called him a crackhead though? I don't like when women used to deal with a nigga then be like, you have a small dick, you can't fuck, or call it like disrespect you. You were with them. It's like the epitome of your character.
I done fuck my cousin and you talk about me betraying you.
So Kodak tried to fuck her cousin.
Let's get for real pussy. Grabbing footage from old videos you were scared to release.
Okay.
Cause you know if I got on, you wanna be bigger than me. Since
Okay.
you wanna do it for computers, tell about the PC.
Okay.
You was scared to hit the yard cause you was caught up in beef. Go
Okay.
bar for bar, but that on God that you ain't harder than me.
Okay.
You protected by the feds, so don't be talking about the streets. You lost
What?
your dignity for cash.
Wait. How Kodak protected by the feds?
Don't be talking about the streets. You lost your dignity for cash. That ain't part of the G. I can't be on here saying too much. That boy might call the police.
What?
Shit ain't about nothing.
Oh no. So she said the lines earlier. That
On it, somebody else did, fuck nigga, you'll never. Kept me on the shelf, ain't hating on the bitch. I'm seeing how I be better. Say you gon' try me, never. And that's facts. Now I'm Lambo swerving, back to back bourbons. Brand new.
Wait, hold on.
These niggas talk too much. Dog ass boy, you bar too much. You ain't even get no respect from none of disease. Make me call your bluff.
What?
Went to the song with a rat, cause you went flat. Needed
Okay. So that's the lines I was looking for.
your love. Went to the song with a rat, cause you went flat. Needed your dollars up. Overdose.
Okay, so basically she said you went and did a song with a rat because you went broke flat and you needed your dollars up.
Flat, needed your dollars. Went to the song with a rat, cause you went flat. Needed your dollars up.
So you went and did a song with a rat because you went flat and you needed your dollars up. Basically saying that Kodak went to do a song with, and we're assuming it's Tekashi 6ix9ine. Tekashi 6ix9ine, not some people, I think a lot of people just be like, yo, we all know he cooperated. And it looks like she's kind of sending shots at Kodak, but bringing 6ix9ine in there to say, you did a song with 6ix9ine, 6ix9ine's a rat, but you did it as a street nigga because you were fucking broke. Ironically, I think it's kind of like already known. YB was gonna do probably the same song. They just like the reality behind that story is that they asked for more money. 6ix9ine, I don't know if I ever told you the story. 6ix9ine agreed to pay YB $1 million. It was like kind of okay, cool. They bridged the conversation, and then YB came back, and no, it wasn't YB. I think it was his managers. They came back and said, "No, we're not doing it for $1 million. We're doing it for $2 million." And they just felt like, I know 6ix9ine felt like he was kind of getting hold a bit because he was like, bro, come on, like, bro, like you're not getting $1 million for a feature. I think YoungBoy himself had posted on online saying he'll do a feature for $300K, and 6ix9ine was down to pay him $1 million. And basically, the $1 million supposedly was being thought about. It was like, oh no, we could do it, and then it turned into $2 million, right? And I forgot what happened there, but I know 6ix9ine and YB was talking about doing a song, because I think YB had said something on when me and him was on Clubhouse, and they were talking about doing a song, but communication broke down. They never did a song. Okay, just so y'all know. However, it's ironic that Mellow Rackz, who's now rocking with YB, says that about Kodak, because obviously Kodak took the $1 million, right? Now, what happened was that 6ix9ine, he not going to just sit by and just get his back kicked in. Nigga, 6ix9ine called my phone, nigga, and he was just like, he said, I'm over here doing my own business. I'm doing my thing. I'm getting ready for blah, 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 blah. He's still doing his music thing. And he's like, I know I didn't hear what I think I heard. And I said, nigga, what did you hear? He said, nigga, did I hear that bit Mellow Rackz say, yo, Kodak did a song with a rat? I'm like, yeah, I think that was in the lyrics. I didn't even know this detail. He said, I fucked the dog shit out of her raw, nutted in her face on Steve Will Do It balcony. I said, did you? He says, yes. He said, call Steve Will Do It. I said, I don't care that much. He said, I'm commenting on your page. Nigga, just repost my comment. And he did just that, and I reposted the comment. Okay. I'm sorry. Where is it at? Where the fuck is the comment at? God damn, I can't find it now. I can't find the comment now. Holy shit. Don't tell me they reported the comment. 6ix9ine gonna keep it real funky. He was gonna keep it real funky with that shit. What did he say though? What did he say? Let me scroll down. Oh, right here. Okay. 6ix9ine says, nah, saying you did a song with a rat, but that same rat you was sucking off for $100 in Steve Will Do It's house on a balcony was diabolical. Steve, if I'm lying, I'm flying. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I, of course, believe this, but this is why, and by the way, I'm not even going to shame Mellow Rackz. Listen, Mellow Rackz ain't a virgin. I'm not going to call her a whore. You call her whatever you want. Mellow Rackz been doing her thing. She been fucking with this person. She been moving around doing her thing. Okay? Hey, this sounds like something that probably happened. For me, this just looks crazy when Kodak is confronting another man about it. It's like me dissing a nigga about Selena Powell. Right? It's like me saying, yo, you see me with Selena Powell, you want to go get with Selena Powell. Niggas would just look at me and like, bro, you're crazy. Like, you're insane. Like, brother, you need help. So that's the only thing, and I love Kodak, but Kodak, I hope after seeing this, gang, if she's exchanging communications, brother, I know, and just don't fall victim to the 50 Cent syndrome. Not because you proposed to her. Bro, it's cool. Like, we don't even, like, you never married her. You don't got no kids with her. That's not even a big L. Whatever. Like, you was in love for a little bit. Cool. Bro, don't crash out over this girl, bro. Please don't crash out over this girl. This girl clearly, like, she's trying to get on. She got a little wave. And yes, like, she's going to do, like, let me tell you this. When I interviewed Chrisean Rock, and I think this is the majority of these women in this industry, when I asked Chrisean Rock about her quote-unquote love for Blueface, I'm like, you got his face tatted right here, and like Jonathan right here. You know what she says? The majority of the reason I did it wasn't for love. She told me about the tattoo. She says, if I made a lot of money with you, I tattoo your face even bigger. And I really got to believe that most women in this industry, because I'm telling you, it's like, maybe these rappers just fall in love quickly. These women, they're doing it to get a bag. They're doing it for opportunities. They're doing it to set their career up. So yes, Shorty's doing whatever she got to do. She's using y'all rappers. She probably got that fire because all y'all keep talking about her and keep entertaining her. Like, put it like this. I wouldn't be putting I'm not going to be platforming and making or even looking like you're my main girl when you used to be fucking with some other nigga. Like, but anyway, this is the industry. I get it. So me personally, I don't see what Mellow's doing nothing wrong. I just see Kodak, and obviously Youngboy hasn't reacted to this yet. But if Youngboy reacted to this, I would say Youngboy looks crazy too. And possibly some people could say, well, Youngboy does look crazy because why would you put on a chick who's fucking everybody and you give her a song and do X, Y, and Z for her? Maybe. I don't know. But all I got to say, man, y'all dudes better not be beefing or crashing out over this woman. Let her do what she want to do. She got a little buzz. She's going to do whatever to keep that buzz afloat, that 15 minutes to turn to an hour. Please, y'all are rappers with millions of dollars. Y'all got to stop crashing out over chicks who clearly would fuck 6ix9ine on the balcony for $100. Come on, bro. Come on. All right, that's all I'm saying, man. All right. I actually believe 6ix9ine. Do I believe he paid her $100? No. I think Mellow is a chick who's been around, and she probably was with 6ix9ine for a bit. Actually, supposedly 6ix9ine said I saw them together, which I'm like, what? I don't know. Anyway, they fucked. Who cares? Who cares? Right? Who cares? Right? There's a lot of girls like that in the industry. They're fucking any producer, any engineer, any executive, any blogger that could give them a hype, and it is what it is. Okay. So that's the whole 6ix9ine. And by the way, I don't think Kodak Black has mentioned anything else about it. But Kodak's unhinged behavior has gotten one person to start, kind of getting at him, and that's actually Jackboy. I'm gonna get to what Jackboy said, but Kodak got on live afterwards, and Kodak was just kind of, I want Kodak to beat the allegations, but he's not that coherent, so people are gonna assume all the negative, assumptions about drugs and everything else because of his lack of him being coherent. However, I will say that Jackboy jumped in the conversation and he said this about Kodak.
You make 17, 18 bands a month, but nigga feel like, I was a rapper, I'm Kodak, I'm too good to get my CDLs. Bruh, put your pride I put my pride to the side and started a restaurant, fam. Everybody can't start restaurants. Everybody ain't good with, he not good with customer service. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have customer service for restaurant. Bruh, smoke crack, bruh. Bruh, gotta, you know what I'm saying? So go grab your CDLs. That shit, hey, driving, that boy be driving for 4 days, boy. That boy never go to sleep, boy. That boy be driving for 4 days on God. You better go get your CDLs or a nigga like me gonna wind up signing your ass, boy. Nigga, alright, boy, you see how Jay-Z signed us, boy? Let me stay out that shit. But a nigga like me, alright. He gonna be like, fuck, bitch. You made 17, 18. They say Mellow went crazy. Mellow ass went dumb. They say nigga better get their CDLs. Nigga better get their CDLs, boy. One thing about me, when that music shit got hard for me, fam, I bowed out the way. I ate. Let me go get the restaurant. Let me go cop in 5 pieces on my own. Pluto throw me shit. I be kicked back in my zone, nigga. I trap with my bitch. I got out y'all way. So when shit go to getting tough, go get your CDLs, man. Know what I'm saying? Go get you mad at niggas. You wanna fight. Now you wanna tussle with niggas. Go get your CDLs, man. They say Mellow went crazy. Mellow ass.
Okay, so here's the thing. And honestly, Jackboy, I don't know where your relationship went bad with Kodak, but I got to remind you and anybody else to whom it may concern, Kodak might be a crackhead. I'm not saying he is, but let's assume he is. If Kodak is a crackhead, if Kodak got one eye, 1 foot, if he could barely speak, Kodak Black is a legend. He will never have to get a CDL. He'll always be able to command upwards of at least 50 to 60,000, which, by the way, his rate from what I've heard is over 150 to 200,000 right now if you want to get him for a festival. But the point blank period conversation is that Kodak Black is not you, Jackboy. Jackboy, with all due respect, I like you. I think your career, you've had motion and movements at time, but there's a very big difference between you and Kodak Black. Kodak Black is a hit maker, one of the legends. He could stop making music right now. He could never get another hit. He is a legend. He could perform off of that for the rest of his life. He will never have to go drive a truck. He don't got to start no restaurant. He could have a bad gambling habit. He could have, again, these are things I don't want him to have, but we have to point out the difference. This idea that maybe you think that he's not, maybe mentally not going through the greatest of time, or maybe you think he's strung out on drugs, just be very clear. Kodak Black is a legend, and at the end of the day, he'll always be fine because there'll always be Rolling Loud to book him. There's always will be fans that want to hear him, even perform old songs from 2017. And unfortunately, that's just not the case with, for example, you. Again, it's all good to make fun of him for his lack of sobriety, because I ain't gonna lie, I am concerned about him and his drug use. But to try to make his career sound like he needs to go get a job, we're not talking about the likes of some of these other guys, all right? And who I can't even tell who comes to mind. But Kodak Black is not in that boat. He's going to be rich forever, literally and figuratively. And, he's going to be fine. So, again, while I do hope he gets off of drugs and manages money and all his finances and everything properly, I can't sit here and act like Kodak Black career is over with. Kodak is always one hit away. Kodak is one dope album away. Now, I'm not going to lie. I do think Kodak Black, it's been a while since he gave us a really cohesive project that really made us fully buy into the stories. I do think he puts out good music. It's just that I feel he's scatterbrained, and I feel like he's a little bit frustrated with music because he's hitting his head on the ceiling. He doesn't see where the growth could come in. He feels like other people, and this goes back to his beef or his conversations, or when people thought he was hating on 21 Savage. He feels that other people get the opportunity that he should get. He felt that he should have did a collab album with Drake before 21 because Drake was fucking with his shit before, and he felt this, that, and third, and this, that, and third. I get all that, but at the end of the day, nothing's promised and nothing's, owed to you in music. You got to go earn it. So, Kodak just got a lot back in. To me, the difference between a Kodak Black and an NBA Youngboy is that even though Youngboy be sometimes strung out, not no more, Youngboy was always focused on the image, the music, and even if some of the music was miss instead of hits, the fans were still buying into the entire movement. The thing with Kodak, people are starting to stop looking at him like a street nigga and start looking at him like a crack addict. I don't know if he does crack, but when people start looking at you like you're a patient that needs rehab instead of the person who is a project baby, who is a street nigga that's standing on business, that's going to affect, most of these rappers, I always say that Meek Mill's career got killed by his public image. When people stop looking at you as what you're been promoting and selling, and now they look at you as the Twitter guy, it hurts you. When people start looking at you as the drug addict, it hurts you. And if Kodak could try to course correct, I think his shit could be back on the up and up, but I don't know if he will. I think Kodak realizes that no matter what, he could show up to Rolling Loud 30 minutes late. He could just not even perform the song, hold the mic out there, just dance a little bit. Go Yak, go Yak. He does his thing, and $150,000 still cashes in his bank account. He got all the cars. He got whatever he wanted in life. And, sometimes accomplishing a lot too quick starves you of that drive you need to keep focused. And I don't know. Maybe that's what it is, or maybe it's drugs. Let me not try to take that out of the mix. But, again, I do care about Kodak, and I do want him to be the very best version of himself. I've compared his poetic style and some of the words and some of the stories he would tell to somebody that is as great as Tupac Shakur. So I don't want him to be the crack fiend, Famous Dex type nigga. With all due respect to Famous Dex, So hopefully course corrects. But Jackboy, if you want to do anything for Kodak, get him to rehab. But getting him to get a CDL, I don't know. A CDL probably could help you. It can't help Kodak. Kodak don't look like he could drive a motherfucking thing but a boat. Okay? And he's not broke. He won't be. Anyway. Okay, so that pretty much happens. Donald Trump was supposedly considering to pardon Diddy. And, you know, I've even thought that Diddy's probably going to get 5 years. I've predicted this. Diddy's going to get 5 years or 4 to 5 years. He's already served 1. But regardless, he's going to have 4 more years to serve with some of the drug programs and whatever, reducing his time by a little bit more. But regardless, he's going to serve time until at least 2028, right? I believe that on Donald Trump's last day in office, Donald Trump will pardon Diddy. I said that a pardon was out of the question if he got convicted of any sex trafficking charge, which there were 2, or actually 3, one within the RICO, one of Cassie specifically, and the escorts associated with her, and one of Jane Doe and the escorts associated with her. He got cleared of all sex trafficking charges, and he got cleared of all racketeering charges that included sex trafficking, forced labor, arson, and any type of, you know, very violent stuff that the RICO entailed. The only thing he got convicted of is that the dude got convicted of paying for penis. Like, that's essentially what it is. He got convicted of the transportation of individuals for prostitution, which is just basically buying penis and traveling them across state lines. Listen, selling pussy is like is as old as like the Stone Age, man. I mean, that should go back to biblical times. So I think Trump, while, you know, he probably won't say, oh, no, I bought pussy too. I think that's a pardonable offense, since that's the only thing he was convicted of. And I thought that he would do it as a gesture as he exits politics, so to speak, even though Trump and his family, you know, I think one of the Trumps are going to have to step up to carry on the MAGA flag somehow, because I don't think the Trumps are done with politics after Donald Trump, you know, 8 years in office ends in 2028. But it would give him some goodwill among a lot of communities if he pardoned. And I think that's what he was looking for when he pardoned Kodak, Lil Wayne, and even when he went and got A$AP Rocky. So and by the way, he pardoned Youngboy, right? So I think that Diddy was in line to get that, and he would get it on the last day. However, he was asked recently, and there was a conversation, and he did an interview, and people have been thinking, now, you know why this is important? The judge is probably looking at this. They shouldn't, but they're probably looking at this to say, well, if I'm going to sentence this guy, Trump is going to pardon him. Now, it could work both ways. If I'm the judge and I think Trump is going to pardon this guy that I'm going to sentence, I'm going to give him a harsher sentence that people could look at me as tough on crime, right? It looks like I'm respecting the victims. At least I did everything in my power to keep this guy in jail. So you give him a harsh sentence, because the idea is, well, he gonna get out on a pardon anyway, right? If I'm Diddy's team, I really don't want this conversation to be up for conversation right now. Let me get sentenced first, because again, they might give you a harsher sentence. Anyway, Trump was asked about it, and he spoke about it in an interview, and this is what he said in the interview about possibly pardoning Trump. He said, pardon Diddy. He said this.
Sean Diddy Combs,
right?
Would you consider pardoning him?
Well, he was essentially, I guess, sort of half innocent.
Yes.
I don't know what they do. He's still in jail or something, but he was celebrating a victory, but he seems, I guess it wasn't as good as a victory. Probably, you know, I was very friendly with him. I got along with him great, and seemed like a nice guy. I didn't know him well. But when I ran for office, he was very hostile.
He said some not so nice things about you, sir.
And it's hard, you know, like you, we're human beings.
Right.
And we don't like to have things cloud our judgment, right? But when you knew someone and you were fine, and then you run for office and he made some terrible statements. So I don't know, it's more difficult. It makes it more, I'm being honest, it makes it more difficult to do.
But more likely a no for Combs,
I would say so.
Okay. And what about George Santos?
Boy.
Sean Diddy Combs,
Right.
would you consider pardoning him?
Well, he was essentially, I guess, sort of half innocent.
Yes.
I don't know what they do. He's still in jail or something, but he was celebrating a victory, but he seems, I guess it wasn't as good as a victory. Probably, you know, I was very friendly with him. I got along with him great, and seemed like a nice guy. I didn't know him well. But when I ran for office, he was very hostile.
He said some not so.
One thing with Trump, man, he definitely uses the office of the presidency as a very petty way of saying, listen, the way you treat me, I will treat you. And one thing I don't know if you admire it about him or you think maybe this is a disgusting way to use the presidency or the office of the presidency. He does favors for favors. Oh, you fuck with me? All right, I'll fuck with you. Okay, cool. All right, you help me out? I'll help you out. And he kind of does that. You know what I mean? That's what I keep telling y'all. You know what I mean? It's my boy. It's my boy right there. You know what I mean? But, you know, again, the power of pardoning really rests and relies in the hand of the president of the United States. You know, it's solely his decision. So he could do it or not. If you ask me, I think he will do it. But I think right now he's not going to commit to doing it. Right? Like, again, the young boy thing, I think he was going through some other shit. There was some international issues and there was some MAGA stuff that was happening here. He gave a few little nuggets. First of all, he wanted to get a few of his people, you know, pardoned, but he gave a couple other people some little tokens or trinkets. Like he basically gave young boy a pardon. He granted clemency not clemency. He commuted the sentence of Larry Hoover on the federal life sentences, right? However, you know, I don't think he's going to do the Diddy. I think he's going to do the Diddy thing. It's just not going to do it now. And I think people want him to commit on record to saying yes. And I think for him, he's showing how petty he is. He's like, that nigga did talk shit about me. Now, here's the thing. When he's leaving office, what we've known is that when Trump gets into his business bag, he does a lot of business, or he does care about the quote-unquote African-American or hip-hop consumer base, not necessarily their opinions, but the consumer base, and that's why he's going to throw out a Kodak Black or a Wayne, and I could see him pardoning Diddy, I'm going to be honest with you. Not that that's what the majority of black people want, but I could see him doing it. But the last day, not now, last day. So I think he said the right thing. He shows how petty he is. That nigga used to talk shit about me. You know, I ain't thinking about it right now. I ain't thinking about it. He used to talk shit about me. I ain't thinking about it right now. Last day of in office, if homie gets anything past 2028, Trump's pardoning him. I think so. I believe so. All right. 50 Cent, who was there to, you know, laugh at that, obviously, he says, yo, can you believe he thought he was getting pardoned? Okay. He said, no, sir, you are not. You said very nasty things, and he's laughing at it. Now, people kind of got at 50 to say, yo, why are you gloating over this? Like, yo, bro, you're a street dude. Like, why are you happy people are in jail? And he says, gloating. He said, that feels negative. No. I simply said Trump's not going to like the nasty things he said. Okay? So, obviously, 50 is, you know, I don't know if you want to say enjoying, but he doesn't seem like he's losing any sleep for the idea or the fact that Diddy is not getting out anytime soon, and definitely won't be getting out by pardon anytime soon. So we will see, my people. We will see. Somebody said 50 trolling days are past him. It's going to be a sad day in hip-hop. It's tough. It's tough. Okay. Give me a second. I want to get into this Cardi B stuff a little bit. It feels convoluted, though. The Cardi B stuff is convoluted. Chat, I'll tell y'all, the shit that Wack was hitting me about. I guess somebody hit him up with a coin, and they wanted me to like promote it or something. And they were like, yeah, it was like it's 150,000. You could just tweet it out. You got to be up for 8 hours. I'm like, fuck no. Listen, I don't want the SEC investigate me for nothing. I'm good. You know what I mean? So I texted Wack. I said, Wack, I'm good. I said, they done investigated Yachty. They done investigated Soulja Boy. I'm good. I want no parts with no coins, no pumps and dumps. I'm good, okay? Because you, listen, I don't want the SEC knocking at my door. Yeah, 150 sound good, but I am straight. I don't want no parts. No. Leave little old lack into this, man. Leave me out of this one. Leave me out of this one, brother. Leave me out of this one. Didn't Adam do one of them shits? They was baking that nigga. I'm good. I'm not that money hungry. I'm straight. Listen, the SEC gonna start arresting these niggas. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're gonna start getting a little bit more serious about like influencers constantly doing these like deals where like you get $300,000 and you tweet something out, and then this shit's like viral for whatever, and the market cap goes to $3-4 million, and everybody sells, and a bunch of people lose money. Okay, they're gonna make an example out of somebody. I don't want to be a part of that. I love whack, but I'm gonna, I'm pretty sure somebody came to whack with that idea, so whatever. But yeah, I'm good. I'm not doing that. If it was something else, like cool, but once I heard the amount of money, I was like, that's crypto. Before I even heard it, he just told me it was crypto now. I was like, once I heard that amount of money, I'm like, I'm good. I'm sure. Anyway, okay. Wait. Let's see. Did we cover the Ebro stuff? We kind of did. We didn't really read all the tweets, but we did, right? Oh, give me a second. Oh, Tyler the Creator, man. Tyler the Creator. Tyler, I love you, Tyler. Now on some gay stuff, because I think you're gay, but well, he said he's gay. I don't know if he's actually gay, but I love you as a an artist. I gotta tell you this, man, and this is my opinion. I think you're pandering when you say this. So Tyler the Creator, he did an interview, and in his interview, he said that I think they asked him. There was like, he was talking about why he doesn't fly private jets, and I thought it was the biggest crock of bullshit ever. Right?
If you give a nigga a little wop, like nigga, planes are
they're like
expensive,
even one
nigga.
way is 40, right? Like
That's
it's like
Bro,
40.
and that's if you got the hookup. That's if you give a nigga a little wop, and like take a picture for his kids and sign something. Like that's the hookup part, nigga.
Okay, so he's basically talking about why he doesn't fly private jets, right? Let me see.
Strapped on.
Listen, convenience, nigga. That is money is awesome for convenient shit
Number
like
best thing.
that. Like for real, like no, nigga.
Can you wait? Are you still jumping on a commercial flight, first class?
Yeah,
You're still commercial.
I'm not. Listen.
You're not wasting your money on PJs.
Listen, granted, sometimes I'm grateful enough to experience taking a private plane with
Like
me and
with
my
LeBron
friends.
and Mav.
Yes, with. By the way, I hitchhiked that. No, literally, like these niggas going somewhere, and I was with Mav. He was like, "Oh, we going too. If you need a ride," and I'm like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah, me and Brian on the plane. We need a ride." I'm like, "Yeah, nigga." That's why I rapped about it, because I was like, "Oh, I'm at the point where I'm hitchhiking planes like that." But granted, sometimes like I'll take a plane jet. I try not to pay for that bitch. Like. I'm not. One thing Tyler's not about to do is go broke taking them planes. Nigga, I will hop.
So
on
people
that
can walk on. They will see you in Delta One,
bro. No. Actually, I don't want to kick it there. Like, what time the plane leaving? 12. Yeah. Nigga, I am there at 11:51.
Boom.
In there on the plane off. You will see me on that motherfucker listening to music, sucking a cookie down, boy. Like I am not.
Nah.
I mean, I remember looking at all the niggas from Atlanta I know, and every time they post these niggas on the jet, and I'm like, how much money are these niggas getting? Nigga, planes are not cheap, nigga.
Yeah, like if you have to pay for a flight, what do you end up dropping?
Bro, I don't even want to say that shit.
The number hurts your brain to even say out
like,
loud.
nigga, planes are
they're like
expensive,
even one
nigga.
way is 40, right? Like
That's
it's like
bro,
40.
and that's if you got the hookup. That's if you give a nigga a little wop, and like take a picture for his kids and sign something. Like that's the hookup part, nigga.
I thought if it was already going that way, you could get it. Like if it had
already
to go back,
going that way.
Like
No.
you know how that sometimes they have to like,
man.
oh, we have to be in LA, and you be like,
niggas, bro.
I can't. I think the coolest thing, was it T-Pain who was just like, you will see me here in first class. I am never spending my money on private jets.
No, not.
He was like, I'm trying to stay rich. I was like, I
no,
respect
for
it.
sure. I'm not there yet. But
Yo, Tyler, we love you, man, but I want you to just stop capping, my brother. Please, man. Yo, I hate when y'all rappers who are like getting like an abundant. You see, y'all will say that, but y'all don't say how much I get for a show. Because, of course, to a regular person, it sounds incredibly wild that you're paying $40,000 to go fly somewhere, right? But you guys have a hectic schedule. You guys are traveling. I want to make this make sense to y'all because, and I want to show you how rappers pander to the regular consumer. I'm not saying that you should just want to spend your money frivolously on private jets, but I want to tell you, and I want to have y'all make an educated decision because the rappers won't tell you this, okay? Of course, if you don't have nothing going on and you're flying private and you're just wasting your money and you're going somewhere and you're spending $60,000 either for a round trip or maybe like, well, if you're going to LA from Teterboro, so that's like New York to LA, you're going to spend for a 10-person jet, you're going to spend about like $60,000 to $70,000 per leg. So you're going to spend $120,000 to fly there and fly back. Now, of course, if you're going there to do a gig for $20,000, $30,000, you're an idiot, right? Like you're clearly an idiot, right? You know. Now, here's the thing. Everything about private jet is, of course, it's luxury, but it's also about making sense, right? Tyler, the Creator, and this is why I said, like, I think he's pandering and he's capping. And I wish he would tell the whole story because it would make more sense. So Tyler, the Creator, has an entire team. When he's performing and when he's been on tour, he's traveling with 20 people. He's not just traveling alone. It's not just him. He's not just showing up with his DJ and one security. Got assistants, stylists. He got all type of wardrobe people. He got stage people. He got a lot of people. These guys are entire companies, okay? So let's actually just see if this would make sense. And this is why I said he's capping, okay? Because I know some of these things for a fact, and I know the behind the scenes, and I get it. Listen, I'm not here to encourage spending money frivolously. But when rappers get on here to front, they're actually trying to just placate to y'all and act like y'all are them. So let me actually give you a little bit of his business, right? And you tell me if if this makes sense. Okay. So, and everything I'm telling you is a motherfucking true. And I wish Tyler would come out or he could show the receipts if I'm lying. So, let's just say, and I'm gonna give you real numbers because when they say these numbers, you're like, oh my God, it is so much money. Tyler, the Creator, ACL Fest 2024. Okay. Let's look up the lineup. Here we go. Can we find the flyer? Here we go. Okay. So Tyler, the Creator, was actually booked to do ACL Fest. Here we go. In 2024. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, I'm going to give these details. I know some of this is proprietary. Don't ask me how I know. But I'm giving these details because when y'all sit there and y'all act like y'all cheap and y'all could only afford a $1,500 flight when really you're traveling with 20 to 30 people and you have this big operation, it would make sense for you to fly private. Tyler, the Creator, did this Austin City Limits Music Festival. It's 2 weekends. You see one weekend here. You see another weekend here. You got paid $4 million for each weekend, $8 million. So you're telling me that you can't afford a $100,000 flight when you're flying 30 people with you? Come on, bro. Stop it. This is like cap to me. Like this, when rappers say this, we know the rappers who shouldn't be flying private. Tyler knows what I'm saying is true. You got paid $4 million for one weekend. You got paid $4 million for the other weekend. You got paid $8 million in 2 weekends. Yes, a $100,000 flight, which by the way, it wouldn't be $100,000. It would be like $60,000. $60,000 or maybe let's say call it $100,000. $100,000 is a lot of money for a flight. Yes, but you're flying with so many people. You're an entire operation. You're an entire operation. Like, I get it. You want to appeal. Like, Tyler, you got to tell. When y'all are saying this stuff about these private flights, you should tell these people how much you're making for a festival appearance. Travis Scott got $8 million for the last Coachella he was at. Like, these guys are not getting pennies and peanuts. Like, these guys are getting paid like they're getting their bread buttered on both sides. So again, I'm not saying these guys should frivolously spend their money. I'm telling you why people do fly private. Like Beyonce's not getting on American Airlines. Why? Beyonce travels with 100 people. There's going to be the people who drive the trucks. She has a whole glam team. She has personal assistants. She has wardrobe people there. She has hair, makeup, everybody, family, this and third. Come on, it makes sense. Beyonce's getting like damn near $10 million a show. I know these numbers sound exorbitant to you because, of course, a private jet amount sounds exorbitant. You're right. But when you realize that Tyler, the Creator, gets $4 million per weekend I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this fucking concert till about 3 weeks ago. I found out about this concert 3 weeks ago, and I got everybody's what they got paid. And I'm like, all right, let me look at how much they got paid. Tyler, the Creator, got $4 million per weekend? Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. These niggas they're loving it. I got some other prices recently. It's been good. Gunna getting $500,000 for a festival. I'm like, what the fuck? These guys are really getting it. So anyway, and this is not about Gunna. This is about Tyler. I'm like, yo, Tyler, please just stop the cap, brother. Tyler, you're getting paid multi-million dollars to do a festival. I'm going to be honest with you. It's, as a businessman and a guy who's an entire company, it's probably in your best interest to not be waiting for delays, pilot mishaps, plane mishaps, or schedule airport air control delays because you can't get to the festival that you're headlining for $4 million for an hour for 2 weekends. So $8 million for 2 hours. Brother, not everybody should be on a private jet, but you should be with your entire team. That would probably make sense more than buying 30 first-class flights. 30 first-class flights, probably $1,000 to $2,000. It ends up being $60,000. The comfort and luxury, you pay a little luxury tax, maybe 20% more. Yes, it does make sense, brother. Sorry. Okay? But I get it. To appeal to the audience doesn't like when people talk about how rich they are. You're going to act like you're not getting paid millions per show. And by the way, I have no problem with Tyler, the Creator. I like him. But you're going to act like you don't get paid multi-millions per show, and you're going to act like you're the regular man. You're not the regular man, but there are certain rappers who are living beyond their means. Those rappers should stop. You, sir, should operate in the most systematic and I'm about to fuck up that word. Systematic way to make your business, and it would be you're with 30 people, bro. Like, these guys, it's not like these guys are showing up like, yo, DJ, play that song. Like, these guys have a whole set list. They have a whole thing, bro. Like these guys are great performers. Like, Tyler, the Creator is actually one of the, from what I've, I haven't, did I see him? I didn't get to see him. I was supposed to see him one time. He had invited me, but I didn't get to see him. He's one of the best performers. He's one of the best performers. What concert is this? I think he's the only black person on this lineup. Tyler, the Creator. Yeah, he's the only black person I see on here. Who are these other niggas? Karen Leon, Nora Jones. What the fuck? Oh, Tyler Black. Orville Peck. Who are these people, man? Jesus Christ. I heard Big X the Plug was getting some serious bank too. Big X the Plug is running it up. I might talk about Big X the Plug later on because I do think Big X the Plug is one of the only artists that is still, he's breaking through the noise. Okay? Big X the Plug is breaking through the noise. I think these days it's so hard for artists to break through the noise. They're doing very different and sometimes goofy things to try to break through the noise. They're streaming, they're doing that, they're doing this. And genuinely and organically, Big X the Plug, not a looker, he's a big fat greasy looking dude, no disrespect to him, that's from Texas, but his music is so good. Like, with him, everybody I've spoken to, they love his music. And it's one of those, like, I think what I'm realizing, and y'all gotta tell me, why do you think Big X the Plug, like, when I looked at the charts, and we could probably look at it now, he's probably gonna be one of the, I don't know if he still has a song on the Billboard charts, but I remember we had looked at it at one point. He was one of the only artists that still had a song that was surviving on that charts. And then you have to think about why. Why is Big X the Plug having so much success? Look, he's at 27. Why? His music is so good. He has a message to it. He's using these really dope samples. Like, musically, sonically, everything is great. He's saying something, and you get to realize so much of music now, because I think what happened, and I'm not blaming Cardi, but music has turned into fuck what you're saying, fuck what you mean. It's about the feeling. Oh, this is the turn up shit. This is the we just getting high shit. It's just about. I remember Yachty specifically was trying to explain to me the allure of certain type of music, and he said to me, it's these days you just want to capture the feeling in the song. It's not about what you say, it's the feeling. If you could capture the feeling, that's what people want. And to a certain extent, that's what they do. However, that music doesn't last. Like, it comes and goes. It's like the feeling literally comes and goes. With Big X the Plug, he's one of the only hip-hop artists he's actually breaking through. You're going to see consistently. By the way, they're not like pushing him down our throats. Pause. They're not doing a Deutschie to us. But his music, you're going to see, is going to be on the charts. You're going to hear it more than normal. And I have to say, you have to look at this guy's music. His music is it's different. It's different. I've noticed I go back to his album, I play his album, and I'll listen to certain songs, or certain songs might come up on my Spotify or whatever, and then it always gets me to play it back again, and I'm listening to him, I'm listening to what he says. Russ, remember we went through the whole thing where Russ is saying, listen, man, we don't give a fuck what people say no more, or not we, but he was saying that people don't care about what you say anymore. With Big X the Plug, I'm actually listening to the nigga, and I really do care what the nigga has to say. And I think that's like a difference between him and most musicians. If I asked you who are the top 5 rappers right now, you probably wouldn't name Big X the Plug. Yet, if we talk about nigga who's had a song on the Billboard charts, he's been one of the most successful artists this year. Honestly, there's something different about his music. Now, again, I was just thinking about it. I'm like, there's something here. Let me. What's the take here? And, obviously, that's my job, where I'm trying to figure things out, like I could put it in a conversational aspect here. But why is Big X the Plug the only artist? Like, Lil Baby dropped an album. With all due respect to him, we haven't talked about it since then. Nothing broke through. There's nothing that we need to talk about. Why? He probably makes, and actually not probably, he does make music for the club in that moment, hot for 2 months, and then we move on to the next hot thing. Trendy. Super trendy. Usually works, but with any trend, the trend gets old. Trendy, you move on. And anytime you hear that song afterwards, it reminds you of the time it was trendy, but it's not cool anymore when you play it later. You never want to play. Big X the Plug, I'm telling you, his music is different. Very different. Am I tripping? Tell me if I'm tripping. I could be tripping. Yeah, I could be like, nah, you tripping, man. You tripping, nigga. Am I? Give me a second. I'm loading up YouTube here. I could look at what y'all are saying. I've really been enjoying his music, man. Can't even lie to y'all. But also, I'm watching his music succeed. It's like Big X the Plug is giving me, and maybe it's a fat nigga shit, because it's the same thing with Rod Wave's music when he first came out. When Rod Wave came out, there was a bunch of hot songs, but those songs never lasted. Rod Wave's music lasted, and that's why Rod Wave's doing all these arenas. Rod Wave's music, it was just something more to Rod Wave's music that just had some more soul, some more meaning, some more substance that you could latch onto, that you didn't only play it when it just came out because it was the hot thing to do. You would constantly go back to it, and you would constantly go back to his catalog. I don't know what it is. There's a lot of artists that's in hip-hop that they are, I don't want to call them fly-by-night artists. I don't want to disrespect them, but their music is just simply trendy, and I think what's missing in music, there isn't the substance to get you to go back to it. Like, you ever play a song from 3 years ago, right? And you're like, you start playing it for the next like 3 weeks, and it's almost like it's new again to you, but it's because it meant something. Like, a lot of these songs now, it's like, you hear them once, you heard it 4 million times already. Like, it just doesn't matter. And I kind of want to say it's about having some soul to it. I was even thinking about, I'm like, maybe it's the sonics. Like, I've listened to some of the Big X the Plug stuff. He got the samples and some of those, some of those sample filled music kind of evokes a different energy. Rod Wave does it too. Like some of those it evokes like a different type of maybe that's what it is. But these guys are also saying some shit. Regardless, even if you disagree with me, the question I'm asking y'all, and I want y'all to answer it, and would love for this conversation to continue, is why is a lot of the music, I would go to say about 80% of mainstream music in hip hop, just, it's not connecting. And what I mean not connecting, I'm not saying there aren't hits. It's just not, it's not breaking through the noise. Which means other than those 2 to 3 weeks that is being heavily promoted by the label or the artist, nobody cares. Why isn't music not breaking through? Is the songs not hot enough? I think they're just not saying nothing, and I think that there's no soul to it. I think hip-hop has to, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out again. And somebody said, this is why niggas love Kodak. I think this is why niggas love vintage Kodak. Vintage Kodak, there was like this poetic, definitely a message in it. Shit, even Youngboy, there's this like pain and hurt where people are always going to identify with. Shit, even Drake. I mean, the idea of having like this introspective filled music that bottles up pain, hurt, or, you know, honesty, that's always going to last. A lot of this other stuff just doesn't last. You think they're pushing Big X the Plug hard? They are pushing Big X the Plug, but I think it's because his music is, they're not just pushing him because he's some fat black Negro from Texas. They're pushing him because his music genuinely is already connected and breaking through the noise. The idea and the question here is, how do you break through the noise? Tracy says, well, Kendrick's music's breaking through. Well, I'll give you that too. Again, this is not an anti-Kendrick or pro-Kendrick thing. Yeah, I think some of Kendrick's music does break through the noise. Absolutely. I'll give you that too. But here's the point. I think I'm talking about the rest of hip-hop. I'm not talking about necessarily Drake's. I'm not talking. The 4 artists I'm taking out of this is Drake, Rod Wave, Big X the Plug, Kendrick. I'll take them out of it, right? Obviously, there's much more people, but I'm just taking them out because we just mentioned them. I'm talking about the regular, you know, run-of-the-mill artists, like a lot of these guys who I think we haven't even seen for a while. And sometimes they have tried to drop and we just be like, what? Because it's like the microwave. It came and it went. Raw Rap Now says, it sounds like time was put into it. Studio quality, good lyrics, production, on point, no gimmicks or auto-tune. Maybe that's what it is, but there's something, chat. I think we're going to have that conversation because, of course, you know, I've taken the stance that, hey, you know, I think the battle kind of like sucked the life out of hip hop and other music, but there's always going to be a Future. Future is always going to come back with a song like My Little Demon. He's always going to have a hot song. Future is always going to be Future. He's a hit maker. He's always going to have one, right? Baby's going to catch one from time to time. Not saying these guys are kind of like constants now. I'm talking about like these other artists. There's like so many other artists in the mix, and it's like when's the last time you've heard a song where you're like, yo, yeah, I'm going to be bumping this like for a really long time? Or are you like, well, everybody bumping it now, I'm bumping it now, but when the next hot shit come out, I'm bumping that. Somebody says it's just saturation. Maybe it is. Somebody says the Clips album. So do you guys think the Clips album? Again, remember the you know, again, I don't want to down no artist. This is not a segment to down artists. This segment is to talk about the state of hip hop music. Breaking through the noise. That's a proverbial term. Breaking through the noise, right? Yeah. If Future drops a record that everybody's dancing to in the club for the next 2 months, yeah, that's hot. But does it break through the noise of, oh, everybody just needs something trendy? Is it something that people are going to be really invested in and really give a fuck about? I don't know. Somebody said Thug is scared to drop. I think Thug's in an interesting position. I think the longer he takes to drop, he has to come with a perfect album, and it's going to be tough. All right. Somebody said, I don't think people give a fuck about hip-hop no more, honestly. That's not true. The music still dominates everything. Like, here's the thing. The idea that people don't give a fuck about music is a fallacy. half of our lives revolve around music. When you're on the train, when you're in the car driving to work, you're going to be listening to music. Maybe you don't focus on that much, but it's part of life. It's something that you don't remove. Now, granted, I have said over time, I think music and podcasts have fought for the listener's attention. Like, for example, I think a lot of people on Twitch, they rather just hear their streamer talk to them than listen to a bunch of music, right? So if we're thinking about competing for their attention, yeah, there's competition there. But music is definitely, it's tied into people's lifestyle. Going to the club, any type of celebration, music it's just coupled with that. So you can't really say people just don't give a fuck about music anymore. I get what you're trying to say. People don't give a fuck about hip hop music. Well, what music do they care about then? You're going to say Ordinary by Alex Warren? Maybe, but I don't listen to it. It's interesting, man. I think we're looking for more music that breaks through the noise. By the way, this Burning Blue song by Mariah the Science has been going crazy, huh? This shit been on the charts for forever. 12 weeks on the charts? Damn. Okay, good for her. Good for her. All right. Interesting. Hopefully we keep that conversation going on. By the way, yo, what's the dirt, man? What's the dirt? I want to go, not going to drink y'all to death. Don't worry. Calm it down. Simmer down, people. I love y'all. I know it's a Saturday night, and by the way, I appreciate every single one of you guys for spending any moment, especially your weekend with me. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. You guys could be with anybody else and anywhere else. So if you're here, I appreciate you. Okay. So, I'm going to be honest. I haven't hit Drake about, I think I told you guys the last time I hit Drake about some shit. Like I'm trying to not be so much the insider for this new drop and be a fan. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's going good. Why? Because Drake's putting some effort into it. So I could genuinely feel confused. I could have questions. And I'm this time around not relying on the idea that I have a relationship with him to be like, yo, so you tell me what I'm supposed to get from this, right? Instead, I'm actually being a fan, which is actually good. The Iceman episodes, I thought the first one was good. The second one, I was like a little bit disappointed, even though I guess that was a preview to which one. And I've been really trying to figure out, it feels like Drake is trying to tell us a story. There's constantly a theme. He's wearing the same clothes. There's a bunch of things that looks like he's filmed that's supposed to carry on a plot. Don't know what he's trying to say. We see him working in an ice factory. That's like the ice element, but we see Pinocchio. We see him in these vintage spots. Obviously, we now know he was in Manchester. That was because he was linking with Central C, but we also saw him in Toronto. What is really the theme behind this album? Shout out to my man, What's the Dirt? He did a pretty good explanation of, little tidbits that he took away from it. And, this is 25 minutes. We're not going to play the whole thing, but we should probably play a little bit of it if you guys didn't know. And again, we are in the age of, I think artists are realizing, the top tier artists is that fans want to feel challenged. They want Easter eggs and shit like that. And I think Drake might be appealing to that. So let's listen to a little bit of what.
All right, guys. So 20 days ago, Drake dropped a stream titled Iceman Episode 1, which is something that we did break down on the channel. Now, a lot of us assumed that this would be a series of streams, and that turned out to be 100% correct because on July 24th at 9 p.m. Eastern, Drake dropped Episode 2. It's not easy to predict what he's doing with this rollout, like where this is going. So Drake is currently touring Europe right now, and when I looked at his schedule, I was really puzzled as to how he would even find the time to film the next Iceman episode. Everything that he's been doing takes an extreme amount of effort and time, and the fact that they're pulling things off like this on his day off between shows is really a testament to just how hard this team is working. It really seems like he's constantly working. Like, I don't even know when he sleeps. The first thing that we see is a black screen with nothing on it, and we hear the voice of an unknown man.
What's going on, man? It's been like 3 weeks since they found your truck. Shed is empty. No one can find you. You're not picking up. Everybody's looking for you, bro. This is going to be a problem.
I don't know who this man is, but it is a unique recording, as I can't find a single piece of media, a movie, or any audio that matches this quote. The man says that a truck was found 3 weeks ago, and this aligns great with the Iceman episode 1 drop, as we had Drake driving the delivery vehicle 19 days prior, which is pretty much 3 weeks. It's for that reason where I believe the voicemail from this man really acts as a narrative bridge to tie the 2 episodes together. So he ends off episode 1 in the truck. Now it's 3 weeks later. So Drake is really building on this character arc, and make no mistake, there is a story being told across these episodes. It's insanely cryptic, all of it. My theory on the voicemail is I believe the man leaving the message and what he's saying could be tied to Drake turning his back on UMG. As you know, Drake is currently in a legal war with the label, and after Not Like Us dropped, it's highly likely that he completely cut off communication with the label. Knowing who Drake is and what he meant to UMG, Drake going ghost probably made them pretty nervous. While all this is going on, Drake is quietly planning this lawsuit, and the label had no idea what was about to hit them. They probably tried to get in contact with Drake for a while, and he didn't respond. The man on the call sounds irritated and almost panicked. He's saying nobody can get a hold of you. This is going to be a problem, and you got to keep in mind, Drake acted as the label Superman for 15 years. A lot of the features and favors that he was doing were for artists under UMG. We're talking about a lot of money. Like, this is big business. Now all of a sudden, artists like DJ Khaled, who is under UMG, isn't getting a feature from Drake anymore, and that was literally the entire rollout for his album. The man had to cancel it because of it.
This guy's got 2 Drake songs on there, okay, 2.
I'm curious to know how many other artists from UMG that he's shutting the door on. Drake's first musical release after the beef was on June 4th with Wagwan Delilah, a complete spoof parody track, and at the time, most of us were wondering what the fuck Drake was doing, because this seemed to be the last type of track to drop directly after his beef with Kendrick. However, it's with this record where I believe he was simply trolling UMG.
Wagwan Delilah, double date me if you like me.
I think Wagwan Delilah was the first time they heard Drake's voice after the beef. Like, this is how they heard from him. Shortly after the beef, UMG dropped 2 pre-recorded Camila Cabello tracks with Drake that they already had in the stash. Drake then leaked a bunch of his own music on the Plot Twist Instagram, clearly without UMG's approval, since they flagged the post and rushed the songs to streaming. He followed that up with a full collab album with Party Next Door, who signed to OVO, not UMG. The project dropped under Santa Ana, which was Sony, limiting UMG's profits. From there, Drake did a Spanish feature with Chino Paquez, another artist signed by Drake for 1 album, and a new collab with Smiley, another one of his artists. Even when you look at the credits on the Party Next Door project, there isn't a single UMG artist. It has mostly independent Canadian producers, and there's no UMG in sight. And to me, this is what Iceman really means. It is all this. When Pusha T claimed that UMG stopped the Kendrick verse on the Clips album, I believe him, because I think they didn't want to piss Drake off even more. It's pretty obvious.
That's what Anthony Celeste told me. It was like UMG tried to salvage the relationship. This is before the lawsuit. And they were just saying, yo, Drake is upset. We don't want to piss him off anymore. Let's try to fix it. Okay?
Obvious they had high hopes of patching things up with Drake, but I can almost guarantee that that's never going to happen. Just take a look at the artist that he took out at Wireless Festival. Lauryn Hill, look into her history on how she feels about record labels. She is someone that had deep, ongoing issues with Sony and Roughhouse. She hated it, she walked away, and there are a lot of theories for what exactly happened with her and the industry. Bryson Tiller, under Sony. Lotto, Sony. Vanessa Carlton, this young girl was supposed to be a superstar, and it was with the exact same record that she played with Drake at Wireless, 1,000 Miles, that got her signed under UMG. Coming into her second album, she hated working with this label. She had zero creative control. They controlled her entire life. She absolutely hated it. and the industry chewed her up and spit her out, and she left in 2005.
My dream came true. I got this record deal. I thought it was gonna, it's gonna be this amazing situation. And at the end of the day, I was in a really bad situation with the people that I was working with.
Make her boobs bigger, make her butt higher.
There was a lot of weirdness. There's a lot of possessiveness that was happening.
Jay Huss, independently signed. 21 Savage, Sony, Mario, another artist that was used and abused by the system who had such little creative freedom. He walked away from the label in 2015 and went independent.
Well, you said that you had to leave 600 songs behind when you
Oh
left.
yeah. I left. There's a lot of songs that they had. I can't remember the exact number, but
Okay. A lot of songs.
Yeah.
Bobby Valentino, another artist who was under UMG that voiced his frustrations with album delays and less expected sales. He was dropped in 2008 and went independent.
Then you go get a label situation, and then here comes the label telling you what producers to work with, what your sound is.
That's an interesting take by What's the Dirt, right? I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking, I'm like, yo, Drake been trying to stay away from these U.S. artists, man. Like, he ain't been fucking with these niggas like that, bro. And to me, I was looking at him saying the whole UK rappers are the best rappers in the world. I'm like, damn, he got something against like some of these niggas who probably didn't stand up for him. But I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things where Drake is like, yo, I'm done doing favors for niggas. Maybe.
And then when it doesn't have success, you're gonna drop me. It's like, oh, well, it didn't work. Peace.
Sexy Red, not with UMG. She's with Gamma, independent label. Burna Boy, Warner, Skepta, independent. Central C, Sony. Vibes Cartel, independent. Dave, independent. PopCam, Warner. Rema was signed to a label called Maven, and in 2024, that label was purchased by UMG. Just 2 months after UMG made the purchase, he went into a Twitter rant and said the following: "Shakes my head, the fuck is this? Labels, get creative. Stop trying to clone me. No new music. Sorry. I'm too big for fake PR. Bye." He completely removed the label information from his Instagram and all of his socials. Like, industry insiders are saying he left. It's not confirmed, but it's obvious he's not happy. Every single guest at Wireless has either absolutely zero ties to UMG whatsoever, or they worked for UMG in the past, got taken advantage of, had a terrible experience, causing them to leave, or they got dropped and discarded like they were nothing. Not only does it seem like Drake is not collaborating with anyone under UMG's umbrella musically, but when it comes to UMG pulling in profit from artist show money, he seems to be making a statement with this also. Yeah, sorry, my delivery days are done. I did it for 15 years. Here you go, take the keys. The truck's empty.
Yeah, I wonder, that's interesting. That would be an interesting play if Drake is like, you know what? Y'all really co-signed a nigga aiming for the jugular when I've held this label in terms of urban music afloat. I've given every artist a feature. I've been the thing that's given them the stimulus package to generate revenue. I've generated revenue by dropping consistently over and over again. And this is how y'all repay me. All right, bet. Let's try this. Let me go help out everybody else that's not with y'all, and let's see if y'all feel it. That would be interesting.
Middleman lined it, then I cut him out the deal. Turn cutthroat for real.
The sad truth is most artists who leave major label deals never regain their momentum. At Wireless, Drake had special guests with long-standing issues with record labels, and that wasn't random. This is a quiet and calculated move that mirrors the narrative within his lawsuit.
You Neo in the Matrix, these niggas just Nemo in the ocean.
Drake has been laying out all the clues. Like, the guy is going independent, 100%. In episode 1 of Iceman, Drake is working at the manufacturing plant. He's a cog in the machine, just another worker inside the system. We see flashes of a young, hungry Drake, just a naive kid chasing the dream, but that innocence fades fast. The scene shifts to something far darker as we see Drake surrounded by guns with 2 larger rifles aimed at one another. And from the beginning, I saw this as a metaphor for the war with the label system, specifically UMG. When Drake clocks out and slams that gate shut, it is symbolic. He's not just ending a shift, He's walking away from the machine and he's going to war against them. Some rumors say that Iceman is the final album that is owed to UMG under contract. And if this is true, then it all makes sense. This is it. Like,
Chat, let me tell you this. It gets spooky every time that last album comes. By the way, I've heard the same, that Iceman is the last album. I heard there's a lot of things still happening, moving parts. A lot of things. I'll give y'all a tidbit, chat. I went down a rabbit hole, chat. I went down a rabbit hole. I was upset. This last 2 weeks. Everybody know NBA Youngboy is a close friend of mine. He's not an industry darling. I've always supported him. He supported me. I wasn't happy with some of the lack of placements that he was given and shown, despite the fact that he is and one of the biggest artists in the game. And I went down a rabbit hole and I talked to a lot of people. And I actually did come up with some answers. And the answers, and this is for YB fans who I know people trying to get on y'all like, YB flop, this and third. It's going to come back to this Drake point I'm making. This is Youngboy's last album on Capitol. He might not return. They have no incentive to push this shit like he's the biggest guy in the world. They have no incentive to push it. They've been trying to get him under another contract. He just got out of jail. They want to get him on another contract. He got a big-ass tour that he's about to do. He hasn't agreed to anything. They're not going to go crazy and let you go sell 150, 100,000 records and then you walk away to another company. No, nigga. Agree with us, stay in the plantation, and we'll make you win. That's how it is. So what I was told was that his label was more culpable, more than maybe DSPs and everybody else. He's on his last album over there. And I hear he's talking big shit again. He's talking big money. He wants big. If they want to keep him, he want big money. They, of course, don't, labels be, they try to lowball you. But when you think about the album, there was a lot of conversations that was supposed to be had, which is like, hey, listen, we can't have this motherfucker go sell 150,000, then he don't re-sign with us and he walk right back over to Atlantic. Yes, Atlantic wants him back. Surprise. They have new management. Shout out to Elliot over there. They want him back. They want him back. You get to realize when it comes to music, there's so much things happening in the background. This is supposedly Drake's last album. We're going to see a lot of interesting shit.
Iceman is his last work shift. He's done. So to me, it only makes sense that when he parks that truck and 3 weeks later, the man is saying they found it and it's empty, that's because Drake's days as UMG's delivery boy are over. And to me, this is a huge part of the premise behind Iceman and like what all this means. Anyways, the scene switches to a brick wall and you could see there's a door with a Pinocchio drawn onto it. Now, I actually tracked this exact location down, and as you could see here, the Pinocchio artwork isn't on the shot from Google Maps, so obviously Drake put that there for a reason. Filming it in Manchester makes sense because he had a show just the next night. Next, it switches to a scene where we see a pedestrian crosswalk sign, and I was able to find this location on the map as well. You can see that it's just up the street from the last scene. Something that you'll also notice.
This is another thing. You see, there's a lot of y'all YouTubers who keep talking smack about my boy What's the Dirt, but y'all don't put in half the effort. Y'all can't hate on somebody who works harder than you, who is better than you, and who is going to make sure he delivers and is more entertaining than you. There's a lot of y'all YouTubers, y'all mad at him for whatever reason. Y'all say, oh, no, you like Drake too much. Oh, you not with Kendrick. Whatever. This guy's doing a great job. Like, I ain't going to lie to you. This is some effort.
Here is that on the pedestrian sign itself is a hand-drawn sketch of what appears to be Spider-Man. And that's not even the first time that we saw this sketch. In episode 1, I remembered that when the scene showed the whiteboard with all the different types of ice on it, you could also see that same character again. At first, I really thought this was Spider-Man, but Certified Jarrett on Twitter claimed that this was the logo of Ben Dorado, who carried out a lot of design work for Party and Drake's album, and he also works closely with Drake's brand partner, Nocta. So I'm just not going to go down any Spider-Man rabbit holes yet. The scene then switches for the third time, and again, I traced it all on a map, so without a doubt, the last 3 shots were all filmed in the exact same area. As you can see here, this is the exact same location from Drake's stream. I saw people assume that this was like pre-recorded, but it's not. This is all live. Next, the scene switches to the inside of the building, and the business that Drake is at is called Sure Shot Brewing in Manchester. I even found a photo from this exact same scene with Drake on their website. They're a small independent company. Drake enters the scene still wearing the Iceman hoodie from the first episode, and you could see him looking at the red button on the left-hand side. Then he tinkers with the control panel in the front, which also has a red button, and the scene switches again, and he approaches another red button. You can't really see which buttons he's pressing. On Sure Shot's Instagram account, they shared some photos of Drake in their shop with the following caption: "Had a new brewer start last night. He turned on the chiller, prepped the lines, and locked up. Not sure he'll be back." So he's turning on the chiller, which kind of, is in line with the Iceman theme. So for anyone that doesn't believe that this was a live stream, the company clearly said that it all took place last night, and they even posted footage of the cameraman filming. This was definitely all in real time. Next, we switch to a scene with a man wearing a Pinocchio costume standing behind a tree with a red trailer behind him that reads "Deliveries."
That is impressive he's doing it in real time, because it looks like fans might have been there, but maybe they were prepped before, like, hey, listen, just don't interrupt. This is not the time for you to run up to him for a picture. He'll give you a picture afterwards, but just let him do his thing, because it's live.
Up to 27 million, all in a day's work, with the word work blocked out. The scene that we're looking at in this case is exactly across the street from the building that Drake is inside. Pinocchio is stalking Drake. Like he's watching them. The red trailer and the words that you are seeing is from a Royal Mail delivery truck in the UK. They have always parked their trucks in this location. Now, the slogan on the truck itself is interesting because of the number 27 million. This is the exact number of views that Kendrick's Super Bowl performance had on YouTube in the first 24 hours. Given the fact that Pinocchio is paired with that number, I just don't think it's a coincidence. Drake has made plenty of claims about bot usage, and now we've got a man literally stalking him in a Pinocchio costume, so there's no doubt in my mind that this character is meant to represent Kendrick. When we look at the character of Pinocchio, he is a wooden puppet fabricated by the man, and a fairy grants him the powers to be able to move around like a real person. From here, he desires nothing more than to be a real boy, and there is even a point in the 1940 Disney movie where Pinocchio is manipulated into performing at a puppet show by a fox named Honest John, as he ensures him that if he does this, it will make him a star.
Bright lights, music, applause, fame, straight to the top. Why, I can see your name in lights 6 feet high.
Pinocchio listens to Honest John, he does the show, and at first it all seems to be 100% worth it. However, he's ultimately trapped in a cage and is destined to be owned by the show owner for life.
To me, you are belonging. We will tour the world. Paris, London. You will make lots of money.
The role of Honest John in the Disney movie is an interesting parallel when we consider that John Janik, the CEO of Interscope Records, was so heavily involved in Kendrick's career. It's even more interesting when we see that John Janik has been named in the UMG lawsuit, where Drake's legal team have made demands to see compensation, incentives, salaries, and bonuses from John Janik specifically. In fact, it was just February of 2024, several months before the beef started, where it was announced that John will be shifted into a role where he assumed a greater responsibility over U.S. label operations for UMG. So I feel like this is like a bigger connection when it comes to Pinocchio and why this is Kendrick, because it all ties back to John Janik. Pinocchio was manipulated to perform.
I'm going to be honest with you. But I haven't even, this is the first time I watched it. there is some things that from what I know behind the scenes,
in front of a packed house where he is lying to the audience to become a star. The two stories have remarkable parallels because Drake is implying that Kendrick is a label pawn in UMG's game. Drake has accused Kendrick of being a grifter and inauthentic. He's made claims of Kendrick's jealousy towards him and his long-standing desire to be in Drake's place. Like Pinocchio, Kendrick wants to be Drake, who is also known as the boy, and with the assistance of the labels, he's given the biggest stage of his career. However, just like the 1940 movie, Drake is insinuating that all this will be short-lived because the facade cannot be maintained when it's built on a mountain of lies. This is not even the first time that he called him a puppet. He said it on Taylor Made.
Hate all you corporate industry puppets, I'm not in the mood.
While we're still on the topic of Pinocchio, remember we saw that Drake drew the character on the door next to that brick wall. Doors turn out to be an important theme in the Pinocchio movie because many of the doors that he goes through are metaphorical traps. They look inviting but lead to danger. It's with this symbol on the door where Drake seems to be saying that when it's opened up, Kendrick's lies will be devastatingly exposed. And yes, I did watch Pinocchio for this video. When it comes to the phrase on the truck, if you look closely, the word work is partially covered, leaving just the letter K and a period, which stands for K-Dot. Now, to me, this part is probably just a coincidence because the sign that is blocking the word has been in that location for a very long time, even in older photos. I do think it's a coincidence because that sign, it looks like it hasn't moved in years. Drake closes the gate behind him and steps outside, glancing around like he's checking to see if someone's trailing him. Then we cut to another shot of Pinocchio, only now he's moved. He's no longer by the tree as he's crept closer to the building, hiding awkwardly in the bushes. With that said, he's doing a terrible job of blending in. His bright red costume clashes hard against the green backdrop. He sticks out like a sore thumb, just watching as Drake walks right past him. You'll notice that Drake looks back in his exact direction multiple times. It's possible that Drake knows what he's doing, but he doesn't seem all that bothered by it. The scene then switches to a close-up of door number 1, where the camera focuses on security tracking labels. This is a sure sign that the area is being monitored, which might not be the best news for Pinocchio, especially considering what unfolds later in the stream. The scene then switches to a departure board for a train headed to York from the Manchester Piccadilly station. This train is set to depart at 2:44 a.m., and I confirm that this is indeed a regular scheduled route. So it's not like Drake put the words there, this is an actual scheduled route at that station. And really, this is another strong indication that everything we are seeing is being filmed in real time. 2:44 a.m. is 9:44 Eastern. The stream was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It had a 10-15 minute delay, and as you could see, the clock that's rolling shows a time of 9:21 p.m. So again, for the people who think this is all pre-film, it's not. It's all live. What we see next is the Manchester Victoria Bats building. This is an old building that was built in 1906 as a place where people could bathe and shower. Next, we switch to various scenes within the building itself, and the common theme for most of the visuals is clearly doors. Unlike the closed door shown with the Pinocchio on it, these doors are all open. This likely symbolizes what we discussed earlier. An open door symbolizes that secrets are no longer hidden. Something that was once private is now exposed or accessible. Multiple open doors also symbolize multiple secrets. While Drake was in the brewery, we saw multiple red buttons, and you'll soon see the name of the upcoming song that he previews is called Which One? Which one? Which button should I press first? Which door should I open? The scene cuts to Central C, dressed like a British mobster, clearly channeling Tommy from Peaky Blinders, who also filmed at Victoria Bats in Season 2, Episode 6. In that episode, Tommy holds dangerous secrets about government deals and intelligence operations. He really knows too much, and he fears that powerful people around him might have him killed, so he begins writing a letter that exposes everything. just in case he's found dead.
After I've served my purpose, I believe they intend to kill me. I therefore want to name a particular individual in this letter. The agent who has initiated and orchestrated this crime is Major Chester Campbell of the British Secret Intelligence Service. In the event of my death, it is imperative he be brought to justice.
Eventually, Central C, who again seems to be channeling Tommy's character, meets Drake at the top level of the pool and hands him a bag. Now, in my opinion, the bag likely represents one of two things. One, incriminating evidence that someone gave Drake, meaning he's in possession of something they never thought would surface, information that certain people are desperate to keep buried. Or two, the bag acts as a metaphor for the knowledge that Drake already has. Central C's character really could just be a symbol or a vessel. Whether it's contracts, manipulation, streaming games, dirt on Kendrick, or industry puppeteering, the bag represents all that. In theory, it holds everything that Tommy's letter contained at the beginning of that episode. The bag is most definitely the bomb. For Pinocchio, I was able to watch the movie because it's just one movie. Like, Peaky Blinders is a fucking series. Like, I would have to watch. I would never get the video done, but I did watch that episode, and this is what I came up with. The scene then cuts to a woman dancing in an empty pool to Drake and Central C's new track, Which One?
I'm at the club just a London burst. We are hitting at the pillow face first.
Keep in mind, this stream pretty much acts as the music video for this song. And when you think of a pool, it's typically a fun place that's full of life and energy. And one can imagine that a typical music industry video for a song like this one would fall into a much happier scene. However, Drake is threatening to show the other side of it by draining the pool. When that happens, the scene becomes eerie, and the fun facade behind many of our favorite dance records have a far darker backstory. The woman is wearing all black, and the scene doesn't scream party, but I'm trapped. In many ways, like an empty pool, the artist becomes a shell of one's former self. Again, that's just my perspective, my take. The song could also have some sort of dark meaning intertwined in it that's not visible to the general public. Drake has been known to layer subliminals towards people where only they know what he's talking about. When it comes to Drake, that's why you can't only focus on his rapping records, right? Because he layers different messages in like R&B records, or like it could be some happy singing song that might have something darker tied to it.
81, they'll bring the crashers to the party.
Central C and Drake then dap up, and he leaves with the bag, and the next scene focuses on the plunge bath in the building. These baths were typically really cold, so this could be another tie-in to the Iceman theme. Next, we get Central C sitting down, and he previews a new record.
Man, I call in my phone about beefing my feet in the sand as a juxtaposition.
I fuck with the record, actually, but I just don't, I'm not going to break it down now. Again, it's with this Central C track where Drake is just buying time so that he can get in position for the next scene. That's why we start seeing flashes of scenes that we were already shown. Eventually, we see the gate for Manchester Piccadilly Station, which is exactly where Drake needs to be to catch that train to York. The scene switches where we see Pinocchio, aka Kendrick, running after Drake. This is meant to symbolize that the evidence that Drake has in the bag puts him miles ahead of the puppet that is chasing him. It's really symbolic in the sense that Drake is saying, after everything you just did, you still aren't ahead of me, and you never will be. Lies can never outrun the truth. Your story is not sustainable, and what's in this bag is going to make sure of it. Drake is on this crazy next level cryptic shit, and if I'm Kendrick, he's probably tossing and turning right now. Kendrick's probably having trouble sleeping.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Listen, I would like to think this is not Kendrick related, because the last time we said Kendrick 3 times, it didn't turn out too good. So let's just leave that nigga alone. All right, that nigga. I think that nigga Kendrick. I think Kendrick is begging for round 2. Okay, that little leprechaun. He don't got nothing to do but write battle raps. He got Euphoria Part 2, Part 3, 4, and 5. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm good. I don't listen, Drake. Let's just talk about some other shit. Leave that little leprechaun. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Yeah, yo, if you think Kendrick ain't he ain't sleeping because he cooking up 20 more diss tracks. Nah, I'm good. We good. We learned. We good. We chilling. Nah, Kendrick, go over there. Go over there, nigga. Go dance with SZA, nigga.
Pinocchio, they can't see. My nose don't grow though. We then see Drake walking through.
Chat, we not trying to get back, bruh. As much as Drake is getting into his cryptic bag, I don't want Kendrick in response doing some other 10-minute song where people are, come on, bruh. Nah, I'm good. No. This is straight Drake. This is only Drake shit. Okay? This is Drake's revenge tour, but let's not make it about Kendrick, chat. And I know Drake fans, no. Let's not make it about Kendrick. Kendrick has tried to steal every moment from Drake in his life. he would love to do this too. Don't make his rollout about Kendrick. I'm telling y'all now, y'all Drake fans, don't make it about Kendrick. Because Kendrick would love to come in and swoop down and steal Drake's thunder and joy. Don't do it. I'm warning y'all.
Piccadilly Station, miles ahead of the puppet. He gets into an elevator and an instrumental starts where you already know what time it is with this. We all know what Drake is about to do with this beat. I believe it's on this track.
Let me tell you this. The way I look at this Iceman like whole thing, this is Drake realizing his friends wasn't his friends. What did I miss? I didn't know that y'all niggas had envy and jealousy for me. I was trying to give to y'all. Y'all was taken from me, but y'all had hatred for me. This era is, yes, I guess Kendrick and the battle plays a part into it, but this isn't focused on Kendrick. I don't believe, and this is where I'm gonna deviate from, I shout to it and I fuck with my man, What's the Dirt. I don't think this Pinocchio is Kendrick or only represents Kendrick. I think Drake's plight is bigger than that. It's for all the people that thought he was over, the people that regurgitated lies. They laughed and they danced at his supposed demise. He's going at everybody. One of the misunderstandings about Drake during this entire time is that Drake was only focused on trying to defeat Kendrick Lamar. I think the only song he ever only addressed Kendrick Lamar on was The Hard Part 6. Every other song he ever dropped, he, excluding TaylorMade. TaylorMade was pretty much straight Kendrick Lamar. But he push-ups and Family Matters, he was kind of shooting at a bunch of people. I don't believe that he's only like this new revenge, and I'm calling the revenge arc by him, is just Kendrick focus. I think, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he's more mad at LeBron more than Kendrick. He don't got no relationship with Kendrick. He's always thought Kendrick was just a bum ass nigga that wanted his spot. I'm telling you the God honest truth. He always just thought Kendrick was a hater. He never fucked with Kendrick like that. He always knew that a nigga that could barely pass the bar at Six Flags to get on the rise, he never was fucking with that nigga. He not disappointed with him. Trust me, I could tell Drake really feel a way about this LeBron shit. I think it's the LeBrons of the world. I think it's like niggas he gave features to. I think it's other people who switched up, other people he saw different things from. Of course, it's always going to be up with your op. Yes, that is his op. It's going to be up with him. But the idea that it's like, oh, me versus him in a different way. No, please don't give the little leprechaun that much credit. No, okay? This is, word? Oh, yeah, I thought I was done. Listen, the idea of what did I miss is he didn't think that Kendrick fuck with him. What did I miss with the niggas that I fuck with? Okay, that's just my interpretation.
This exact track where he's going to expose some of the information that's contained in the metaphorical bag. When Drake catches the elevator with this playing in the background, it only spells out one thing. I'm on a whole other level than the guy that's still outside the building.
No, I'm disagreeing with my guy here, but I'm seeing it differently. This sigh of relief that he got away from Pinocchio is one of those. Remember when he showed up to that show with the bullet holes and it was smoking? This is like relief. He got in the elevator and he's like, oh, I got away, despite the lies, despite the liars. I got away and I still got the shit on me. That's how I look at it. I'm not going to personalize this to I've always said if Drake had just not given Kendrick the time of day, that boy wouldn't be at the Super Bowl. I think it would be a grave mistake for Drake to consistently, and by the way, he has done it recently because he definitely filed the lawsuit on the week that Kendrick was dropping an album. If Drake chooses to put Kendrick back in the crosshairs when he's rolling out his new project, he should be saying fuck you to everybody. It should be, this is what happens when a good nigga, well, not saying he's a good nigga, but this is what happens when a nigga get betrayed by all his friends. He comes out like this. But if it's still back with him and Kendrick, trust me, Kendrick is going to steal the spotlight. He's going to drop some type of weird song, and he's going to start doing a victory lap. They're going to be fucking crip walking again, and they're going to be doing like, come on, Mustard is cooking up a beat right now. Like, come on, bro. We don't even want that shit, bro. Come on, stop it, bro. Let's focus on Drake versus everybody. That's what I like. Revenge.
Lastly, we see the words coming soon with a Pinocchio silhouette in the middle, which means Drake is going to be exposing a lot of these lies in the very near future.
They might have caught this dude off guard last time, but like you do realize they're fucked now, right? They're fucked. I'll call it right
now. Nah, I love you. What's the dirt? Listen, man, I love Drake. Drake, don't listen to nobody but me. That boy Kung Fu Kenny with no more lyrical sparring with him, no more. You're not. There's no. That shit is not happening. You are on your own path. Here's the thing. Them niggas is not interested unless you talk about them. They want you to give them a second year that he could go back to the Super Bowl and win some more Grammys. Because, like, come on, don't do it. Don't do it. The way, again, you say fuck the battle and you win the war. The war, it's time for the war to be determined. Fuck the battle, win the war. The way you win the war is going to be this. You win the war by everybody who claimed you were done. You show them that you were just getting started in your new peak. You start rapping more inspired than you have in years. You get back on your shit and you drop a fucking classic. You don't mention these guys by names no more. Well, you could mention like A$AP Rocky and them because what is Rocky going to do? I love you, Rocky, but what are you going to do, right? But leave Kendrick alone. And I'm not saying it out of place of fear. I'm saying it out of place of we have to understand what is actually smart. What's actually smart is not for you to still be attacking a guy who uses your energy to catapult his. When you talk about Kendrick, all you gotta just say a hater. That's it. No more directed bars like you ain't no. Be like, yo, you switched on the guys and you supported a hater. That's it. That's all he gets. You just call him a hater or you just call him a bitch. That's it. You don't give him no more credit that everybody could be like, ooh, Kendrick, are you responding? They want, fuck that. That shit's over. You don't do that again. You gotta let niggas earn their keep. You let niggas earn their keep. I'm telling you, Jay-Z, he might be a lot of things, but he had the right formula when he was subliminally barring niggas to death and didn't just give them stimulus packages by just naming them. You know the game wanted him to name drop him, right? You know Jim Jones wanted him to name drop him, right? There's so many people that wanted Jay at his height to just pass the clout over by basically saying, hey, I'm in a rap battle with this guy who was pretty much undeserving. Jayceon Taylor, the game was smoking hot at that time, but he wasn't on Jay-Z level. He wanted Jay-Z to engage. Keep inching into danger zone. You're going to make that boy whole, put your name in the song. If you that hungry for fame, motherfucker, come on. Say when. Take 10 paces in the sand. But on another note, about to take another vacation. Yo, listen, you gotta, yo, Drake, you gotta get back on you gotta listen to Hov. Get on your Dead Summer shit. No more mentioning these niggas' names. These guys are waste men. Straight up. Look how Jada's barred niggas up. Dear Summer, I know you gonna miss me. Before we been together like Nike ears and Chris T's, S. Dot with a polo fleeces, purple label shit with a logo secret. Give me a couple years and I might just sneak in a couple words and like peaches and herbs. We'll be reunited and it feels so hood. Have the whole world saying, how you still so good? Well, I do this in my slumber, Summer. I ain't none of these half-ass newcomers. You know I do. Summer, I drop heat when you bring the sun up. The combo make niggas act up. I pick the gun up. Niggas back up. They know I'm not no fronter. I don't talk shit. I just flip it on ya. Sorry, Lance. I'm just trying to advance my quotes. You see the on Rivera reference? But I ain't make you the butt of my jokes, but let not stray from what I came to say to my beloved. Think we need some time away. They say if you love it, you should let it out of its cage and fuck it if it comes back. You know it's here to stay. It's tugging at my heart, but this time a part is needed from the public who should have gave me the... Come on, man. But you know me, thugging to the casket dips. But it still shine light on all my peers. I know they weird, some of them queer. But I still want them to share in all the success that I received. I know they can't believe I still love them, but they don't love me. They're like the drunk uncle in your family. You know they lame, but you feel ashamed, but you still love them the same. Yo, he's barring these niggas up. Not one they mentioned. These niggas they were probably on the block in front of the boat. They could, nah, Jay talking about me. Nah, he talking about me on that one. Nah, that song was for me. No, it wasn't. Shut your bitch ass up. But it's like when niggas make subliminal records. If it ain't, this was the irony of the whole thing. This was the biggest subliminal record. It's like when niggas make subliminal records. If it ain't directly than me, I don't respect it. You don't really want to hold for the record. I put a couple careers on hold. You could be next, kid. Keep inching in the danger zone. You gonna make that boy hold, put your name in the song. If you that hungry for fame, motherfucker, come on. Say when. Just say 10 paces and spin. But on another note, about to take another vacay, another boat. Goddamn, a motherfucker wrote his way out the hood. Oh my God. Niggas can't fuck with me. I'm in a good mood. You lucky. I got a good groove. And I ain't trying to fuck my thing up, but I will lay down a couple green bucks to get you cleaned up. Non-Pulp Fiction. Colt 4/5. Come on, man. Yo. Come on, man. Come on, man. And then, when he had to get that Beanie Siegel, I ain't gonna lie. Now, was it Beans? He did Beans dirty, too. He did Beans dirty. There was Blueprint 3. He did Beans dirty. Yo, Drake, don't listen to nobody. Listen to my advice. Never say these niggas' names again, bro. Listen, if they gonna say you don't win no battles or you won all your battles or you 1 and 2, who gives a fuck? You the biggest. Fuck these niggas. You get what I'm saying? They can't make headlines without you. Even when they say you lost, they got to talk about you. Fuck them. What we talking about? You see, that's what Jay-Z was on. What we talking about? This is what Jay-Z was on his later part of his career because he realized clout chasers and niggas that wanted his spot was just dissing him left and right. What we talked about. Listen, you got to listen to these lyrics. Man, hold on. Right here. Right here. No. It's not what we talking about. Is it what we talking about? Nah. It's not what we talking about. What is it? What's the name of that song? He'd be like, yo, I could have killed a couple rappers. Like, I love when he had bar niggas up. See, Kendrick even used that line. I could have killed a couple. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jay-Z. Barred them niggas up. Jay-Z wasn't giving no nigga no clout. Listen to what that nigga Jay said. I think it was the third verse. So I was going to kill a couple rappers, but they did it to themselves. I was going to do it with the flow, but they did it with the sales. I was going to 9/11 them, but they didn't need the help, and they did a good job. Them boys is talented as hell. Because not only did they break, they put up a building as well. They ran a plane into the building, and when that building fell, ran to the crash site with no mask and inhaled toxins deep inside their lungs until both of them was filled. Blew a cloud out like a L into a Jordan, took a smell because they heard the secondhand smoke kills. Niggas thought they was ill, found out they was ill, and it's like you know exactly how I wanted you to feel. Body niggas. Body niggas. Body niggas. Yo, he was giving niggas subliminals even on Lost One. I heard motherfuckers saying they made Hov. Made Hov say, okay, so make another Hov. Niggas wasn't playing their day role, so we parted ways like Ben and J-Lo. I should have been did it. But I've been in the days, though. I put friends over business. End of the day, though. But when friends' business interests is day glow, ain't nothing left to say, though. Guess what we forgot what we came for. Should have stayed in food and beverage. Too much flossing. Too much Sam Rothstein. I ain't a bitch, but I gotta divorce them. This is what he was talking about. I gotta split this Rockefeller shit, man. Dame, go over there, nigga. Go get your teeth back. No, I'm playing. Damn, I love you. And I ain't even want to be famous, but niggas is brainless to necessarily go through these changes. And I ain't even know how they came to this, except that fame is the worst drug known to man. It's stronger than heroin. Well, you could look in the mirror like, there I am, and still not see what you become. I know I'm guilty of it too, but just not like them. Oh my God. Jay was going crazy. Yo, Jay went so crazy. Beanie Siegel was losing his mind. Beanie Siegel, Charlamagne. That's when Charlamagne got fired too. He did an interview. It was in Philly. He was in Philly at that time. Nigga got fired right after that. Look. Right here.
Jammin' 94.
What's this?
What the fuck? Y'all back and let boot cops and the police come in there. He's standing right there. Dog, that's how you feel. I feel as though you owe me.
Hold on. Where is that interview? Nah, it was when he was on Philly, bro. And he was breaking the lyrics down, and Charlamagne was like, how you know that was about you? He was like, bro, I know that nigga was talking about me. And that's what subliminals do, bro. I can't remember. See, I can't remember. Beanie Siegel, Philly interview. I think it was 100.3 the beat. Something like that. Yeah, I don't think I can find it. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
I was the window of the outside world that they would never came in. So
it was really a family. Like people
here you go.
got in me. It's just me. Listen, and I'm just getting my me individually, but I'm naming the pot already. They compare me to Big and Pac already. Like I ain't as y'all can
see. He breaking down the lyrics. Jay never said his name. Jay, but that shit was hurting his heart. Love you, Beans, but it's true. Jay was so nice with the subliminals. He was hurting Beans' heart.
Crack who have said it too.
Look.
Did some unadvised things like made mixtapes talking about camel hunting season and all that crazy stuff. So we know Jay, you know what I mean? Nas said that shit and excuse my language, and Cam said that in records, but then you got like P.D. Crack who have said it too, that he's just addressing those individual people, like, is the rock in the hole, because, like, who else is he talking about? Like, Jim Jones diss him, Game diss him, and all these other people diss him, but when he say lines like, I heated up the rock already, so why y'all, you know what I mean, can't get hot already?
He was talking about this song. What song was it? I heated up the rock already. Yeah, he was dissing all of them. It was already home. Oh my God, he violated. Yo, Jay-Z on Blueprint 3? Bro, Subliminal's going crazy. Let me see. Heated up. Let me see. This is good. Heated rock. Yeah, right here. He says, I'm in a hall already, on the wall already. I'm a work of art. I'm a Warhol already, on another level, another plane already. HOV, I got my own lane already. I done cooked up the rock already. So why the fuck can't y'all get hot already? Put your name in the pot already. Niggas compare me to Big and Pac already. Like I'm already gone already. And I'm a nigga, I'm already home already. And if y'all can't already see, I ain't worried about y'all because I'm already me. Yeah, do you already. Enough with the complaining. Boo-hoos already. Eat food already. Ain't nothing given. You got to claim your shoes already. That shit was punching like Mike Tyson to Beanie Siegel. That nigga went to the radio to answer a line that never said his name.
And all these other people diss him, but when he say lines like, I heated up the rock already. So why y'all, you know what I mean, can't get hot already? Put your name in the pot already. They compare me to Big and Pac already. Like, I ain't, as y'all can already see, I'm not worrying about y'all because I'm already me. Like, when you listen to them lines, like, they them lines that's like, that I know, like as a rapper, I understand because I know what he do. Just like when he, like, this Dame and them, when Dame and them was talking about Jim Jones was going, Cam was going to be the vice president and all that. When he came back, what was that album, The Blueprint 2? And it was like Hovey's home with the global phone and all of that. The number one rapping order, you cats overfelt yourself. You know what I'm saying? That was like not shots just that people thought was at Kane. That was at Dame bashing them too. Like, I know when he's slick in records. You know what I'm saying? Because I know him.
All right, and that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Drake got to get back on that, bro. Yo, Drake, trust me. You got to go back to being a subliminal king, man. Go back to being a subliminal king. The field is stacked against you. There's so much, the hip hop so polarizing now. It don't matter who you beef with. You should have learned from the Pusha T thing. Pusha T got 15 fans. But when you go against Pusha T, you have so much haters, it looked like Pusha T got like 55 million fans. So no matter who you go against, there's a coalition of niggas that don't like you, that hate your run. They think you've been running the game too long. They can't wait for you to lose. It's like Floyd. There was so many people that would support the boxer going against Floyd, not because they fuck with the boxer, they just hated Floyd. So at this point, if I'm Drake, why the fuck even entertain a rap battle again directly? You already did your thing. Look at LeBron. Nigga never did a dunk contest. Come on now. Bro, all you got to do, bar these niggas to death. Subliminal. Make them go crazy. That's if I'm Drake, yo, they're all on your dick, bro. They're all on your dick. Whether you put out a good song, a bad song, you do duck lips, you do just bar them to death. Have these niggas on Instagram like, yo, why Drake dissing me? Why he doing this? That's what you was on before. And right when they come out talking crazy, just be like, I hope you're doing good, bro. Just let it go. Just keep moving on and just keep violating them like that. Trust me, bro. You gotta go back to the subliminal game. That's my thought. Anyway. No. All of y'all talking about, oh no, Ag, you're scared. No, it's because y'all want to see. Let me tell you this. It's like me. Yo, chat, put it like this. I've seen some of these guys like, chat, I've been doing YouTube for 15 years. There's nothing really bigger than the chat. Let's think about this, right? There's nothing bigger than the chat. But have you ever seen when there's a day when it's supposed to hate on Ak? It could be versus anybody. You see that person get the most retweets in the world. Why? Because there's a coalition of people that hate me, that really dislike me, that they've been waiting to see the downfall of Ak. They'll support any fuck nigga that goes against me, right? Like, if Freddie Gibbs want to get a viral tweet, he just has to tweet fuck Ak, right? When you get to that point, right, where you just have a audience of people wanting you to lose, why do you engage with niggas? Because it's only going to galvanize the haters to support the niggas going against you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, put it like this. Do you think that all the niggas that are like anti-Drake right now just love Kendrick? My nigga, these niggas don't even listen to Kendrick. Not all of them. Some of them. They're just like, yo, fuck this nigga Drake. For whatever reason. So when you get to that point where you have a coalition of haters that just don't like you, why would you single out and keep going at one person? Just keep subliminally dissing them. You know why? Because here's the thing. The secret towards being like in this entertainment and like you know, when you're a public figure, and I've learned this, you know, and I'm getting better with it. You got to learn to use your haters. Got to use them, because I keep telling you, either fan watches 1 time or twice. Your hater watches 5 or 6 times. Your hater gonna make 5 accounts. You see, you block your hater, he comes back with a new account. You block a fan, he's so hurt he don't come back. That's the thing. Fan is gonna be hurt. A hater gonna make 3 more profiles. He might get a second iPhone because you know the new thing on Instagram, you block the nigga, and then it says you block all the accounts. Then nigga go get a new iPhone to go stalk you. A hater watches 5 times. A fan watches once or twice. So you got to learn how to string your haters along. This is why niggas like Charleston White win. You got to make them believe you're about to take the L, that they're always there, giving you engagement that you're profiting from. And right when they think they got it, you be like, next time. Until next time. Trust me. So you see all the niggas who claim they don't like Drake's the cancer, this and third, they're just Drake fans. They're still Drake fans. Drake just got to goat them. Just bring them along. Give them something else to be a little bit mad about. Make it feel like he's about to finally take the L. Yeah, but giving another rapper, like, here's the thing. Niggas will support whatever bum-ass rapper that's going against Drake to hope that Drake loses. So don't give nobody the attention. And that's just my opinion. Y'all could disagree with it, but whatever. All right. Where we at? Okay, we got through a good amount. Oh, well, I guess I'll play this last thing since we're getting off of the Drake conversations. I feel like we took a while on that. By the way, happy Saturday, people. Again, I keep telling y'all, I'm actually very, hold on. I'm actually very surprised and proud that, wait, is that our real numbers? It's saying that we got like 18,000 people in here. Last time I looked, it was like 13. How many people on Rumble? Oh, wow. Did they front page us on Rumble or some shit? Must be. Oh, they did. They front pages on Rumble. Oh, shout out to my people on Rumble. We got 6,000 on Rumble right now. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Oh, wow. We actually are front pages on Rumble. Thank you guys on Rumble. Appreciate you. All right, so I guess we're legit today. We're almost at like 20,000 people. We have 10,000 on both of our YouTubes. We have about 3,500 on Kick, and then we have almost 7,000 on Rumble. Rumble, thank you guys. Okay. What I wanted to play was Drake, who in his Amsterdam tour, he said a speech, and this was his speech.
You never give up, no matter what you want out of this life. I hope you get everything that you want. But you never give up, keep going, not even on some preachy shit. I just want you to, this might be the moment that you need to hear. And the biggest thing I can say to you is, I didn't get here by being a piece of shit. I didn't get here by being a snake. I didn't get here by being a dickhead. I got here by being good to people, being nice to people, and my karma is straight. That's why I'm still on stage in 2025. Trust me. And I appreciate you always supporting me, always being there for me. I love y'all. I don't have no jokes tonight. I usually tell a joke or some shit, but tonight it's no jokes. It's just love. I appreciate you so much. I'm working on this album for y'all, Iceman. We got a lot to talk about, trust me. All my dogs that was on the floor tonight, my big dogs doing their thing, I appreciate you.
That's dope, man. You know, I think Drake is being honest with his fans. And I think deep down he realizes that, you know, he's never expressed this to me. He's always was jovial, having a good time. But I do believe that this battle brought him to a very low place. Like, we're all humans. I've had really tough days online, and I was brought to really low places. And it was always you guys who kind of picked me up. It was always you guys, like, you know, when reading my messages, you always guys, you told me really good, positive things. You guys checked on me. And I think it's the same with Drake. I think Drake is really appreciative of his audience. I always told y'all, Drake's audience was always weird. It's like y'all for me. Like, there was a time you guys just usually just make fun of me, right? And it was never until I'm attacked that you guys like, all right, hold on now. Yeah, it's not nigga now. Hold on. We could get him jokes over. Hold on now, bitch ass nigga. It's the same thing with Drake. Drake fans are usually like, they have fun at his expense too. Right? Like most Drake fans, they'll laugh at him about maybe some of his clothing choices or the duck lips or whatever the case is, but they love Drake's music. It is what it is. But it isn't until they realize that the person that they like and the person that represents them to a certain extent, some people want not around. Like, people want to be done. Yeah, his fan base definitely has defended him. I look on Twitter, his fans are activated. You get what I'm saying? And they are, they could be just like Barb's in a sense. And I think Drake does appreciate that because he doesn't ask for it. He doesn't direct nobody to do anything. But he knows his fans are rocking with him because they care about him. So I think that's why he's speaking like that. And again, I think his album should be more focused on his journey, not necessarily no other person. Okay. Chat, did y'all see this, man? Tory Lanez, Meg Thee Stallion. This shit won't ever, ever end. It's now coming down that Tory Lanez got to pay to cover Meg Thee Stallion legal fees after a chaotic deposition. Now, this is the same case I told y'all they served me a subpoena for. I'm not a defendant. I am not a plaintiff. And neither is Tory. Tory's, even though he's the subject of one of the the biggest allegations, the allegation is that Meg Thee Stallion believes that Tory Lanez instructed Milagro to defame her or paid her to make defamatory statements against her or something of the sort. And Milagro is another blogger. So in that, they are deposing and trying to find evidence to continue with the civil lawsuit for defamation, and they deposed Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez is behind bars. He doesn't have much of a choice. All they got to do is serve you with a subpoena. You can't really duck it when you're just in a cell. Nigga, they just like come to your cell block and throw that shit in there. Like, it is what it is. So they're saying that Tory is now being ordered to pay Meg legal fees. Now, by the way, this is interesting because like a couple of weeks ago or like a week ago, they said that the blogger Milagro was ordered to pay Meg $5,000 for legal fees. Now, here's the thing. Rock Nation, they're on some Cardi B shit, even though I think the Cardi B Tasha K thing was much more serious. Tasha K literally claimed that Cardi B had an incurable STD that she has zero proof about, and also made very, not even alleged, she claimed that Cardi B may have even passed on diseases to her newborn kids. And these were diseases she would have caught during sex with whoever. Obviously, to speculate about somebody's sexual, health and all these other things and say it definitively, especially on a platform multiple times after being asked to remove it. That's why she actually lost her lawsuit and she was ordered to pay millions of dollars. And that's why technically it's hard for her to own anything. Meg Thee Stallion's taking kind of the same approach. Meg Thee Stallion, along with Rock Nation, they're wasting a lot of money, if you ask me, because they're using one of the top legal firms in the United States, which is billing thousands per hour, to try to hammer home this point that you can't fuck with Meg, right? And obviously, Tory's serving time, but they're trying to punish this blogger because they feel this blogger defamed Meg. Again, I don't know the extent of what she said. I do know certain things are protected and not defamatory. Like, for example, if I say that Meg's music sucks, can't sue me for that. If I say Meg is not attractive, which I'm not saying that that's what I believe, but just to say if I said that, can't sue me for that. Unless I really got like really harassing in this and third, I'm digging into her personal life, which I think they did accuse Milagro of. It's hard to sue people for shit. Anyway, the point of what I'm trying to say, they're getting petty in this lawsuit because they want to drain this blogger's resources and teach a lesson, okay? So, according to court documents obtained by Complex, the reason for Tory Lanez's new bill is believed to be because of how he acted during a court-ordered Zoom deposition on April 9th. Instead of calmly answering questions, Tory is said to have interrupted Meg's lawyers and insulted one of them by begging for her to comb her hair. So apparently Tory was like, yo, listen, before you ask me that question, you got to comb your hair. By the way, we got to get that video of Tory in a deposition. It got to be hilarious. Tory's behavior interrupted the deposition, which lasted an hour, according to court documents. Afterwards, Meg's legal team filed a motion that same month asking why the singer shouldn't be held in contempt due to derailing the deposition. Despite the residing judge giving Lanez until 30th to respond, he didn't. So apparently there was a motion to say, we feel like he fucked up the deposition. He should pay us. They asked for Tory to respond. I'm pretty sure Tory doesn't give a fuck about a civil case. He's trying to get out on a federal case, and he didn't respond. So now the judge signed an order to say that Tory has to pay. Now they're saying the next time he's in a deposition, a magistrate will be wait, hold on. Okay, so now he's ordering to pay for the legal fees of them wasting their time, and he's going to be ordered to do another one, and the magistrate judge will be supervising to ensure he doesn't act out again, supposedly. Meg's team is also seeking for the court to assign a special master to oversee his future testimony, and they want Lanez to pay for it. So they want Tory to pay for someone to monitor him during the next deposition. Meg's latest legal victory comes a week after Milagro Grams was ordered to pay $5,000 to cover her attorney fees, which is the fees of Meg. Again, Meg don't need $5,000. But anything to punish this blogger who Meg felt did whatever to her. Federal judge in the case ordered Grams, whose real name is whatever, to pay the fees incurred by the rapper's lawyer, forcing the disclosure of the text as well as potential evidence. Apparently, they had asked for some text messages. She never given them up, and it became so a lengthy process. They are requiring her to pay for the time the lawyer spent to get those messages. Megan announced in a statement that why she was suing Milagro, who she referred to as a mouthpiece for Lanez. She says it's time to hold bloggers accountable for years of harassment, cyberbullying, and the publication of misinformation about my personal and professional life. I've endured countless attacks on my character based on false narratives from social media bloggers misrepresenting themselves as journalists. It's unacceptable behavior, and these individuals need to understand there will be repercussions for recklessly posting lies and defamatory falsehoods. Again, we will see. We will see. So Meg's strategy here is to hopefully get this blogger to go bankrupt. I highly doubt she really wants money from her. I think she wants to exhaust her resources and probably have her settle for something like you'll never cover Meg again in life. And probably issue an apology public. I don't know, but Meg's over here really doing the most, huh? All right. Again, I've said publicly, I just don't think this will work. And when I mean work, it won't work to help make or drive home the point that Meg's a victim. Meg's career will never recover to where it needs to be if she is seen as some woman that allegedly framed a guy and then took all these legal remedies to try to shut people up. I think she needs to have an honest conversation. Doesn't have to be with any of the bloggers involved. She needs to talk to somebody because I think people look at her as a liar. That's just what it is. People look at you as a liar. And if you're thinking about your career recovering from maybe some of the social media chatter about what they feel you've done, this and third, what you need to do is to be honest. And you need to speak to people and not just use your lawyers as bullies or Rock Nation. But who am I to tell her what to do? Okay? All right. What else? What else, people? What else? Give me one second, John. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do this. So there is this now, there's a new allegation coming out where people believe that they have found a new cooperant in the OTF case. Now, this case obviously involves murder for hire. The OTF cases, you don't know, they're claiming that under the direction of Durk Banks, he ordered a group of 5 other men to carry out and commit a murder against, supposedly it was going to be Quando Rondo, but the incident and the shooting took the life of his cousin, whose name was Lil Pop. He got arrested subsequently for murder for hire along with other people, and people have been trying to figure out who is the snitch. Now, in this case, I've reviewed it extensively. I've told you guys there's definitely cooperants, and by the way, because of how the case is set up, there's nothing that we've seen in the indictment as a smoking gun that shows that Lil Durk has said anything on a wiretap, has texted anything that's completely like, self-snitching or, anything that's there where he's just caught dead to rights. So what this charge would be is that people who would be cooperating against him. Who would be cooperating against him? Well, the people who either paid for the trip, people who did the murder, or people who were the middleman who got the people to do the murder. They would be able to tell on Lil Durk. So the new person who they're now claiming is the cooperant is someone named OTF Vonni. Now, we talked about Vonni. Vonni was the guy who was on the plane, the private jet that came from Miami to LA. Now, allegedly, they got this jet. Afterwards, they realized that Quando Rondo was in LA, but they got the jet. Durk was on the jet. Vonni was on the jet. If you don't know who Vonni is, I'll refresh your memory. OTF Vonni, King Von, and they were at, what's the name of that jewelry spot? Icebox. Vonni was the guy when this is Vonni here. When Vaughn was at Icebox getting the O-Block chain, for all the homies, Vonni was the guy right next to him that was trying to haggle and trying to like make sure he didn't get finesse, which people would be like, that's a good homie because he's, trust me, when you got money and like you're new to this, like you also try to not look broke. And that's how they finesse you a lot of times because you don't haggle, right? Like when you broke, you be haggling. When you rich, you kind of like, oh no, if I haggle, it might look like I'm broke. But this guy, who's Vaughn's best friend, was like, nah, he ain't paying that. He ain't doing this. Look.
You're the big boss?
Oh, no. She's
So this is Vonni. This is King Von.
international sales. She just does international sales.
How about
This is our, no, that's the big boss.
That's the big boss? How are you?
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Now, if we go back to that video, Icebox King Von, you're going to notice in that video, there is a lot of there's a lot of conversation.
Come on, boy, guys.
Where Vonni is like haggling. So this is Vonni on the right.
I never see my mom smile because she had a Benz before.
Yes, and plus tax.
Okay. Here's him trying to haggle, for Vonni. And a lot of people said, yo, Vonni was a real nigga because he's trying to make sure his man doesn't get finessed.
Yeah. Cardi, that man, dog. He came a long way.
Remember, he died in 2020, so I think this was 2019 or something like that. No, actually, it was 2020. This was a couple months before he died. That's why it was pandemic masked up.
Long way, man, for real.
So that means you're giving us the watch for how much?
So you see him kind of conducting business. He's trying to make sure Vaughn don't get finessed. A lot of people said he had a lot of love for Vaughn, and that's why people actually believe that he was one of the people who would be with the quote-unquote slide-in for Vaughn, because Vaughn was his guy, and your guy get killed, you should be one of the shit. Muwap and them got sent to jail. He would be one of the guys who had a real close tie to Vaughn.
However you look at it. Yeah.
So you just give us the watch for $5 then, and then you just keep the earrings. We don't want them earrings.
No.
That makes sense, don't it?
Apparently, he was also considered the manager, or like the road manager, because 100K Track was the manager as well for King Von.
Just give us the watch for $5 right now.
I want to take a shot with you like that.
It's the same. So how much you telling me the earrings for?
Those are. Look at the back.
No, how much are you?
Look at the back.
Okay, the
They're
back.
not expensive.
The back says 600.
Okay.
So that means you giving me these for 5,500, like I said.
Yes, and plus tax.
Come on, man. You know
Coming out of quarantine like that.
I have to, bro.
Hey, how much you say you want for this? 70?
I can sell for 80, no trades.
70 cash?
No.
Wire transfer?
See, you trying to say, he said 80, he said 89. What about 70? Vaughn keeping it chill.
Yeah, because
70 in the parking lot?
No, bro.
30 right now, come on.
We got some 2.5 carat each ones.
Man, he's wheeling and dealing. Now, a lot of people said this guy's a solid guy. They actually said he was the least likely nigga to snitch of the group. However, we're now hearing rumors that he's the one who told, allegedly, right? Now, let me break down where these rumors are coming from. Where is it? Give me a second, people. Give me a second. They're saying the rumors about him telling came from. Hold on, I'm about to find it. Where did they say it came from? I seen on one of the Chicago drill pages I follow. I thought I screenshotted it. Maybe not. All right, let me find it again. Maybe it's on the Chicago Wave. I think that's what it is, right? Chicago Wave _ the Chicago Wave _ Okay. Let's see. Let's scroll down. They posted a few days ago. And essentially, I'll give you the too long to read version. It's just that a lot of the guys that was associated with OTF, they all start posting pictures and they put a rat emoji over Vonnie's face, right? It says, Lil Durk co-defendant OTF Vonni confirms he wants to take a plea deal. It said, this is my jail number. Need to get in contact. Send me a message here. Inshallah. I'll call you this week. Just now, able to get everything on point. Love. Salam says, okay. Do you have the situation under control? Said K Grant, yeah, I'm trying to plea out to 32, which is the base for murder. God damn. Yo, chat, that just sounds crazy. Trying to plea out to 32 years. Oh my God. It's a base for murder. Which is the base for murder for hire. The max is 43, which is life. 2 points for the plea, 1 point for early plea, and 2 points for no background. 27 is 5 to 7 years. Hopefully, it's better than that. I can't go to trial. Might get a elbow. Don't want them to do me like them other boys. So it looked like he's saying he's thinking about a plea. And it says, you got under control if you take a plea. Everyone else has to take a plea. Because accepting responsibility means you're telling what your role was in it, but you can come home tomorrow if you let them know about Vaughn. What? What the hell? What the hell? What the helly? God damn. Wow. I don't know if that's a real text too, though. So let's just say allegedly for now. That's crazy. Pleading out to 32 years is ridiculous. Let me just find some more details about it. OTF Vonni. Sorry. Okay. Now, somebody whose name is Nut FRFR. I don't know who that is. Let me Google it. Nut _ FRFR. Who is that? They're saying this person is down with OTF, supposedly. That's what they're saying.
Everything that's hard, that you think hard in your head.
Okay, does he have pictures with anybody? Like, I don't know. They're saying he's like, oh.
Out of town who just came to party, and why you decided to play with me?
Said, free my brother Durk and rest in peace D thing. I hate to see y'all go through this. I guess people are calling him an affiliate. But at the end of the day, it looked like he's doing some Cash App scam. So I don't know, bro. Let's see. Who do flyers? I need a pool party.
I'm outside, pull up.
I don't know if we want to listen to him. He's selling weed for $80. I don't know.
Let's go. What did I miss when I was looking at y'all and cooking with y'all?
Is this is that a college party? Okay, I don't know if this is the OTF affiliate we need to be listening to, but fine, whatever. They're saying that He filed a protective custody order. People are saying he was accused of taking $20K from King Von's deposit box after his death. I don't know, bro. Who covers Chicago these days? Somebody else posted. No, this is a nut guy. It looked like the nut guy is the only person who is.
Who the fuck is Vonni? Y'all on this bitch loose. That's why I don't like going live, y'all.
Somebody says his sister-in-law accuses Vonni of ratting. Who's his sister-in-law? Super Hot Shopper. Let's see who that is. Super Hot Shopper. Who is this? Oh, wow. Oh, is this D-Thing's, like, lady? D-Thing is Lil Durk's brother. So I guess that would be, you know, Durk's sister-in-law. Wow. I guess if she commented, that gives it a little bit more credence. I guess she would know a little bit more, right? But also, you know, these people could just be speculating. They could just be speculating. Interesting. Let me go back. Let me see. Somebody on YouTube must have some shit about this. OTF Vonni.
Hey, yo, it's your boy King Yella, man. I see all the OTF members, man, posted, man. OTF Vonni or Vonni. They put a rat over his picture, man. My thing be this. Who fault do it be when you allow a Thurman German, a nerd in your circle? I be tired of people always blaming the rat, even though it's the rat fault, but that's just like food, like I always say.
Wait, hold on. Trenches News be having.
You want to support me? Want to appreciate all the support. Man, a lot of angry people out here that's just killing people, man. So if you got nieces and nephews, kids that's out here running the streets, robbing people, shooting people, killing people on the internet, claiming hats, disrespecting the dead, make sure you get them life insurance. And in fact, I brought you help, man. Cartrell Sanders is a life insurance agent with Plenum Life Insurance. You can go to smash that like button so this video can get around. If you got Twitter, TikTok, Reddit, Twitch, Facebook, Market, Bayzoo, hook it up. All right, y'all. So first story we're going to get into is OTF Vonni cooperating with the feds against Lil Durk and the other OTF defendants for the murder for hire of Lil Pab in Beverly Hills. They currently is locked up. Now, the allegations against Vonni is that he paid for the murder for hire. He flew on the plane with Lil Durk. He paid for the cars, and he paid for the hotel rooms with the OTF credit card. Lil Durk is being accused of orchestrating with him. OTF Diddy is being accused of hiring the shooters, the 4 guys, the 5 guys that came from Chicago on the airplane. So that's what Diddy is charged for, and paying those guys. So Vonni is cooperating, and Vonni been cooperating since November. He decided to cooperate, and I'm gonna show y'all the text message where he texting this person, telling them that he deciding to cop out because he's not finna get life. He breaking it down. If you been to the feds, you gonna be able to break this down on the time that he talking about, and you will be able to tell what type of deal that OTF Vonni decided to do with the feds. Now, Vonni, he got a lot of leverage, man. And when I tell you he got a lot of leverage, he has a lot. Not only is the Quando Rondo Lil Pab situation is bad for Durk, a lot of people keep on saying too, oh, Swipe, you hate Lil Durk. Nah, I'm just reporting, bro. Hey, look, they hit me up. I'm a big news channel. I'm in the trenches. They hit me up. The gang members, the civilians, they hit me up with information. Family members, close people close to you, your homies, they hit me up and tell me. I just report about it. Feed my family. So to all you haters, beat it. Hey, but anyways, now OTF Vonni, he got leverage over the whole play on Lil Durk. Now, we all know they want Lil Durk, They been bucking for Lil Durk. He done had 4-5 bonds, and they still got him up in there. Now, this is their way to nail Lil Durk. Why? How would Lil Durk get nailed off Vonni words? Hey, but look.
Vonni would be the plug to nail Durk. Now, here's the thing. And I want to go back to, because I like to be very factual. I like to be very factual here, people. I like to be very factual. This text message thread, let's get back to it. OTF Vonni. Okay. So this text message thread doesn't say as much as we think it does. I know he says he wants to plea out. Here's the thing. If he's talking about the murder minimum, right? What is the mandatory minimum for murder for hire federal? Right? Well, there's death. So there's death. So it was going to be 20 years in prison. If there's no death. No, actually, no, never mind. If the victim is injured, 20 years. If the victim is killed, it's life. I don't know. Anyway, here's the point. The point is this. If this is him and he's texting like this, right? If this is OTF Vonni, which I think his real name is Kevon Grant, right? If he's texting like this doesn't say he's snitching, though. I'm going to tell you why. Because when you cooperate with the government in federal court, you get what's called a 5K1 letter for your cooperation at the end of the cooperation. The judge is bound to mandatory minimum sentence guidelines. He cannot go below it unless you snitch. When you snitch, he could do whatever. So there's a downward departure, and they could do whatever. So I believe murder for hire, when it involves death, is life, instant life. There's no wiggle room. It's life. Okay, life or death, but they didn't go for the death penalty here. So it's life. Now, here's the thing. Obviously, maybe they could have this guy plea out for some other shit or some associated shit, right? And maybe that's what he's talking about. But if he's snitching, he would be snitching for not 32 years. He would be snitching for maybe 5 years or 10 years. Why? Because a judge has the discretion to go below everything. So there's no base. So that's the point I'm trying to say. If he's saying, I'm trying to plea out and there's a base for what I'm trying to plea out for, that doesn't actually say he's snitching. Because if he snitches, he gets a 5K1 letter and the judge will have the power to say, you're free tomorrow. The judge wouldn't say that, but has the power to do it. So I know people are taking these text messages and him saying a plea deal to mean he's snitching, but that doesn't mean he's snitching. You know what I mean? Also, this protective order isn't for snitching. They wouldn't put, that would be a sealed document. Like a lot of people are misinterpreting really stupid shit. And they're like, think about it. You think the feds would just put in plain text, we're putting a order of protection on this fucking defendant that all you stupid, dumb criminals could go try to kill him or kill his family? No. If they were going to mention him cooperating before trial, they would seal the document. No one would see it. So this idea, like a protective order in these cases is a protective order of information, which usually bounds the defense attorney and also the defendant themselves that whatever you see and discover, you cannot share. Right? Because it might involve other investigation. It might involve sensitive information about the victims. They put order of protections in. I interviewed Drew Finland. They put order of protections in every single case. In Diddy's case, it was an order of protection as well about the information. They put two of them, and one of them they were asked to try to cite both sides because they say they leaked the video and they're leaking anonymous statements. So, order of protection in court in these indictments is only about the sensitive information that's in discovery and information that's privied only to the defendants and the defendant's attorney. People, you got to stop listening to some of these non-reading Chicago niggas, with all due respect to them. They will tell you anything. They told us OTF Jam was the fucking snitch. Now they stopped telling us that. Now they're making up another guy. I'm not saying that OTF Vonni's not telling. What I'm telling y'all is that this isn't making all the way sense. Oh, he texted talking about a plea. Well, if he's snitching, he wouldn't be saying, I want to get 27 years. He would be saying, I'm hoping to tell and the judge could let me out in whatever time he wants to give me. Because there's no mandatory minimums when you snitch. There is when you don't. This guy's talking about mandatory minimums. It's 32, but I get points for this, da-da-da-da. Okay, that doesn't sound like snitching. What's the next thing? Order of protection, that's about the discovery. The next thing they're going to say is, well, you can't really look him up in BOP.gov, which is, he's not in federal custody anymore. So let's look him up. Locate an inmate. Yeah, we're going to locate an inmate by, not inmates, find an inmate. His name is Kevon Grant. Kevon Grant. Okay. Not in BOP custody. I've heard people say this on Clubhouse, and it's one of the dumbest shit I've heard too. Not in BOP custody. And by the way, I've heard Wack say this too, and I disagree with Wack. So I don't want you to think I'm ducking smoke with Wack. This does not mean he's snitching. Not in BOP custody. From what I've heard, it doesn't. It could mean he's housed in a resident jail that isn't completely feds. Okay? So there are some federal inmates that are not in a federal jail. Doesn't mean they're telling. He's clearly an inmate, because here's the thing, and this is what I'm saying, niggas be stupid. If they're trying to hide him, why would they even bring this up? Don't they think that the nimwits of the world would be like, well, we found him, but it says not in custody. He clearly is still an inmate. He has a register number. They're just saying the Bureau of Prisons, which is a federal bureau, which has certain jails and certain places, he's not under their control. Doesn't mean he's telling. Again, I'm not saying he's not, but people are so eager to try to create snitches. And again, if somebody got some real intel, let me know. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm actually saying this is bullshit. I'm saying this is bullshit. And I'm actually surprised some of these guys are actually letting this happen or not clearing this up, because I think, I could imagine people who like Durk or some street nigga might try to hurt him or his family. If there is someone snitching, put it like this, and this is another thing too. If he was snitching, right, they would quickly remove him out of this indictment. Quickly. Again, I'm not saying he's not snitching, but we just got to be a little bit educated. I'm not going off of a couple screenshots. This is not enough for me. For me personally. But, let the streets just do what they do.
He got on the plane. Vonni could tell him what happened. And then the timestamps from the phone.
Also, I'll be honest with you. A lot of YouTubers, they're eager to make content and jump ahead of the gun. Oh, this guy's snitching. And I've seen, and not so much Trenches News or whatever, but I've seen a lot of these guys make these assumptions, and when they're wrong, they act like they never said it. I'm not saying I'm the greatest legal mind, but y'all gotta know what y'all are reading. And y'all gotta know what y'all are interpreting. Because y'all audience are depending on y'all for real shit. At this point, if you ask me, there is no, if anything I'm taking away from this, Vonni probably has looked at with his lawyers the discovery and says, we're fucked. they probably saw the real cooperants and said, we're fucked. I'm not taking this shit to trial. I'm not getting take-aid. I'm going to plea out. And whoever is texting them is saying, well, listen, if you're going to plea out, and if that's what you're thinking, make sure everybody going to plea out too.
On digital footprint is going to be able to cooperate what OTF Vonni saying that Lil Durk did, or what they did before, and who they got the phone call from. Now they in California. He could say that Lil Durk knew all he needed to say, and Lil Durk is done. If he say that Lil Durk knew what was going on, because that's all you got to do is prove in a murder for hire case that you knew, and you just as well guilty as the killers. Now, Vonni got a gun charge too. He got the gun charges, so he had to buy the guns for somebody. So everybody finna go to jail. Everybody going down. And in his text message, he said clearly that he's not finna get an elbow like those other guys, you know, talking about the OTF members or possibly O-Block. Now, the tricky thing about this, he has more leverage, man. Hey, look, I know it might sound crazy.
Okay, so someone has corrected me. They said that this idea, when he says, I'm trying to plea out to a 32, okay? Apparently, if we Google federal sentencing guidelines, okay? When we Google this, there's a whole thing about it. Jesus Christ. But we could Google level 32. Apparently that wasn't years he was talking about. It was levels. It says federal sentencing guideline level 32 typically results in a sentence of 121 to 151 months. So it's 10 to 12 years, depending on the defendant's criminal history. The level is often associated with offenses involving in quantities of drugs or serious felonies, okay? Let's see if we could figure out like what crimes would be in that. Well, all right. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. See, I'm also open to being wrong. So if this is so he's supposedly he's talking about a level 32. So level 32 would be a 10 to 12 years. I'm not gonna lie to you. If he think he's gonna plea out and hope to, the way it works in federal court, you got to get the letter. It's a 5K1 letter. If you don't get the letter comes in and it gets submitted into evidence at sentencing, only at sentencing. Okay, your time snitching doesn't end until you get the letter. But I'm gonna be honest with you. If he gets sentenced between 10, well, I think he might have a criminal history, but if he gets sentenced between 10 and 12 years, he's snitching. I ain't gonna lie to you. Never mind. Never fucking mind. Nigga, you're in a murder for hire and you get 10 years? Yeah, you snitch. Now, we don't know if that the text message is real, but if he's thinking he's gonna get 10 years, oh, hell nah. A murder for hire? Oh, hell nah. He must be thinking, remember, look, federal sentencing murder for hire guidelines. It should say life. If the person gets injured but not killed, up to 20 years. If no injured death occurs, could be 10 years. Now, it should say if there's death. If the murder is carried out and the victim dies, the penalty can be either life or death. It's over. Like, so, ain't no, you ain't getting out of no 10. So, if he's thinking he's going to get a 10, maybe that's an insinuation. So I'll correct myself. And I want to be malleable with that because, you know, I don't like this idea where I see a lot of bloggers, like, you know what I mean, these guys are just quick to rush to say this guy's a snitch because they're doing it for content, right? And at the end of the day, let's just wait. But, again, I don't know if this text message is real, but if it is real, it would kind of... Anyway, let me keep listening.
Y'all, man. But OTF Vonni, man, he backdoored Vine, man. And that's from the streets. That's for the people who know. It might be new to the internet, you know. I might be telling you some foreign shit that you can't comprehend right now. But he backdoored Von, man. He the one who got up with Quando Rondo and them people, bro, and gave them the time and everything. Everybody was wondering, how did they just meet up? You know, they say Quando and them from Savannah, Georgia, right? And they was in Atlanta. What would make them meet up? And I want y'all to get in the comments. How did they just meet up like that? When this person explained, and this person is, you know, the closest thing that we gonna get to Von, Durk, them, and everything, man. This person is legit, fully legit, you know. And he backdoored Von, man. He gave up they low, man. They got Von out the way. He was stealing. Then the cases with him and Durk them, and also Durk them blame Von for the shit, and they got it sealed. They blame Von them for the shit. It's been confirmed, and then they got it sealed after that. You know, Vonni been slimy the whole time. He been stealing from Von. All the situations that been taking place, we seen on the internet with Von them. Von accused somebody of stealing money. You know, it was Vonni who was stealing. Von probably thought he paid for his house. Vonni was renting it. Vonni had all the controls over the money. You know, these guys, Lil Durk them, Von them, they never passed high school. They never graduated to the next step. And when they did go to school, the teachers were just passing them just for showing up. So Vonni is the smart one. You know, he the one go to Icebox, break the deals for him. He do everything for him. He the one who...
Yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie to you. Hold on, let me talk to Grant first. Yo, chat, I be just seeing so many lies online, but it's like what I just told Drake. Don't mention niggas who's like I just seen some random. I never seen these people a day in my life, but I looked somehow it got into my mentions. I never get mentions, but like some random YouTuber I've never met. They're like, yo, I reported their video. I'm like, I never reported a video in my life. I don't know if I should even mention their name. I should probably just not mention their name because I could tell if I mention their name. I remember I mentioned one bum ass nigga name and they made like 10 music videos about me.
When a person get murdered in Chicago, they call for their payment and he makes sure it get. They don't talk to Lil Durk. They talk to Vonni. So Lil Durk is nil. Whether I want him to get in jail, which I don't care. I'm just a blogger. But he nil. I'm telling y'all. I finna show y'all these text messages. And then I'm gonna get back to the King Von situation. So just bear with me.
By the way, shout out to the boy Drizzy, man. Drake having a good time. My boy Drizzy, man. You know what's funny? I can't wait till Anthony Fantana does the video to tell Drake that he's racist for posting. He's racist for laughing at him going through his racist thing. Hilarious. Now, Drizzy tapped in still. Drizzy tapped in. Hold on. Grant, I know it's not me, stupid. I'm not calling Grant stupid, that's my man. But, like, Grant, I'm saying, who are these niggas? Like, I don't know who this guy is. All right, I hate to, like, I feel like the moment I mention somebody, I feel like they're just like, oh my God, Act mentions me. 3,000 videos, but it's okay. This random person, I don't know how you got in my algorithm. I'll give you the free clout today. I promise you this is the first time I've ever typed in your Twitter name. Brother, but I just want to be very clear with y'all, whoever this dweeb is. I seen you tweet me. You said if Snitchademics didn't rat you. Okay, so apparently this guy thinks, let me scroll down. I think he says that one of his YouTube videos, he's probably trashing me, right? Oh, look, academics is snitch, right? I guess he's trashing me on some YouTube videos. There's a bunch of people who does it, right? Whoever you are, I want to be honest with you. I'm really trying to have a honest conversation with you, whoever you are. I don't know which video you think got taken out. I don't know. If you think I'm watching you, like you're like ridiculous, right? I just want to tell you this. By the way, hilarious screenshot of me. I want to just say this to you. I don't endorse reporting anybody's page. I don't endorse that. We're all online creators. You have a family to feed. I have a family to feed. It's okay. Your way of feeding your family is probably to hate on me and Drake. It's okay. I signed up for this. It's okay. Like, people like you exist. As whatever you're saying, this never came across my thing, and I'm only addressing this as a YouTube creator, because whatever hater job you're doing against me, it's not that good because I've never heard of you. I'm hearing of you because I'm a creator first. I don't report niggas. Niggas take my streams and upload it. I don't report them. You get what I'm saying? So I just want to tell you, whoever you are, sir, you could have a fruitful career in hating on me, and I hope you make all the money you make. I don't report you, and I'm not going to, no one should report this guy. Let him hate in peace. And brother, I just want to tell you, at the end of the day, you're making YouTube videos to feed your family. I make YouTube videos to feed my family. I don't want you to stop feeding your family. I don't want to report you. I'm not reporting you. I never reported you. I never seen your channel. I don't want to see the video. You're probably saying some lies. I don't care. Okay? I just want to put that out there because I support YouTubers. And I'm only responding to this. You probably make some bad content. I get it. I'm not here to talk about your content. I'm just here to talk to you as a YouTuber. I am not reporting you. If y'all get a report and it says anything that is associated with me, even if you're a hater, you could come to me and say, hey, Ak, you're a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber. I don't like you. I make videos hating on you, but Ak, this affected my channel or affecting whatever. Could we get it resolved? We will. We'll get it resolved, brother. I'm not here. Listen, I'm living good. There's going to be a couple hating ass niggas like you that's going to do what you do. Trust me. Just don't lie on me, though. I've never reported your video. I've never seen you, okay? As long as you do that, if you have proof, whoever you are, and I know you won't, you're not an honest guy. You're probably not an honest guy. If you think that I reported your video, I will, see, I feel like I'm giving you too much clout. I would have followed you and just be like, yo, just DM me if you actually think whatever report came from me. I will go to YouTube or go to whatever and tell him, put the boy video back up. I don't care if it's hating on me. Niggas make videos hating on me every day. That's the difference between me and y'all. Y'all get a little bit of criticism. Y'all ready to... I get criticism all day. I'm like, okay. So whoever this person is, could you please just don't lie on me? But if you do believe that I am the reason why your page is whatever, I am a YouTuber. I'm a content creator. I don't play games to try to get people axed out like that. I'm the best content creator out here. I want to squabble with all of y'all. I want to go content for content. Entertainment for entertainment. I don't want YouTube to delete y'all. I want to show y'all how over time, because I've been beating y'all ass for 15 years, I want to show y'all I could do it for another 15. I don't want YouTube to delete y'all page or suspend y'all. Fuck no. So if I could do anything to help you, sir, to get your page fine, if you claim it's me, I want to help you. But I know you won't take this and be like, oh, you know what? Even though Axe a fuck nigga or I've said all these lies about him, he wants to help me. Actually, I was wrong. He didn't do anything. You won't say that you because you're dishonest. But it's okay. But if you do actually think I did something, you could email academicsmusic@gmail.com and you could just put something in the title that I could know it's you. And if you really think it's me or anybody on my team, I would definitely make sure it's taken care of. But it's definitely not. You're just lying. And that's the thing. I got to deal with lying ass niggas like you while y'all try to make a career of me, but it's all good. Anyway, I'll just digress. Somebody said, call Brick Baby? Brick Baby's in jail. Anyway. All right, Trenches.
What he trying to do, what he trying to get, because he ain't trying to get life in prison, and they telling him, throw Vaughn under the bus on everything. Tell them about the Vaughn situation. And when they saying tell them about the Vaughn situation, meaning that they backdoored Vaughn, man. I know it's hard to believe, like, man, why would Lil Durk crash out behind King Von and all that. Hey, the streets will make you do it. The internet will make you do it. But the streets definitely, hey, look, we don't know what happened to Von, but man, somebody better go ahead and do something. You know what I'm talking about? The streets will make you. I don't give a fuck how much money you is. You know, you ain't bigger than the trenches. You know, you could buy some people, but some people you can't buy, you know? So that's the situation, man. What he talking about at the end of that, he's saying that, you know, tell him about Von. Durk got a Drew Finland. Hey, he gonna need, goddammit, Johnny Cochran and them now. And when I say he gonna need them now, he gonna need them now, man.
Now, here's the thing, though. I actually disagree that Durk is cooked. I believe unless there was a wire, I believe that unless you have Durk dead to rights, I think Durk could make a reasonable argument in court. All of us wanted Quando Rondo or Lil Pop dead. Yes, I was the money man, but there is no beyond a reasonable doubt proof that I was the one who set this up. I didn't shoot nobody. I wasn't there. Y'all are my friends. Yes, I was around y'all. Yes, I was in LA. But y'all have to prove. And here's the thing. If we're going to rely on a bunch of criminals, and again, it can't be just one. Not all of these guys, these ain't choir boys. These guys got criminal acts. Some of these guys on their third strike. Some of these guys, they know they ain't never coming back home. They know what the DA wants. Or not, yeah, well, the feds want. They want Lil Durk's head. Pause. Again, if there's a reasonable argument to make, to be like, these motherfuckers are lying. They're lying. You're going to need some type of proof that Durk was in this. And we haven't heard about a text message. We haven't heard about a recorded call. So if we got to go on the words of a bunch of killers and a bunch of criminals. Now, granted, if 5 people are saying that's the nigga who set it up, the jury's about to believe it. But if it's just 1 or 2, and especially if Durk could cook up some other guy saying, nah, I was there. He ain't say that. He has a chance. As long as there's not no dead to rights proof.
Because Vonni, he said that he confirmed that he's cooperating with the feds because he ain't getting life. That mean Lil Durk gone, man. That mean Lil Pab Mama about to get paid. That mean Mama Duck about to get paid. And the rest of them guys about to go down. Now, people asking about Jam. Yeah, they say that Jam, yeah, he did tell, but they say that Jam told. This the same person who Vonni texting. That Jam told because of King Von being backdoored. And everybody knows that King Von was backdoored. You know, we didn't even we ain't know that Zoo was there. I remember this one live where it was this live where Lil Durk was on live and the fans was telling him that King Von is dead. And they was playing crazy. According to them, man, they already knew, you know, what was about to happen. They couldn't stand the heat that King Von was bringing, man. He was bringing extra heat, you know, and then they were stealing from him. Everybody around him was stealing. Von got a good heart. That's one thing about him. I can say about him. He got a good heart. He'll cash out everybody. He used to buy the grown niggas weed when he was a kid. When he was a teenager, he was buying a grown BD's weed. So I know he got a heart, you know, giving people shoes and shit. So they were stealing from him, his own people. Vonni is not Von's cousin. His daddy and Silk is friends. And, you know, that's how Vonni got that.
Okay, we're going to figure out if he's snitching or what. Anyway, let's get into this whole Cardi B and Ra Ali thing. So a couple years ago, I don't know if you guys remember, apparently Cardi B and Ra Ali, they got into a fight, okay? Now, here's the thing. This really stems from Cardi B running into Nicki Minaj. I can't remember where they ran to each other, but when they ran into each other, Cardi B got on live or whatever. She had a knot on her head. And the knot on her head wasn't because of Nicki Minaj. Apparently, Nicki Minaj's friend, Rashid Ali, supposedly threw something or put hands or did something to Cardi B. Now, Cardi B, you know, obviously she don't like Nicki, but she's been waiting to see this woman. Apparently she did run into her later on, and she got her lick back supposedly, but it was in like a France airport or something like that. And by the way, this was a knot on her head from the initial thing, and I think this was at the Harper Bazaar, party, right? And essentially, she claimed that she got her get back at her when she saw her in the airport years after, and she said that Ali stared her down in the airport. Cardi started the argument. Ali dismissed the rapper, telling her to grow up. Cardi claims she threw a JBL portable speaker at her head, and Cardi is explaining it below. Check this out.
In the line, I'm getting checked. I'm in the line. My thing is about to go through TSA and whatever. And I turn around and I literally see this woman. She's in a wheelchair and she looked like in distress or something. Like she looked in distress. So I looked at her. I couldn't even believe my eyes because I feel like I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I couldn't even believe my eyes.
Wow.
And I can't believe I'm in France. And this is happening all there and then. So this woman is in a wheelchair and I look at her and I said, "You good?" And she said, "I don't feel well." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So then I told my security, and let me tell you something about my security. I know that you guys see him in pictures. I know that you guys think, but me and my security been my security already for like 6 years. And like my security is a big crip. You know what I'm saying? So his opinion to me matters. Not even his opinion, but it's like, I will never like to look pussy in front of my security because I feel like if I do some pussy shit, I know my security gonna be like, "Bitch, you're pussy." Because that's the type of relationship that we have. So I told my security, right?
Yo, Cardi, that's the wrong security to have. I hire security to look pussy. Yo, somebody remind Cardi, this is why you hire security, to look pussy. To be like, yo, I'm pussy, you handle that.
I'm like, yo, this chick is right behind me. Like, he's like, "Oh my God, like she's in a wheelchair." So I asked him, what should I do? Because at the end of the day, we are in France. And you know what? It would have been really easy for me to just snuff her in a wheelchair. But I'm like, yo, what should I do? Because we're in France and I'm about to, we in Cannes and I'm about to fly to Paris to shoot my album content. Everybody's waiting for me. But either way, so we are in France and we're going to go to jail. So he was like, "You know what? Let's catch her upstairs in the lounge." Because the TSA that we went to is a TSA that you go through and then you go upstairs to a private lounge. And you know, like you in a private lounge, you could go to the bathroom, you could do whatever the fuck you practically want in the lounge. So I'm like, that's where I'm gonna catch her at. Like that's where I'm gonna pop it off.
She planning.
So, and yes, I know that I'm grown. And I shouldn't have that mentality.
Yo, Barty, you big blood from the Bronx, nigga. The fuck? Big bloods, nigga. Big bloods, nigga. Come on, man. Go ahead, Barty.
But let's be fucking for real. If I wouldn't have said nothing and if I would have been an adult, she would have came online and would have been like, "Oh, I saw Cardi B and she didn't do nothing. She's pussy." And on top of that, I don't care what it is. Your friend's security and you attacked me. Y'all grabbed me. No, the security grabbed me and you attacked me. And if you thought I was gonna let that shit fly, you out of your fucking mind. Like I can't die on this earth. I can't live and die knowing that somebody put their hands on me and I never did nothing back. Like, bitch, I'm from the Bronx, you from the Bronx. You know what's up. So anyways, I'm on the line and I'm waiting because I know she has to go upstairs to the lounge and we're going to the lounge. And it's like, all right, that's where we're going to handle our business. Because I know she's aware that we in cons and I'm aware that I'm in cons. Like, ain't nobody trying to go to jail. So I'm on the line and now I see that she's set up now. Now she's not in the wheelchair. Now she's standing, but she's staring at me. Like she's staring at me, like literally staring at me. She's not getting her eyes off of me. So now I'm already thinking to myself, like, it's like, fuck it. Like, it is what it is. We're about to fight right now. Cause she looking at me like she wanted. So that's when I start arguing with her. And like, I start arguing with her, and she's just telling me, like, you need to grow up, like, be for real, grow up. So that's when I threw a JBL speaker on her head.
Oh,
And
shit.
she said, you feel better about yourself? And then she's like, she's acting like now she's gonna fight. Like, but she wasn't being like aggressive. She was like, oh, okay, now. Because I guess she was sick. I don't know what was wrong with her. So then I guess my security is like, like now he in between both of us, because now the police is really coming. Like they're really rushing to the part of the airport. And she was saying, you feel good now? Like you good? That's what you wanted? And I kept saying, yeah, that's what I wanted. Of course I'm gonna get my lick back. And you know that I'm not lying because she practically saying it herself. I don't know why you said that I was throwing a shoe. And why you not saying that you got hit in the head with whatever? But you know what? Whatever. At the end of the day, you know I'm not lying because even herself said, you thought I wasn't going to get my leg back? I wouldn't have said that if it was just me arguing with her. I wouldn't have said that if a shoe went flying somewhere. You know I said I said I got my leg back because you got hit. And you know what? I'm good. I wish we could have like fight and like, yeah, you're right. I wish we could have fight to the end because I need to die knowing. I need to die knowing that. I don't give a fuck how old we are. But at the end of the day, that was good enough for me. Like, that was good enough for me.
Yo, Cardi's a ratchet to the core, man. She said, I needed to die knowing that I threw something at you. Yo, Cardi's.
I honestly cannot believe that you came online and talk about that because that's kind of embarrassing. It's kind of embarrassing, but you know what? I guess it's good traction, good story. It is what it is still. And I'm glad. And you know what? Now that I got my leg back and you hit me and I hit you, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like it is true. Like we are older. We are mothers. You're in your 40s. I'm in my 30s. But I wasn't gonna let you go back and report to your boss and say that I ain't do shit.
Oh, that was Nikki? Oh man. Where did Ra Ali like give her side? She never gave her side? Where did Ra Ali address it? Oh, here we go.
I'm not sure if you even know of the history between Cardi B and I. I'm not sure if you even know.
Now, can you tell me the Cardi thing? Because I don't know.
Of course. So I'm going to tell the story backwards just so that...
I can't wait to hear it.
Okay. So recently I went to Cannes for the Lions Festival.
Yep.
It was for work. A lot of people come into town, business people, entertainers, and it's a positive situation all around. So I'm leaving. I'm by myself, and I'm in the wheelchair.
Why are you in the wheelchair?
At the airport.
Oh,
so I didn't feel well.
He was also trying to get through security quick too. Do it sometimes you got to do what you got to do when you're behind. Let's go.
So I'm not feeling that good. I really genuinely had a cold. I did a virtual appointment with a doctor and, got a Z-Pack.
Oh, it was serious. You need to get
I wasn't
better.
feeling that good. Sure. Yeah. So, I'm going through security.
Z-Pack?
I'm sitting there and being pushed. And I look ahead of me and there's no one else there, just Cardi.
Oh, so this is recently?
This is the other day.
Yeah, because I talked to you before you told me you was going to Cannes. Oh, this is okay, cool, okay.
This is me leaving from
France.
Cannes. Yep. So I see her ahead of me, and
what are you thinking? If you don't mind me asking, what are you thinking?
I can't even say what I was thinking. I think more so I was thinking, oh God, like
not right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
oh boy, that's usually And she has like a red dress on. I'll show you the video because I definitely took my phone out immediately and I just pressed record.
That's that media smartness, boy.
I took my phone out. I pressed record and I'm like, just chewing a bagel.
No, Cardi with the hand on the hip? Oh, nah, it was smoke.
She's standing there and they roll me right here and she's standing right there where that TV monitor is.
Okay.
So I'm just sitting there and I'm just looking.
Does she know you behind me? Okay, perfect.
So she's chewing and then she turns and she looks. And she's like, what's wrong with you? I say nothing. My assumption, because I'm not going to put something out there that I'm not sure about is that it didn't click on her in her head, possibly when she first saw me, that it was me.
Yeah.
Maybe because I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know what was the reason. And she I didn't say anything. So maybe once I didn't answer her, maybe she was like, do I got problems with this person or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
So whenever it clicked on her, whenever it registered, I'm watching her, remember? So I'm looking right at her. She goes to her security and she says to him, that's whatever she says to him. I see him lean over like this and she's telling him in his ear. So I just take, like the bag that's in my lap and I just put it on the wheelchair part because I know I'm probably going to have to stand up. And he turns around and
Yo, Rashid Ali, you've been on too much fucking Love and Hip Hop to not know. You've been on Love and Hip Hop, I think. Cardi B been on Love and Hip Hop. Y'all know it's on. She's a hood bitch from the Bronx. She's like Big Brim and all that shit. She blooded up. Why the hell is you still sitting down, Nick? Even if you had a rolled ankle, you had a torn ACL, that's a bitch from the Bronx. You should have got up and walked through TSA or get ready to scrap. Nigga, yo, Rashid Ali, they could be rolling your casket through there. Even if you was half dead, you was transitioning, you gotta hop out of. Yo, hold on, God, hold on. My op right there, I gotta go get him. Yo, what are you doing? What you doing? This a hood bitch from the Bronx.
looks, and I'm just like, I'm still sitting in the chair, I'm just looking. And
nah, I ain't gonna lie, this makes Cardi look like a demon. You know what's crazy? I never met Rashid Ali, but she always looked like she was bigger than most women. So it's like, you know that chick that bigger than all women, so she just beat the small bitch's ass? Cardi looking like she bout it. By the way, in this story, yo, what the fuck is Stephon Diggs? Yo, Offset would have been there. Offset would have been there. Offset would have been there. Yo, Offset would have been there. Where the fuck Stephon Diggs at? What that nigga doing? Sit-ups? He doing suicides? At fucking practice? What he doing? What he doing? He hitting the bag? What he doing? What's going on?
So now, once she informs him that I'm there, it's in 5, 4, 3, 2, showtime. You got me f***ed up. You got me, like, immediately she starts yelling and cursing and screaming. Oh, what's up? What's up? What? Yeah. You thought I was gonna get my lick back? What you thought? What you thought? You on the internet talk about how you. Now, one thing I never have done, never ever done. There's not any footage of me ever going on camera and elaborating on me having a physical fight with someone if there wasn't already footage to show that it happened. Mm-hmm. I don't come from that world. I don't care what it was. I'm not going to tell you I stole a pack of cookies out the store and there's no proof. I just don't do that. I don't think it's cute. I think you sound stupid. Yeah. I think anybody even admitting to something in any capacity, they don't have to, is crazy. Yeah. That's not my world. So there's nothing online of me ever saying, yeah, you know, haha, that's why I beat her up. That's not how I move. I don't move like that. And so she was like, yeah, you on. So I looked at her and I said, yo, you look so stupid. Because we're in France.
So we in the airport.
Like, in the air.
That's that T-Rail energy right there. That's the T-Rail energy right there. The one-arm T-Rail energy. Yo, we in Turks. Nigga, what you mean we in Turks? Nigga, wait, hold on. Wait, there's a Turks version of you? And there's like a I'm chilling back on Fig version? Wait, hold on. Wait, I didn't know. Wait, what? What you mean we in France? What that mean? Yo, Cardi B still in the Bronx, nigga. What's poppin'? What's poppin'? Yo, I think Cardi was looking at her like, I might give her the pass because she looked like she might be hanging on for dear life. I might slap the fuck out of her. She die. I got a murder case. I'm going down like TK. She over here thinking you in France? Man, y'all gotta stop it, bro. Yo, Rashid Ali, I gotta keep it a beam with you. You in the airport, you gotta bully the scene. Yo, this is how you gotta do it right here. This is how you gotta do it. Word 2 right here. This is what you gotta do.
That Zoo was that.
Well, this is what you gotta do. I don't even know they page. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah. This is what you gotta do. This is what you gotta do right here. Yo, chat. I need this audio too. I need this audio. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Chat. I need this audio right here.
Man, get a shot, whatever, because now we good.
Here.
And that wasn't planned, right? Like, it wasn't like,
here we go.
What's up, nigga?
Here we go here. Nah, this is what I need,
club,
chat.
I go to our section by the DJ or whatever. They shouting out everybody on the, then they was like, shout out DJ Academics. I'm like, DJ Academics? And I told the nigga on the mic, where he at? He was like, he right there. I'm like, oh, it's movie time.
It's movie time. Yo, this is cinema. Yo, it's movie time. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. This is hilarious.
So I go over there. You feel me? I'm like, what's up, nigga?
Oh, shit.
Yo,
this nigga. Yo, first of all, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Smack, is Smack like a gangster? I don't know if he's a gangster. I don't think I ever met Smack. Is he a gangster? He's the only nigga that don't seem amused. I know he does comedy. Shout out to Duno. Duno, like, he could tell it's so awkward, he just started laughing for no reason. Smack was looking at him like, nigga, you pussy. Like, I could tell. Smack ain't crack a smile the whole time. This is the whole problem with this. The whole problem with this clip is that Smack looking at him like, nigga, I knew you was a bitch.
On the mic, where he at? He was like, he right there. I'm like, oh, it's movie time. So
Yo, he not smiling at. Yo, why Smack not smiling? Yo, Smack, we're doing content, bro. Smack. Yo, somebody tell Smack we're doing content. Yo, Smack look dumb serious. Yo, Smack. Look, he's smiling. Smiles. We all know he lying, but he's smiling. Why Smack look so serious? Smack! Smacky!
I go over there.
Yo, he's really looking like he's like get to the plot, like he's trying to understand this shit. Yo, somebody save Smack before he go to jail. Cause Smack is really Smack really thinking he's on a podcast standing on business. Yo, your co-hosts are media personalities. They're jokesters. Like, we're all playing the game. You feel me? The next time you see, next time me and like we actually I hit T-Rell about this. The next time we link up, we gonna do this. We gonna act like we gonna fight and we gonna do this. The next time we gonna act like we about to fight, then we gonna do this. Hey! Come on! Y'all West Coast niggas gotta stop acting too tough. The only thing when we doing this, does T-Rell other arm go up? If it don't go up, I'm gonna have to lift it up for him. Because we gotta get the choreography good. But Smack looking dead serious, like he really looking like he's expecting. What you mean you took a shot? Like he's mad disappointed. Yo, we're doing content. Yo. Yo, look how he looking. That nigga looking at him like he Kendrick Lamar, bro. Yo. T-Rell, you my nigga. I love how you capped it up. Listen to this.
Feel me? I'm like, what's up, nigga? And he looking like what? He put his glasses down like, what's up, nigga? And he like,
the funny thing is, Smack looking at him the whole time like, yo, this bitch ass nigga lying to me right now.
He's looking at me shocked like this nigga been fucking dark. This guy goes back.
Yo, he's giggling. Yo, Smack ain't laugh one time. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, you can tell Smack was just like, yo, I'm really on a podcast with a hoe ass nigga. Yo, Smack, he's not a hoe ass nigga. We're just content creators. By the way, I gotta plug this. Yo, chat, I'm shouting out everybody. Yo, go to theakademy.shop right now. Everybody, theakademy.shop. We got the Bully the Scene shirts on sale right now. If you cop a shirt while we on stream, I'm shouting you out. We got the Bully the Scene shirt. You trying to be like T-Rel? Somebody told me we did drop the ball. We should have put an orange on it. That's a fact. Should have put an orange on it. Verselli, we fucked up. 10% off your whole order. Don't worry about it. Listen, the Bully the Scene shirt right now. If you trying to see your biggest op, but you in Turks and you like, yo, I got my loafers on. Yo, I got on my Sunday's best. I can't really scuff it up. Low-key, I just got to drive the boat. Now check the energy. It's all good. Go cop the Academy Bully the Scene shirt right about now. If you cop it right now, let me open my shit. Everybody cop it. We shout now. That's a fact. Sometimes when you realize that niggas is trolling, you got to make a bag off your op. We did it off. We just got to make a bag off our op. I ain't even going to cap with you, bro. You just got to make a bag off your op. I ain't even going to lie. Oh, okay, how much shit? Tariq, thank you for the order. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Okay, anyway, let's hear the story.
They just looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene.
I love it. That's how I bully the whole scene.
And he just looking at me shocked like this nigga been fucking dark.
Yo, you could tell this nigga's like, yo, bro, stop lying. Yo, look at Smack's face the whole time. He's like, yo, bro, stop fucking lying, nigga.
So I'm like,
everybody's giggling. It's like, Smack, he can't even smile at this shit. This is too much cap.
Shout out DJ Academics. I'm like, DJ Academics? And I told trash ass white bitches, weak ass, dirty ass. You feel me? I'm like, what's up, nigga?
Yeah, this is, you know, when it's too tense, you just start laughing. Yo, Smack looking at him like, yo, why are you lying right now, bro?
He looking like what? He put his glasses down like, what's up, nigga? And he just looking at me shocked like this nigga been fucking dark.
Yeah, this look right here is like, damn, this fucking lying ass nigga right here.
Nigga Turks. They just looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene because he just was.
I'll bully the whole scene. Yeah, I love it.
Down like, what's up, nigga? And he just looking at me shocked like this nigga been fucking dark. Nigga Turks. They just looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene because he just listening.
I bully the whole scene. I bully the whole scene. I like it.
Trash ass white bitches, weak ass, dirty ass.
Yo, let me tell you this. Yo, I finally figured it out. Let me tell you this. Yo, back on Fig, I figured it out. 80 probably, I don't know if 80 a gangster like that. Let me say all that party crip. So I don't know who's a party, whatever. I don't know about that. I like 80 though. That's my guy. I don't know why he went bad on me. 80, I love you still, but it's okay. You know what I realized? The only person who probably like been in some real shit is Smack. I'm gonna be honest. Because this nigga, he was telling the story and he kept looking at Smack trying to get Smack to laugh. He ain't care if Duno was laughing. He ain't care if AD was co-signing. He ain't give a fuck about Pun. He kept talking, but he kept looking over at Smack to see if Smack was buying the story, to see if Smack was approving. You know what that told me? He realized them other niggas can't give him the credit he need. Smack the only nigga who could be like, oh yeah, all right, yeah, you valid, little homie. So I could tell Smack the only nigga over there standing on business. So to keep it real, Smack, shit. I was thinking some old English for you, but I don't know what I might have to give for you. Hold on, anyway.
I'm like, what's up, nigga? And he
watch his
just
face.
Looking at me shocked like this nigga been fucking dark.
See, he's grinning. He's grinning. He got him. You know that nigga lying? He got him. This nigga's turning his face up like.
Nigga Turks.
And he keep wiggling his leg. You know when you wiggling your legs, it's like, man, this motherfucker lying.
He's looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene because he just.
I bully the whole scene. I love it.
Turks.
They just looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene because he just with some trash ass white bitch. They just looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene because he just.
Chat, I need that. I bully the whole scene.
Turks.
They just looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene because he just with some trash ass white. They just looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene because he just with some.
Yo, chat, man, the bully the scene. Chat, if you never bully the scene like T-Rel, you seen your op in a club, you bully the scene and go drive the boat with him.
Because he just with some trash ass white bitches, weak ass, dirty ass. They trash, you know what I'm saying? They just, he probably like 5, 6 dirty ass white bitches. So I'm like, damn, this nigga really, you know what I'm saying? He just went and got some stragglers,
man.
you feel me? He didn't went and got anybody he wanted to. So I'm
All
like,
in. Yo, chat's coming in. I ain't gonna cap with you. Yo, hey, listen, you see, y'all niggas like T-Rel, we love when y'all bully the scene. We're gonna run up a bag off your stupid ass. Yo, shout out to my man. I want to say y'all full government up in this joint, but my man, Michael from Minnesota. Thank you for the purchase. We bullying the scene out here, man. Shout out to T-Rel. Lamont, my boy, man. My boy out of Chicago, Illinois. Oh, shit, I gotta go. Damn, okay, I see you, my boy. Damn, I know that address. Oh, you live in the trenches, gang. Make sure nobody steal your package. We gonna make sure we get there. If they steal your package, report it to me. We'll send you another one, okay? My man from Austin, Texas, my man Tevin. Yo, appreciate you, man. Listen, if you trying to bully the scene like my boy, y'all gotta bully the scene like him.
Like 5, 6 dirty ass white bitches. So shocked like this nigga been fucking dark.
You're right here. This is so funny.
And he just looking at me shocked like.
Look, he looking at Smack. I am not amused.
This nigga been fucking dark.
Look, he trying to get a laugh. He got a laugh here. Look at this nigga's face.
Turks.
They just looking at me like shocked. So I bully the whole scene because he just with some trash ass white bitches, weak ass, dirty ass. They trash, you know what I'm saying? He probably like 5, 6 dirty ass white bitches. So I'm like, damn, this nigga really, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, he finally got a chuckle.
You feel me? He didn't even got anybody he wanted to. So I'm like, damn.
Okay, he finally got a chuckle.
Bitches that fly one way there and just looking for what they got to do.
Like they ain't had no ass or nothing, you know what I mean? Like go get at least some weak ass bitches with some ass, you know what I mean? Like,
nah, look at this nigga Smack.
So I'm like, whatever. I bullied him. I'm like, what's up, nigga?
I
just looking
bullied
at me,
it.
and I'm like, he just looking at me like shocked, and I'm like,
yo, chat. I need everybody go cop a shirt right now. Listen, we gonna run it up on T-Rel's retarded arm. We gotta run it up. If you ever seen your op in a club and you had to let that nigga know what it is, you had to bully the scene, go over to his section and ask him to drink from his bottle? Come on, man. Stop fucking playing, bro. Holy. Yo, oh, nah, it's coming in. Yo, you from Wax Hood. Ricardo, I ain't gonna like dox you. My boy from Pacoima, California. Good looks, you know what I mean? Salute to you, man. You know what I mean? When you in Pacoima, just make sure you rock that shirt when you bullying the scene. You see Whack 100 out there, no, I don't care who you see out there, nigga. Bully them, just bully the scene, grab the bottle, take a shot, do what you gotta do, man. You gotta let niggas know. Niggas can't play with you like that. My man, Carlton. Oh, you from Brooklyn. Oh, that's a Brooklyn nigga. A Brooklyn nigga gonna bully the scene for show. A Brooklyn nigga gonna bully the scene for show. Okay? I ain't gonna lie. Yo, if T-Rel is a representative of the West Coast, perfect.
They got the bitches that fly one way there and just
ass white bitches. He just looking at me shocked like this nigga been fucking dark.
Turks.
They just looking at me like shocked.
I gotta stop.
I bully the whole scene because he just with some trash ass white bitches, weak ass, dirty ass. They trash, you know what I'm saying? He probably like 5, 6 dirty ass white bitches.
Oh man, no.
So I'm like, damn, this nigga really, you know what I'm saying? He just went and got some stragglers.
All right. We gotta stop, chat. We gotta stop. No, this is too much. It's too much. What I'm trying to say, yo, Rashida Ali, you gotta bully the scene. What you mean? Like, yo, come, stop playing. Hold on. Here we go.
That's not how I move.
Bully the scene, like
man. And so she was like, yeah, you on. So I looked at her and I said, yo, you look so stupid. Because we're in France.
Say we in the airport.
Like, in the airport, but in France. We're not in the airport in the States.
Yes.
Dimitri, man. Yo, I need the drop for this. We gonna do it like the
Caldego.
We need that. We need to drop. Bully the scene. Dimitri, man, I see you out of North Carolina, Goldsburg, man. Yo, when you in Goldsburg and niggas try to play with you, nigga, make sure you got your shirt on, nigga. Bully the fucking scene and stop playing with niggas, man. Walk up in a nigga section, nigga, grab the bottle or ask for the bottle. You know what I mean? Bully the scene, grab the bottle, drive the boat, put it back down, go back to like just walking around the club like a hobo, and mission accomplished.
Because I actually kind of think that if it's really like that, if you feel like being like that in the States, we all know what bookings is. We all been in Rikers, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Yeah,
No, I
okay.
haven't,
Okay, yeah, you know.
I know my father was in there. I visited him a couple times, but yeah, you're right.
Everybody knows
Nobody
you've
wanna
been
go
locked
there.
up
Yes.
somewhere. Like,
Yeah.
but locked up abroad, like the show that's on A&E.
International lawyers, all that. Oh
Like,
my God.
what?
Yeah.
And
Now I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Rashid Ali, I ain't gonna lie, you ain't had no smoke then. I'm tired of hearing y'all talking about international law. Y'all talking about all this type of stuff. When you put a fucking knot on her head, you wasn't thinking about no type of law. Why the hell y'all go out of country and now y'all mad civilized? Why don't y'all just bully the scene? Bully the fucking scene. The same way how you bullied the Harper Bazaar and put a knot on her head, you in a wheelchair just because y'all in France, you can't act up? What you mean? That mean you don't got real beef then. You shouldn't be like acting up locally.
so she's yelling and she's screaming. And I was like, wow. I said, this is 3 kids later. 3 kids later. I've, of course, stood up now because I have to stand up because
You got to protect yourself. in
I don't
case.
know what
Yeah.
any of them are going to
Yo,
do.
shout out to my boy. Hold on.
I'm always
Oh, shit, wait.
looking to be the
Shout out to my boy Elmo, man. My boy Elmo, you always say, oh, listen, he from New Brunswick, New Jersey, man. Listen, Elmo, I'm gonna have to deliver that shit to you myself. You know I'm really up the street from that. You feel me? I gotta go to that's my favorite spot, Jamaican spot, Cool Runnings on Eastern Ave. I gotta go there anyway. I'll bring your shirt to you directly. We might have to bully the Jamaican spot. Sometimes you gotta bully the scene. Fuck it.
the mature person at this point because I have too much to lose. But I'm definitely by nature a fighter. My heart doesn't pump Kool-Aid, and I will go down into my last second of breathing, and I'm gonna bang. I'm not gonna. It is what it is,
like
you know.
you.
So
I really like you.
Yo, chat. I told you this one thing that happened, right? Yo, so I told you this one time. I'm in the airport. My ex type shit. I'm in. I forgot where we going. This is before. I ain't gonna lie, chat. Now you ain't. I don't fly nowhere without security on some real shit. Or if I'm flying somewhere without security, I check my gun in and I pick it up. I'm not playing around with nobody. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like, security is the utmost of importance these days, because I just realized it's like it only take one time for a nigga to think he got the up on you. So don't even play it. So like, even when I'm going to Turks, shit, feel me? Anyway, I'm going. I forgot where I was going. I'm going blah blah, but it was like a late night flight. No, I was supposed to fly from Newark. Something happened. I think we were late. It got moved to LaGuardia. I remember I went there. Then anyway, we ended up at JFK type shit. Anyway, the point is, I get there and now the rescheduled flight is like 2 hours later. So I'm like there chilling like with the person I'm with. I'm like, fuck, whatever. Yo, I take an hour and a half nap. Like I don't even I fly first class, but I don't be going to them lounges and shit like that, nigga. I'm just chilling out, bro. Like, cause if a nigga wanna talk to me, like, chat niggas run up to me all the time. Yo, act, yo, da da da, and I talk to y'all. I always talk to y'all. Like, what the fuck? I'm not no. If anybody ever said they met me and I acted like some Hollywood nigga, maybe I had a bad day. I'm allowed to have a bad day, but like, bro, I'm mad regular, right? So anyway, nigga, I'm just sleeping out there, nigga, right? Whatever. I wake up. There was a nigga in front of me the whole time. The nigga was right there the whole time. Before I fell asleep, after I fell asleep. I woke up like an hour later, blah, blah. The nigga, I see him. I'm not really paying attention, but I'm just there. He packing his shit up. And like, I think they called his flight or something. So the nigga said to me, so right when he packed his shit up, whatever, like he looked over to me and be like, yo, so you academics, right? I was like, yeah, what up, man? How you? I approach everybody with like whatever. And he'd be like, he said to me, he said, yo, so man, you be talking that shit about baby nigga. I should beat your ass right now. Now, I just woke up from a daze. I don't know what this little nigga's talking about. So I'm like, wait, what? And I think the person I was with, who they weren't sleeping, because I was sleeping, because I'm always tired. Like, they kind of like tapped me, like, that I could like pay attention. So I'm like, nigga, what'd you say? And he was just like, man, he was like, yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. So you be talking all that shit about baby nigga, like, nigga, I should beat your ass right here. So we get into this whole standoff. It was bullshit, just to save y'all the time. So I'm like, all right, nigga, you have a problem. All right, what's up? Like, nigga, I'm here. I don't have no security. I'm here with a girl. What's good? The nigga says to me, nigga, you lucky we in the airport, nigga. Like, if we was outside, I'd really do it to you. But, like, he's also packing his bags to go to the flight. You lucky I got to take this flight. And I'm like, oh, my God. Like, it's another gangster telling me that he's in the airport. He doesn't want to get put on a no-fly list. Like, where are y'all gangsters that's down to go to jail? I don't run into those guys. I run into the people who, they're like, yo, boarding ends in 3 minutes. I would catch a fade. I run into the most goofiest niggas on earth. That's what I'm trying to say. So, like, when I hear this, oh, yeah, we got smoke, but we're in the airport. We don't have smoke, stupid. We're going to our flights. Just shut up. Just don't even start it. Don't start it, please. Just be like, just ignore me, record a secret video of me and type a caption. That's crazy. It's cool. But don't tell me I would beat your ass if we weren't in the airport. And then pack your stuff up and run off to your flight. This is what this is. Yo, Rashid Ali, I like you. But is it smoke or is it not? Fuck if y'all in cans. Bully the scene.
I've of course stood up now because I have to stand up because
you got to protect yourself.
I don't know what any of them are going to do. For so, sure. You know, I'm always looking to be the mature person at this point because I have too much to lose. But I'm definitely by nature a fighter. My heart doesn't pump Kool-Aid, and I will go down like down. And
we don't want to hear that. Listen, we don't. Yo. I hate when people who claim that they're whatever is like, yeah, I'm worried about the cops. I don't want to go to jail. You don't have a problem then. This is why I don't tell people I'm going to do nothing to them. It's the people who claim they're going to do something to me. I'm like, wait, why you ain't do it? Well, we were in the airport. Well, because the cops is right there. Well, because.
To my last second of breathing, and I'm going to bang. I'm not going to. It is what it is.
Like
you know,
I really like you.
But I just was like, girl, grow up. She's like, grow up. You think that I was just like, you look so stupid. You sound stupid. You look stupid. You gotta chill. She takes her shoes off. She starts throwing her.
Oh, now we going crazy. Holy. Oh my God. Hey, listen, I'm shouting out all the people who supporting right now. Yo, Jalen. Oh shit, she from Woodbridge. Yo, I got so many people who fuck with me in VA, Woodbridge, VA. Yo, Shorty. She ordered. She ordered like, oh, never mind. Okay, listen, girl. If you need me to come down to Virginia with you, you know, I've had some experience down there. You know, I've had. If you need me to come down there with you, girl, and bully the scene with you in Woodbridge, Virginia, I'm with you. Trust, okay? Shout out to you, girl. Who else? Oh, this name is tricky. Sherman Oaks, California. Where's that at? Holy. Okay. Maytal. I don't even know. What type of name is that? Maytal? Fuck all that. I know you a girl because you ordered an extra small. We got you on a medium. Listen, if you need me to come over to California and bully the scene the way T-Rail couldn't do it, because I know he got one arm. You feel what I'm saying? I got you on that too, girl. Thank you for all the support. Devontae, my boy. Devontae, oh, he's out of, okay. I think he might be in the military. I ain't gonna lie to you. He out of Ohio. All right, shout out to you. I never heard of this place. Port Clinton? When I hear port, I always think of like some military shit. But anyway, shout out to my boy Devontae. And also shout to Shem out of Trenton, New Jersey. I don't need to come help you. If you from Trenton, a nigga from Trenton gonna bully the scene already. You don't need me. You don't need me. You gonna bully the scene already. That's a fact. That's a fact. A nigga from Trenton, even though there's a passport office in Trenton, they don't got no passport. So they ain't thinking about being in Turks. They gonna bully the scene no matter what. My nigga Rand Smith. Oh shit, I said your full name, my bad. Out of Milwaukee. I ain't gonna lie, y'all bullied that nigga. What was that nigga name? That's my guy too, Damian Lillard. Y'all bullied the scene with that nigga. Y'all bullied that nigga out of there. I think that nigga going back to Portland. And oh, my baby Veronica out of San Diego. Girl, I ain't gonna lie, I've been to San Diego since my godson got christened. But anyway, I come over there and bully the scene with you too. What's the problem? And Jalen, thank you as well. Wait, Jalen, did you just... Oh, never mind. She just ordered some extra shorts. Oh, all right, girl. Do your thing. Do your thing. See what's going on. Anyway, man.
Shoes.
Really?
She
Why
starts
was this on the
throwing
internet?
her bags.
That's beef. Yo, what's up? I thought Rashid Ali was like some rugged thuggy bitch.
Down into my last second of breathing, and I'm gonna bang. I'm not gonna. It is what it is,
like
you know.
you.
So
I really like you.
But I just was like, girl, grow up. She's like, grow up. You think that I was just like, you look so stupid. You sound stupid. You look stupid. You gotta chill. She takes her shoes off. She starts throwing her shoes.
Really?
She
Why
starts
was this on the
throwing
internet?
her bags.
Yeah. At that point, you should realize.
Nothing
Yes.
beats the Jet2 holiday.
Yes.
And right now, you can say
Yes, you in Cairns and you think y'all about to have a good time in that lounge. You ever been to one of these lounges, chat? They be having all croissants. Got croissants, French toast, all that bullshit. Hell nah. It's a Brooklyn bitch. Cardi's a Brooklyn bitch.
I don't know. She starts throwing her bags. She's yelling to the top of her lungs.
Yes.
Now, of course, now the airport people are coming over. And I'm like, this is just so goofy.
She bullied the scene. By the way, I just DM'd Cardi. I said, Cardi, I know that when you seen your op, you bullied the scene like that. Hopefully she understand what I mean. I know Cardi B bullied the scene.
And, ultimately the end result was nothing. Just a bunch of just making us look stupid as black people.
No. There was something. She hit you in the head with the speaker. She threw her fucking luggage at your ass. Nigga, she has your ass as target practice. You was a pinata in the goddamn French hotel or airport, and she still made her flight, and she still was good, and she feel like she was redeemed for all the fuck shit that you did when you gave her a knot years ago. She got her lick back.
People. And, she went about her business, but one, she was the aggressor in the original altercation, not me.
Can you tell me that original altercation? I don't know nothing.
See, that's the thing. By the way, she making Nicki look crazy. So it looked like Cardi B is a problem. Well, she's a bitch from the Bronx. Cardi B gonna try to slap Nicki. Cardi B's gonna try to get it up. Looked like she was trying to beat up Nicki. Nicki, or I guess Rashid Ali did something that gave her a knot on her head, and then she wanted to get back for the knot on her head, and she got it back years later.
About it.
That would mean I have to tell you about me being physical with someone on air.
Oh, okay.
There you go. You see what I'm saying? That's like, I ain't do that. Okay.
What the f happened?
But I'll tell you, but she was the aggressor. No one initiated anything with her. At this stage of where we are in life and yelling in the airport it just is so corny. I even said, in the process, I said, are you not?
Yo, chat, we need the bully the scene button, man. I remember the call. We need the bully. Hey, yo, Damson, yo, my boy coming out of Val's mind. Is that Missouri? My boy. Okay. Listen, bro. Listen, if you in Missouri, I know a couple rappers that live out there, but they be living on the low because they don't like claiming Missouri. If you need to be bullying the scene out there, just holler at me, gang. I got you, Gene. I see you out here. Oh shit, my boy in Australia. Okay. Yo, Next time Drake doing his makeup tour out there, because I know he canceled some dates on y'all. Nigga, bully the scene, nigga. Get in the backstage, man. Tell that nigga, yo, Chubbs, I'm bullying the scene right now, nigga. Fuck all you talking about. You feel me? I'll tell Drake's people to chill, okay? Who else? Oh, Stanley. My nigga Stanley up in the building. Oh, he in PA. Okay. All right, Beaver Falls. Where's that at? Okay. Listen, man. Pennsylvania is a great place, man. It's the first place to give me my my carry permit. I got a carry. I live in Jersey, but I got a carry permit in Pennsylvania before Jersey. I got a carry permit here now too, in I think like 42 states, but whatever. And oh shit, Verity. Listen, man, Jackson, Mississippi. Salute to you, yo. Appreciate you and thank you, man. Anyway,
I'm not tired because I could raise my voice for a couple of minutes and I'm like, that's exhausting. I'm good on that.
You know the only people that are tired? The people that rode off into the sunset.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously.
All right, so I think we kind of got the whole thing.
Oh, fucking tired of this bullshit. Fucking every different times, 3 different occasions, right? And I was never aggressive. Their security pinned me down and I got hit. For people to be like, oh, so this person was telling the truth. No, because I never got hit in my head 15, 20 times. I got hit one time and I got pinned down from the beginning to the end. From security that was not my security or it was the event security. Second of all, the fact that I'm still talking about this in 2018, something that happened in 2018, is kind of ridiculous. This shit have even left my mind. It have left my body. It have left my soul. So many stuff have happened in my life. I don't care about that shit. Also, the airport event happened a month ago. It happened a month ago. Y'all wouldn't have known about it if somebody else was so internet. And this is why I'm glad that I took the actions that I took that day. Because if you notice, right, I was being filmed before I saw the person. So you saw me before I even saw you, and you decided to get on a wheelchair and act sick. So for 5 years, 6 years, 2 women, including you, have been trolling me, talking about Muhammad Ali, like you this big bad wolf. And then when I finally see you in person,
oh shit,
and you don't have security and you don't have somebody putting the gas behind you, you act like you in a wheelchair and you're sick and shit like that. I would understand.